Section 1 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. Chapter 42. Supreme Ironic Procession, Part 1. For 46 years England had been ruled by German princes. One Elector of Hanover named George had been succeeded by another Elector of Hanover named George, and George the First and George the Second, George the father and George the son, resembled each other in being by nature German rather than English, and by inclination Electors of Hanover rather than kings of England. Against each of them a Stuart prince had raised a standard and an army. George the First had his James Francis Edward, who called himself James the Third, and whom his opponents called the Pretender, by a translation which gave an injurious signification to the French word prétendant. George the Second had his Charles Edward, the Young Pretender, who a generation later led an invading army well into England before he had to turn and fly for his life. A very different condition of things awaited the successor of George the Second. George the Second's grandson was an English prince and an Englishman. He was born in England, his father was born in England, his native tongue was the English tongue, and if he was Elector of Hanover, that seemed an accident. The title was as unimportant and trivial to the King of England as his title of King of France was unreal and theatrical. The remnant of the Jacobites could not with truth call the heir to the throne a foreigner, and they could not in reason hope to make such a demonstration in arms against him as they had made against his grandfather and his great-grandfather. The young king came to a much safer throne under much more favorable auspices than either of the two monarchs, his kinsmen and his namesakes, who had gone before him. The young king heard the first formal news of his accession to the throne from the lips of no less stately a personage than the great commoner himself, the foremost Englishman then alive. George the Third, as he then actually was, had received at Kew Palace some messages which told him that his grandfather was sinking fast, that he was dying, that he was dead. George resolved to start for London. On his way, and not far from Kew, he was met by a coach and six, which from the blue and silver liveries he knew to be that of Mr. Pitt. George received the congratulations of his great minister, the great minister whom, as it was soon to appear, he understood so little and esteemed so poorly. Then Pitt, turning his horses' heads, followed his sovereign into London. Never, perhaps, in English history was a young man welcomed on his accession by so great a minister. Among the many auspicious conditions which surrounded the early days of George the Third's reign, not the least auspicious was the presence of such a bulwark to the throne and to the realm. For the name of Pitt was now feared and honored in every civilized country in the world. It had become synonymous with the triumphs and the greatness of England. Pitt was the greatest war minister England had yet known. He was the first English statesman who illustrated in his own person the difference between a war minister and a minister of war. Truly, this journey of the king and the prime minister from Kew to London was what George Meredith calls a supreme ironic procession, with laughter of gods in the background. The ignorant, unwise young king led the way. The greatest living statesman in England followed after. One can hardly imagine a procession more supremely ironic. Almost all the whole range of human intellect was stretched out and exhausted by the living contrast between the king who went first and the minister who meekly went second. Pitt had made for young George the Third a great empire, which it was the work of George the Third not long after to destroy, so far as its destruction could be compassed by the stupidity of a man. Pitt had made the name of England a power all over the civilized world. Rome at her greatest, Spain at her greatest, could hardly have surpassed the strength and the fame of England as Pitt had remade it. George, from the very first, felt a sort of coldness toward his supreme minister. He had all the vague, pervading jealousy which dullness naturally shows to genius. It was a displeasure to him from the first that Pitt should have made England so great, because the work was the inspiration of the subject and not of the sovereign. No one can know for certain what thoughts were filling the mind of George as he rode to London that day in front of William Pitt, but it may fairly be assumed that he was not particularly sorry for the death of his grandfather, and that he was pleasing his spirit with the idea that he would soon emancipate himself from Mr. Pitt. "Be a king, George," his mother used to say to him. The unsifted youth was determined, if he could, to be a king. At the time of his accession, George was in his 23rd year. He was a decidedly personable young prince. He had the large, regular features of his race, the warm complexion of good health and a vigorous constitution, keen, attractive eyes, and a firm, full mouth. He was tall and strongly made, and carried himself with a carriage that was dignified or stiff, according to the interpretation of those who observed it. Many of the courtly ladies thought him extremely handsome, were eagerly gracious to him, did their best to thrust themselves upon his attention, and received, it would seem, very little notice in return for their pains. If George showed himself indifferent and even ungallant to his enthusiastic admirers, his brother Edward was of a different disposition. But though Edward, like his brother, was an agreeable-looking youth and keen to win favor in women's eyes, he found himself like Benedict. Nobody marked him, because he was not the heir to the throne. In some illustrated histories of the reign, two portraits of George III are placed in immediate and pathetic contrast. The one portrait represents George as he showed in the first year of his reign, alert, young, smiling, with short-cut powdered hair, a rich flowered coat, and the star and ribbon of the Garter on his breast. So might a young king look, called in the flower of his age to the control of a great country, pleased, confident, and courageous. The other picture shows how the king looked in the 60th year of his reign. The face is old and wrinkled and weary. The straggling white locks escape from beneath a fur-trimmed cap. The bowed body is wrapped in a fur-trimmed robe. The time of 2 generations of men lay between the young king and the old, the longest reign then known to English history, the longest and the most eventful. George III started with many advantages over his predecessors of the same name. He was an Englishman. He spoke the English language. It was his sincere wish to be above all things English. He honestly loved English ways. He had not the faintest desire to start a seraglio in England. He had no German mistresses. He did not care about fat women. He was devoted to his mother, perhaps a good deal too devoted, but even the excess of devotion might have been pardonable in the public opinion of England. Certainly it was only his own weakness and perversity that made it for a while not pardonable. He was of the country squire's order of mind. His tastes were wholly those of the stolid, well-intentioned, bucolic country squire. He would probably have been a very respectable and successful sovereign if only he had not been plagued by the ambition to be a king. It is curious to remember that the accession of George III was generally and joyfully welcomed. A hopeful people, having endured with increasing dislike 2 sovereigns of the House of Hanover, were quite prepared to believe that a third prince was rich in all regal qualities, in all public and private virtues. It would perhaps have been unreasonable on the part of any dispassionate observer of public affairs to anticipate that a third George would make a worse monarch than his namesakes and immediate predecessors. The dispassionate observer might have maintained that there were limits to kingly misgovernment in a kingdom endowed with a constitution and blessed with a measure of parliamentary representation, and that those limits had been fairly reached by the two German princes who ruled reluctantly enough over the fortunes of England. This same dispassionate observer might reasonably, assuming him to possess familiar knowledge of certain facts, have hazarded the prediction that George III would be a better king than his grandfather and his great-grandfather. He was certainly a better man. There was so much of a basis whereupon to build a hope of better things. The profligacy of his ancestors had not apparently vitiated his blood and judgment. His young life had been a pure life. He was in that way a pattern to princes. He had been, which was rare with his race, a good son. He was to be, and there was no more rare quality in one of his stock, a good husband, a good father. He was in his way a good friend to his friends. He was sincerely desirous to prove a good king to his people. The youth of George III had passed under somewhat agitated conditions. George II's straightforward hatred of his son's wife opened a great gulf between the court and Leicester House, which no true courtier made any effort to bridge. While the young prince knew, in consequence, little or nothing of the atmosphere of St. James's or the temper of those who breathed that atmosphere, attempts were not wanting to sunder him from the influence of his mother. Some of the noblemen and clergymen to whom the early instruction of the young prince was entrusted labored with a persistency which would have been admirable in some other cause to sever him not merely from all his father's friends, but even from his father's wife. There was indeed a time when their efforts almost succeeded in alienating the young prince from his mother. The wildest charges of Jacobitism were brought against the immediate servants of the princess, charges which those who made them wholly failed to substantiate. The endeavor to remove the prince from the tutelage of his mother was abandoned. The education of the prince was committed to more sympathetic care. The change had its advantage in keeping George in the wholesome atmosphere of Leicester House instead of exposing him to the temptations of a profligate court. It had its disadvantages in leaving him entirely under the influence of a man to whose guidance, counsel, and authority the Princess Dowager absolutely submitted herself. Observers of the lighter sort are pleased to insist upon the trifles which have the most momentous influence upon the fortunes of people and the fate of empires. A famous and facile French playwright derived the downfall of a favorite and of a political revolution from the spilling of a glass of water. There are times when the temptation to pursue this thread of fancy is very great. Suppose, for instance, it had not chanced to rain on a certain day at Clifton, when a cricket match was being played in which Frederick, Prince of Wales, happened to be interested. A fretted prince would not have had to retire to his tent like Achilles, would not have insisted on a game of whist to cheer his humor. There would have been no difficulty in forming a rubber. There would have been no need to seek for a fourth hand. No wistful gentleman in attendance, seeking the desirable, would have had to ask the aid of a strange nobleman perched in an apothecary's chariot. Had this strange nobleman not been so sought and found, had the apothecary not been wealthy enough to keep a chariot and friendly enough to offer a poor Scotch gentleman a seat in it, it is possible that the American colonies might yet form portion and parcel of the British Empire, that Chatham's splendid dreams might have become still more splendid realities, that the name of Wilkes might never have emerged from an obscurity of debauch to association with the name of liberty. For the nobleman who made the fourth hand in the Prince of Wales rubber was unfortunately a man of agreeable address and engaging manners, manners that pleased infinitely the Prince of Wales and cemented a friendship most disastrous in its consequences to England, to the English people, and to an English king. The name of the engaging nobleman was Lord Bute. At the time of this memorable game of whist, Lord Bute was 36 years old. He was well educated, well read, tall of body, pleasing of countenance, quick in intelligence, and curious in disposition. These qualities won the heart of the Prince of Wales and lifted the young Scotch nobleman from poverty and obscurity to prominence and favor. The Prince appointed Bute a Lord of the Bedchamber and welcomed him to his most intimate friendship. The death of the Prince of Wales 2 years later had no disastrous effect upon the rising fortunes of the favorite. The influence which Bute had exercised over the mind of Frederick he exercised over the mind of Frederick's wife and over the mind of Frederick's heir. Scandal whispered, asserted, insisted then, and has insisted ever since, that the influence which Lord Bute exercised over the Princess of Wales was not merely a mental influence. How far scandal was right or wrong, there is no means, there probably never will be any means of knowing. Lord Bute's defenders point to his conspicuous affection for his wife, Edward Wortley Montagu's only daughter, in contravention of the scandal. Undoubtedly Bute was a good husband and a good father. Whether the scandal was justified or not, the fact that it existed, that it was widely blown abroad, and very generally believed, was enough. As far as the popularity of the princes was concerned, it might as well have been justified. For years no caricature was so popular as that which displayed the boot and the petticoat, the ironic popular symbols of Lord Bute and the Princess. By whatever means Lord Bute gained his influence over the Princess of Wales, he undoubtedly possessed the influence and used it with disastrous effect. He moulded the feeble intelligence of the young Prince George. He guided his thoughts, directed his studies in statecraft, and was to all intents and purposes the governor of the young Prince's person. The young Prince could hardly have had a worse adviser. Bute was a man of many merits, but his defects were in the highest degree dangerous in a person who had somehow become possessed of almost absolute power. In the obscurity of a private life, the man who had borne poverty with dignity at an age when poverty was peculiarly galling to one of his station might have earned the esteem of his immediate fellows. In the exaltation of a great, if an unauthorized, rule, and later in the authority of an important public office, his defects were fatal to his fame and to the fortunes of those who accepted his sway. For nearly 10 years, from the death of Frederick, Prince of Wales, to the death of George II, Bute was all-powerful in his influence over the mother of the future king and over the future king himself. When the young prince came to the throne, Lord Bute did not immediately assume ostensible authority. He remained the confidential adviser of the young king until 1761. In 1761 he took office, assuming the Secretaryship of State resigned by Lord Holdernesse. From a secretaryship to the place of prime minister was but a step, and a step soon taken. Although he did not occupy office very long, he held it long enough to become perhaps the most unpopular prime minister England has ever seen. The youth of George III was starred with a strange romance. The full truth of the story of Hannah Lightfoot will probably never be known. What is known is sufficiently romantic without the additions of legend. Hannah Lightfoot was a beautiful Quaker girl, the daughter of a decent tradesman in Wapping. Association with the family of an uncle, a linen draper, who lived near the court, brought the girl into the fashionable part of the town. The young prince saw her by accident somehow, somewhere, in the early part of 1754, and fell in love with her. From that moment the girl disappears from certain knowledge, and legend busies itself with her name. It is asserted that she was actually married to the young prince, that William Pitt, afterwards Earl of Chatham, was present at the marriage, that she bore the prince several children. Other versions have it that she was married in a mere form to a man named Axford, who immediately left her, and that after this marriage she lived with the prince. She is supposed to have died in a secluded villa in Hackney. It is said that not only the wife of George III, but the wife of George IV believed that the marriage had taken place. We must not attach too much importance to a story which in itself is so very unlikely. It is in the last degree improbable that a statesman like Pitt would have lent himself to so singular a proceeding. Even if an enamored young prince was prepared to sanction his affections by a marriage, he would scarcely have found an assistant in the ablest politician of the age. The story of the Axford marriage is far more probable. If Hannah Lightfoot had been married to George, she would have been Queen of England, for there was no Royal Marriage Act in those days. Another and more famous romance is associated with the youth of George III. Lady Sarah Lennox, the youngest daughter of the second Duke of Richmond, was one of the most beautiful women of her time. The writers of the day rave about her, describe her as an angel, as lovelier than any Magdalen by Correggio. When she was only 17 years old, her beauty attracted the young king, who soon made no secret of his devotion to her. The new passion divided the court into two camps. The house of Lennox was eager to bring about a marriage, which was not then obstructed by the law. Henry Fox, one of the most ambitious men of the time, or of any time, was Lady Sarah's brother-in-law, and he did his best to promote the marriage. On the other hand, the party which followed the lead of the Princess Dowager and Lord Bute fought uncompromisingly against the scheme. The Princess Dowager had everything to lose, Lord Bute had everything to lose, by such an alliance. The power of the Princess Dowager over the young king would vanish, and the influence of Lord Bute over the Princess Dowager would cease to have any political importance. Lord Bute did all he could to keep the lovers apart. Henry Fox did all he could to bring the lovers together. For lovers they undoubtedly were. George again and again made it plain to those who were in his confidence that he was in love with Lady Sarah and was anxious to make her his queen. And Lady Sarah, though her heart is said to have been given to Lord Newbottle, was quite ready to yield to the wishes of her family when those wishes were for the crown of England. On the meadows of Holland House the beautiful girl, loveliest of Arcadian rustics, would play at making hay till her royal lover came riding by to greet her. But the idyll did not end in the marriage for which Fox and the Lennoxes hoped. It is said that the king was jealous of Lord Newbottle. It is said that a sense of duty to his place and to his people made him resolve to subdue and sacrifice his own personal feelings. He offered his hand and his crown to the Princess of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. Lady Sarah lost both her lovers, the king and Lord Newbottle, who, in the words of Grenville, complained as much of her as she did of the king. But she did not remain long unmarried. In 1762 she accepted as husband the famous sporting baronet Sir Thomas Charles Bunbury, and 19 years later she married the Honourable George Napier and became the mother of an illustrious pair of soldier brothers, Sir Charles Napier, the hero of Scinde, and Sir William Napier, perhaps the best military historian since Julius Caesar. Lady Sarah died in 1826 in her 82nd year. In her later years she had become totally blind, and she bore her affliction with a sweet patience. At her death she is described by the chroniclers as probably the last surviving great-granddaughter of King Charles II, a barren honor surely. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 42. Supreme Ironic Procession, Part 2. The young princess whom George married was in many ways well and even excellently qualified to make a good queen. It is said that she was discovered for her young husband after a fashion something resembling a tale from the Arabian Nights. The Princess Dowager, eager to counteract the fatal effect of the beauty of Lady Sarah Lennox, was anxious to have the young king married as soon as possible. Her own wishes were in favor of a daughter of the house of Saxe-Gotha, but it is said that fear of a disease hereditary in that family overruled her wishes. Then, according to the story, a Colonel Graham, a Scotch gentleman upon whose taste Lord Bute placed great reliance, was sent on a kind of roving embassy to the various little German courts in search of the ideal bride. The lady of the quest was, according to the instructions given to Colonel Graham, to be at once beautiful, healthy, accomplished, of mild disposition, and versed in music, an art to which the King was much devoted. Colonel Graham, with this pleasing picture of feminine graces ever in his mind, found the original of the portrait in Charlotta Sophia, the second daughter of Charles Louis Frederick, Duke of Mecklenburg Strelitz. There is another version of the manner of George's wooing which nullifies the story of Colonel Graham's romantic mission. According to this other version, George fell in love with his future queen simply from reading a letter written by her. The tale sounds as romantic as that of the Provençal poet's passion for the portrait of the Lady of Tripoli. It is true, however, that the letter of Charlotta Sophia was something of the nature of a state paper. The Duchy of Mecklenburg Strelitz, of which the Princess Charlotte's brother was the sovereign, had been overrun by the troops of the King of Prussia. The young princess wrote a letter to the Prussian king, which came to George's notice, and inspired him, it is said, with the liveliest admiration for the lady who penned it. Whatever the actual reason, whether the report of Colonel Graham or the charms of her epistolary style, the certain thing is that George was married, first by proxy and afterwards in due form, to the young princess in 1761. The young princess was not remarkably beautiful. Even the courtiers of the day, anxious to say their strongest in her praise, could not do much more than commend her eyes and complexion and call her a very fine girl, while those who were not inclined to flatter said her face was all mouth, and declared, probably untruly, that the young king was at first obviously repelled by the plainness of his wife's appearance. If she was plain, her plainness, as Northcote the painter said, was an elegant, not a vulgar plainness, and the grace of her carriage much impressed him. Walpole found her sensible, cheerful, and remarkably genteel, a not inconsiderable eulogy from him. She was fairly educated, as the education of princesses went in those days. She knew French and Italian, knew even a little English. She had various elegant accomplishments, could draw and dance and play, had acquired a certain measure of scientific knowledge, and she had, what was better than all these attainments, a good, kindly, sensible nature. The marriage could hardly be called a popular marriage at first. Statesmen and politicians thought that the King of England ought to have found some more illustrious consort than the daughter of a poor and petty German house. The people at large, we are told from a private letter of the time, were quite exasperated at her not being handsome, beauty in a sovereign being a great attraction to the mass of subjects. The courtiers in general were amused by and secretly laughed at her simple ways and old-fashioned, or at least un-English, manners. After the wedding came the coronation, a very resplendent ceremony, which was not free from certain somewhat ludicrous features, and was not denied a certain tragic dignity. It was enormously expensive. Horace Walpole called it a puppet show that cost $1 million. Loyal London turned out in its thousands. Surprisingly large sums of money were paid for rooms and scaffolds from which the outdoor sight could be seen, and much larger were paid for places inside the Abbey. It was very gorgeous, very long, and very fatiguing. The spectator carried away with aching senses a confused memory of many soldiers, of great peers ill at ease in unbecoming habits, of beautiful women beautifully attired, of a blaze of jewels that recalled the story of Aladdin's mine, and of the wonderful effect by which the darkness of Westminster Hall was suddenly illumined by an ingenious arrangement of sconces that caught fire and carried on the message of light with great rapidity. The heralds in whose hands the ceremonial arrangements lay bungled their business badly, causing fierce heart-burnings by confusions in precedence, and displaying a lamentable ignorance of the names and the whereabouts of many wearers of stately and ancient titles. When the King expressed his annoyance at some of the blunders, Lord Effingham, the Earl Marshal, offered, for amazing apology, the assurance that the next coronation would be conducted with perfect order. An unfortunate speech, which had, however, the effect of affording the king infinite entertainment. The one tragic touch in the whole day's work may be legend, but it is a legend that might be, and that should be, truth. When Dymoke, the king's champion, rode, in accordance with the antique usage, along Westminster Hall, and flung his glove down in challenge to any one who dared contest his master's right to the throne of England, it is said that some one darted out from the crowd, picked up the glove, slipped back into the press, and disappeared without being stopped or discovered. According to one version of the incident, it was a woman who did the deed. According to another, it was Charles Edward himself, the young Pretender, now no longer so very young, who made this last protest on behalf of his lost fortunes and his fallen house. It is possible, it is even probable, that Charles Edward was in London then and thereafter, and it seems certain that if he was in London King George knew of it and ignored it in a chivalrous and kingly way. The young Pretender could do no harm now. Stuart hopes had burned high for a moment 15 years earlier, when a handsome young prince carried his invading flag halfway through England, and a king who was neither handsome nor young was ready to take ship from Tower Stairs if worse came of it. But those hopes were quenched now, down to the dust, extinguished forever. No harm could come to the House of Hanover, no harm could come to the King of England, if at Lady Primrose's house in St. James's Square a party should be interrupted by the entrance of an unexpected guest, of a man prematurely aged by dissipation and disappointment, a melancholy ruin of what had once been fair and noble, and in whom his amazed and reverent hostess recognized the last of the fated Stuarts. There were spies among those who still professed adherence to Charles Edward and allegiance to his line, spies bearing names honorable in Scottish history, who were always ready to keep George and George's ministers posted in the movements of the unhappy prince they betrayed. George could afford to be magnanimous, and George was magnanimous. If it pleased the poor Pretender to visit, like a premature ghost, the city and the scenes associated with his house and its splendor and its awful tragedies, he did so untroubled and unharmed. It was but a cast of the dice in Fortune's fingers, and Charles Edward would have been in Westminster Hall and had a champion to assert his right. But the cast of the dice went the other way, and George the Third was king, and his little German princess was Queen of England. It is probable that those early days in London were the happiest in the little Queen's long life. She had come from exceeding quiet to a great and famous city. She was the centre of splendor. She was surrounded by splendid figures. She was the first lady of a great land. She was the queen of a great king. She was the fortunate wife of a loyal, honorable, and pure-minded man. She was young. She was frank. She was fond of all innocent pleasures, keenly alive to all the entertainment that court and capital could afford her. She crammed more gaieties into the first few days of her marriage than she had dreamed of in all her previous life. The girl who had never seen the sea until she took ship for England, had never seen a play acted until she came to London. Mecklenburg Strelitz had its own strong ideas about the folly and frivolity of the stage, and no Puritan maiden in the sternest days of Cromwellian ascendency, no Calvinist daughter of the most rigorous Scottish household, could have been educated in a more austere ignorance of the arts that are supposed to embellish and that are intended to amuse existence. She went to playhouse after playhouse, alarmed at the crowds that thronged the streets to see her, but fascinated by the delights that awaited her within the walls. She attended the opera. She saw the Beggar's Opera, which may have charmed her for its story without perplexing her by its satire. She saw the rehearsal, and did not dream that 20 years later the humors of Bayes, which she probably did not understand, would be eclipsed forever by the fantasies of Mr. Puff. She carried the King to Ranelagh, to that amazing, enchanting assembly where all the world made masquerade, and mandarins, harlequins, shepherdesses, and much translated pagan divinities jostled each other through Armida's gardens, where the pink of fashion and the plain citizen, the patrician lady and the plebeian waiting maid, made merry together in a motley rout of Comus, and marvelled at the brilliancy of the illuminations and the many-coloured glories of the fireworks. The London to which the little princess came, and which she found so full of entertainment, was a very different London from the city for which the first of the Georges had quitted reluctantly the pleasures of Hanover and the gardens of Herrenhausen. The Hanoverian princes had never tried, as the Stuart sovereigns had tried, to stop by peremptory legislation the spread of the metropolis. London had been steadily spreading in the half-century of Guelph dominion, eating up the green fields in all directions, linking itself with little lonely hamlets and tiny rustic villages, and weaving them close into the web of its being, choking up rural streams and blotting out groves and meadows with monuments of brick and mortar. Where the friends of George the First could have hunted and gunned and found refreshment in secluded country alehouses, the friends of George the Third were familiar with miles of stony streets and areas of arid squares. London was not then the monster city that another century and a half has made it, but it was even more huge in its proportion to the size of any of its rivals, if rivals they could be called, among the large towns of England. The great city did not deserve the adjective that is applied to it by the poet of Chevy Chase. London was by no means lovely. However much it might have increased in size, it had increased very little in beauty, and not at all in comfort, since the days when an Elector of Hanover became King of England. It still compared only to its disadvantage with the centres of civilization on the Continent. It still was rich in all the dangers and all the discomforts Gay had celebrated nearly 2 generations earlier. And these dangers and discomforts were not confined to London. The world beyond London was a world of growing provincial towns and increasing seaports, connected by tolerable and sometimes admirable highways, and of smaller towns and villages, reduced for the most part to an almost complete isolation by roads that were always nearly and often quite impassable. To travel much in England in those days was scarcely less adventurous, even for an Englishman, than to travel in Africa today. For a foreigner the adventure was indeed environed by perils. Dress and manners had changed in the Hanoverian half-century, though not as much as they were to change in the 50 years that were still in futurity. Extravagance of attire still persisted, though the extravagance had changed its expression. The gigantic hoops in which ladies had delighted had diminished, had dwindled, and gowns were of a slender seemliness. But reformed below, fantasy rioted above. The head-dresses of women in the early days of the Third George were as monstrous, as horrible, and as shapeless in their way as the hideous hoops had been in theirs. Vast pyramids of false hair were piled on the heads of fashionable ladies, were pasted together with pomatums, were smothered in powder and pricked with feathers like the headgear of a savage. These odious erections took so long to build up that they were suffered to remain in their ugly entirety, not for days, but for weeks together, until the vast structure became a decomposing mass. It is rather ghastly to remember that youth and beauty and grace allowed itself to be so loathsomely adorned, that the radiant women whose faces shine from the canvases of great painters, and whose names illuminate the chronicles of the wasted time of the reign of George the Third, were condemned to dwell with corruption in consenting to be caricatured. Till far on in the lifetime of Queen Charlotte the fashion in women's wear oscillated from one extreme to another, the gracious of to-day becoming the grotesque of yesterday, and mode succeeding mode with the confusion and fascination of a masquerade. The men were no less remarkable than the women for the clothes they wore, no less capricious in their changes. a decided, if not a conspicuous, turn of public taste had done much during the accession of the first George to minimize, if not to obliterate, the differences between class and class. Men no longer consented readily to carry the badge of their calling in their daily costume, and the great world came gradually to be no longer divided sharply from the little world by marked distinction of dress. But still, and for long after 1760, the clothes of men were scarcely less brilliant, scarcely less importunate in their demands upon the attention of their wearers than the clothes of women. Men made a brave show in those days. A group of men might be as strong in color and as vivid in contrast as a group of women. The neutralization of tone, the degradation of hue, did not begin till much later, and only conquered in the cataclysm of the birth throes of two republics. Blue and scarlet, green and yellow, crimson and purple, orange and plum color were the daily wear of the well-to-do, and even for the less wealthy there were the warm browns and murreys, the bottle greens and clarets, the lavenders and buffs, which made any crowd a thing to please a painter in the 18th century. In all, the varying breeds of beaux and macaronis and dandies, of bucks and fribbles, into which the fine gentlemen of the age allowed themselves to be classified, the one dominant feature, the one common characteristic, was the love for gold and silver and fine laces, for gaudiness of color and richness of ornament, for every kind of exquisite extravagance, every refinement in foppishness. There was a passion for the punctilio of dress, for the grace of a gold-headed cane and a chaste sword hilt, for the right ribbon, the right jewel, the right flower, and the right perfume, for the right powder in the hair, and the right seals on the fob, and the right heels and buckles on the shoes. There was an ardent appreciation, an uncompromising worship of the fine feathers that make fine birds. The social system of the polite world had been slowly changing with the successive Georges. The familiar events in the lives of the well-to-do classes were growing steadily later. The dinner hour, which was generally at noon or 1 in the reign of Queen Anne, had crept on to 3 o'clock under the first, and to 4 o'clock under the second George. Under the third it was to grow later and later, until it made Horace Walpole rage, as if the world were coming to an end, because among fashionable folk it had settled down at 6 o'clock. In the country, indeed, for the most part, people lived the quiet lives and kept the early hours of Sir Roger de Coverley. But however London lived, and whatever London chose to do, England's simple, honest king and England's simple, honest queen would have no concern with the follies of fashion and the luxuries of late hours. However much the rashness and wrong-headedness of his public policy forced him to accept the services and prime the pockets of a gang of drunkards and debauchees who called themselves and were called the King's friends, the evil communications had not the slightest influence upon the royal good manners, and did not alter by one jot the rigid frugality of George's life and that of his royal consort. The King's friends were only the King's jackals. They never were suffered for a moment to cross the line which severed the sovereign's private life from his public actions. Indeed, it may be assumed that few of the hard-drinking, hard-living, gambling, raking ruffians who battened on the King's bounty, and who voted white, black, and good bad with uncompromising pertinacity and unappeasable relish, would have welcomed the hard seats at the royal table, the meagre fare on the royal platters, the homely countrified air the royal couple breathed, and the homely countrified hour at which the royal couple took up their candles and went to bed. George the Third would be long asleep at an hour when his friends would be thinking of paying a visit to Ranelagh, or preparing to spend a pleasant evening over their cards, their dice-box, and their wine. Especially their wine. The one great characteristic of the gentility of that day was its capacity for drinking wine. "Wine, dear child, and truth," says a Greek poet, naming the two most admirable gifts of life. Truth was not always very highly prized by the men who set manners and made history in the second half of the 18th century, but to wine they clung with an absolute, unswerving, and unalterable attachment. If the great Oriental scholar who adorned the age had been more fortunate in his studies, if Sir William Jones had chanced to make acquaintance with a Persian poet who has since become very famous among Englishmen, he would have found in the quatrains of Omar Khayyam the very verses to please the minds and to interpret the desires of the majority of the statesmen, soldiers, divines, lawyers, and fine gentlemen of the day. It is as impossible to imagine the men of the 18th century without their incessant libations of wine as it is impossible to imagine what the 18th century would have been like if it had been, for the most part, abstemious, sober, or even reasonably temperate. As we read the memoirs of the day, and if we believe only a part of what they tell us, making the most liberal allowance for the exaggeration of the wit and the satire of the cynic, we have to picture the political and social life of the time as a drunken orgy. Undoubtedly there were then, as always, men of decent behavior and discreet life, men who would no more have exceeded in wine than in any other way. But the temper of the age and the tone of the fashionable world was not in tune with their austerity. Wonder at the frequency with which men of position got drunk then is only rivaled by wonder at the amount which they could drink without getting drunk. The cry of the Persian nightingale to the Persian rose, "Wine, wine, wine," was the cry to which hearts responded most readily in all the Georgian era. Walpole the father made Walpole the son drink too much, that he might not be unfilially sober while his father was unpaternally drunk. A generation later the younger Pitt plied himself with port as a medicine for the gout. The statesmen of the period, in the words of Sir George Trevelyan, sailed on a sea of claret from one comfortable official haven to another. The amount of liquor consumed by each man at a convivial gathering was gargantuan, prodigious, hardly to be credited. Thackeray tells, in some recently published notes for his lectures on the Four Georges, of a Scotch judge who was forced to drink water for 2 months, and being asked what was the effect of the regime, owned that he saw the world really as it was for the first time for 20 years. For a quarter of a century he had never been quite sober. This man might be taken as a type of the bon vivant, the buveurs très illustres of the 18th century. They were never quite sober all through their lives. They never saw the world as it really was. They pleaded, preached, debated, fought, gambled, loved, and hated under the influence of their favorite vintage, saw all things through a vinous fume, and judged all things with inflamed pulses and a reeling brain. But it must not be forgotten that the population of the country was not entirely composed of corrupt, hard-drinking politicians, profligate, hard-drinking noblemen, and furious, hard-drinking country gentlemen. If these were, in a sense, the more conspicuous types, there were other types very different and very admirable. Apart from the great mass of the people living their dull daily lives, doing their dull daily tasks, quiet, ignorant, unconscious that they could or should ever have any say in the disposition of their existences, there were both in town and country plenty of decent, sober, honorable, and upright men and women who had nothing in common with the fine gentlemen and the fine ladies who fill the historical fashion plates. If, unfortunately, Squire Western and Parson Trolloper were true pictures, at least Parson Adam and Sir Roger de Coverley still held good. None the less, a young, self-willed king, not too intelligent and not too well educated, could scarcely have come to his sovereignty at a time less like to be fruitful of good for him or for the country that he was resolved to govern. End of Section 2. Section 3. Of a History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 43. George and the Dragons, Part 1. The King was not lucky in his first act of sovereignty. In his speech at the opening of Parliament on November 18, 1760, he used a form of words which he and some of those who advised him evidently believed to be eminently calculated to advance his popularity. "Born and educated in this country, I glory in the name of Britain," the King said, and the words would seem to suggest such an intimacy of association between the King and the kingdom as must needs knit the hearts of ruler and of ruled more closely together. Yet the choice of words gave offence in certain quarters, and for two quite distinct reasons. Many of the adherents and admirers of the late King, for even George the Second had his admirers, were indignant at the contrast which the new King seemed deliberately to draw between himself and his grandfather. In accentuating the fact that he was born and bred in England, George the Third appeared by imputation to be casting a slur upon the German nature and German prejudices of George the Second. This boast, however much it might offend the feelings of the friends of the late King, was not at all calculated to affect the mass of the public, who had little love for George the Second, and whose affection for the new King was based mainly on the hope and the assumption that he would prove to be as unlike the old King as possible. But there was another interpretation to be put upon the royal words, which was likely to cause a wider impression and a wider hostility. It would seem that some of the King's advisers wished him to write that he gloried in the name of Englishmen. It would even seem that the King had actually used this word in the written draft of his speech. Lord Bute, it was said, had struck out the word Englishman and had induced the King to accept the word Britain as a substitute. The difference would not be quite without moment now. It appeared very momentous to many then, who read in the word chosen a most convincing proof of the Scotch influence behind the throne. The King's pride in styling himself a Briton was taken to be, what indeed it was, evidence of his affection for the Scotch peer who had been so lately sworn into his Privy Council, and the alarm and indignation of all who resented the Scotch influence was very great. The Duke of Newcastle in especial was irritated by the use of the word Briton and the evidence it forced upon him of his own waning influence and the waxing power of Bute. He even went so far as to wish that some notice should be taken of the royal words both in the motion and the address. But in the end he and those who thought with him felt that they must submit and stifle their anger for the time, and so the King, unchallenged, proclaimed himself a Briton. Whatever else George had learned in the days of his tutelage, he had learned to form an ideal of what a king should be, and a determination to realize that ideal in his own rule. The old idea of the personal authority of the sovereign seemed to be passing away, to be dropping out of the whole scheme and system of the English Constitution, along with the belief in the theory of the divine right of kings. The new King, however, was resolved to prove that he was the head of the State in fact as well as in name, that with his own hands he would restore to himself the power and authority which his grandfather and his great-grandfather had allowed unwisely to slip through their fingers. The difficulties in the way of such an enterprise might very well have disheartened any being less headstrong, any spirit less stubborn. There were forces opposed to him that seemed to overmatch his puny purpose as much as the giants overmatched the pygmy hero of the nursery tale. St. George, in the chivalrous legend, had but one dragon to destroy. The young royal St. George set himself with a light heart to attack a whole brood of dragons, the dragons of the great Whig party. When George the Third came to the throne, the government of the country was entirely in the hands of the Whigs. The famous stately Whig houses, the houses of Cavendish, of Russell, of Temple, of Bentinck, of Manners, of Fitzroy, of Lennox, of Conway, of Pelham, of Wentworth, were as little subservient to the sovereign as the great Frankish nobles who stood about the throne of the do-nothing kings. The Tory party was politically almost non-existent. No Tory filled any office, great or little, that was at the disposal of the Whigs, and the Whigs had retained their ascendency for well nigh half a century. Jacobitism had been the ruin of the Tory cause. All Tories were not Jacobites, but, roughly speaking, all Jacobites were Tories, and there were still, even at the date of George's accession, stout-hearted, thick-headed Tory gentlemen who believed in, or vaguely hoped for, a possible return of a Stuart prince. It is curious to find that though the Whig ranks stood fast in defence of the House of Hanover, had made that House, and owed their ascendency to their loyalty to that House, the latest Hanoverian sovereign not only disliked them, but dealt them blow after blow until he overthrew their rule. The Tories who sighed for a Stuart prince over the water suddenly found to their astonishment that they had a friend in the Hanoverian Guelph, whose name they hated, whose right to the throne they challenged, and whose authority they derided when they dared not despise. It cannot be denied that the Whigs had often abused, and more than abused, the privileges which their long lease of power had given to them. All political parties ruled by corruption during the last century. The Whig was not more corrupt than the Tory, but it can hardly be maintained that he was less corrupt. The great Whig houses bought their way to power with resolute unscrupulousness. A majority in either house was simply a case of so much money down. The genius of Walpole had secured his own preeminence at the cost of the almost total degradation of the whole administrative system of the country. When George III came to the throne, the Whigs were firmly established in a powerful league of bigotry and intolerance, cemented by corruption, by bribery, by purchase of the most uncompromising, of the basest kind. George III had fostered through youthful years of silence those strong ideas of his own about the importance of the kingly office which he was now to proclaim by his deeds. In the way of those strong ideas, in the way of the steadfast determination to be king in fact as well as in name, stood the great Whig faction, flushed with its more than 40 years' debauch of power, insolent in the sense of its own omnipotence. George was resolute to show that the claim to omnipotence was a sham, and to do him justice he succeeded in his resolve. At the head of the Whig party in the House of Lords was the Duke of Newcastle. At its head in the House of Commons was William Pitt. These two ministers seemed fixed and irremovable in their supreme authority. While Newcastle lavished the money of the State in that spacious system of bribery which welded the party into so formidable a mass, it was the proud privilege of Pitt to illuminate its policy by his splendid eloquence at home and by the splendor of his enterprises abroad. Both the ministers were an enormous expense to the country. Newcastle never counted the cost so long as there was a county member to be bought or a placeman to be satisfied. Pitt never counted the cost so long as he could add another trophy of victory to the walls of Westminster Abbey and inscribe another triumph on England's roll of battles. The sordid skill of Newcastle and the dazzling genius of Pitt seemed between them to make the Whig party invulnerable and irresistible. There was no opposition in upper or lower house. There had been for many years no hint of royal opposition. Everything promised a long continuance of the undisputed Whig sway, when suddenly the secret determination of a young king and the secret instigations of a Scotch peer dissipated the stately fabric that had endured so long. The fixed purpose of Lord Bute was to get rid of Pitt. The fixed purpose of Lord Bute created the fixed purpose of the king, and the hours of Pitt's administration were numbered. After a season of rare glory, of resplendent triumph, Pitt found himself face to face with a formidable coalition of interests against him, a coalition of interests none the less formidable because it was headed by a man for whose attainments, opinions, and ability Pitt must have felt and scarcely concealed the greatest contempt. Pitt had not made himself an object of personal affection to those with whom he was brought into immediate contact. In the time of his supremacy he had carried himself with haughty arrogance, with an austere disdain which had set the smaller men about him raging in secret antagonism. The King, driven on by his own dreams of personal authority, disliked the great minister. Bute, drunk with the wild ambitions of a weak man, seems to have believed that in succeeding to Pitt's place he could also succeed to Pitt's genius. Pitt soon became aware of the strength of the cabal against him. While some of his colleagues were disaffected, others were almost openly treacherous. Bute's manner waxed more arrogant in council. The King's demeanor grew daily cooler. The great question of war or peace was the question that divided the cabinet. On a question of war or peace Bute triumphed and Pitt fell. Pitt was all for carrying on the war which had thus far proved so successful for the British flag, but Pitt was not powerfully supported in his belief. If he had his brothers-in-law, James Grenville and Lord Temple, on his side, he had ranged against him a powerful opposition formed by Henry Fox and George Grenville, by Lord Hardwicke and the Duke of Bedford. On the side of the peace party Bute ranged himself, bringing with him all the enormous weight that his influence with the King gave him. The case of the peace party was a simple, straightforward case. Why, they asked, should we continue to fight? Our sweet enemy France is on her knees and ready to accept our terms. Let us enforce those terms and make a triumphant peace, instead of further bleeding our exhausted treasury in the prosecution of a war from which we have now nothing more to gain. Chance gave the peace party their opportunity. Pitt had become cognizant of the treaty between France and Spain known as the Family Compact, the secret treaty which we have already fully described, by which the two Bourbon princes agreed to make common cause against England. Pitt straightway proposed that the hostile purposes of Spain should be anticipated by an immediate declaration of war against Spain and the immediate dispatch of a fleet to Cadiz. Bute promptly opposed the proposal in the Cabinet and carried the majority of the Council with him in his opposition. Pitt instantly resigned. A curious thing had happened at the coronation ceremony. One of the largest jewels in the royal crown got loose and fell from its place. This was looked upon at the time by superstitious people as a sinister omen. These now saw the fulfillment of their forebodings in the loss to the state of the services of the great minister. The King himself had no sense that his regal glory was dimmed in its lustre by the resignation of Pitt. He was so delighted at having got rid thus easily of the great obstacle to his own authority that he could readily consent to lend to the act of parting a gracious air of regret. Much was done to lighten Pitt's fall. Very liberal offers were made by the King, offers which seemed to many to mask a hope, and more than a hope, of undermining the popularity of the great leader. Pitt declined several offers that were personal to himself, but expressed his readiness to accept some signs of royal favor on behalf of his wife and his family. A barony was conferred upon Pitt's wife, and a pension of 3,000 a year upon Pitt for 3 lives. There was nothing unworthy in Pitt's action. He was notoriously poor, and he was no less notoriously honest. It was perfectly certain that in an age when a successful politician was for the most part a peculator, no shilling of public money had ever stuck to Pitt's fingers. If he was instantly attacked by libels and pamphlets that were probably paid for by Bute, or that at least were inspired by a desire to please Bute, the attacks did Pitt more good than harm. They produced a prompt reaction, and only had the effect of making Pitt more dear to the people than before. His pictures had an enormous sale, and his partisans on the press poured out caricatures and lampoons about Bute and his Scotchmen in greater volume and with greater violence than ever. Bute was not content with the overthrow of Pitt. He wished to stand in isolated splendor, and to accomplish this Newcastle too must go. The great briber of yesterday had to give way to the great briber of today, and Bute stood alone before the world, the head of the King's ministry, the favorite of the King, the champion of a policy that promised peace abroad and purity at home, and that resulted in a renewal of war under conditions of peculiar disadvantage and a renewed employment of the basest forms of political corruption. Bute had gained the power he longed for, but Bute was soon to learn that power need not and did not mean popularity. The new administration begins tempestuously. Walpole noted on June 20, 1762, "My father was not more abused after 20 years than Lord Bute is after 20 days. Weekly papers swarm, and like other swarms of insects, sting." Bute affected an indifference to this unpopularity which he did not really feel. It is not flattering to a statesman's pride to be unable to go abroad without being hissed and pelted by the mob, and it is hard for a minister to convince himself of the admiration of a nation when a strong bodyguard is necessary to secure him from the constant danger of personal attacks. Bute's character did not refine under the tests imposed upon it. His objectionable qualities grew more and more unpopular. The less he was liked, the less he deserved to be liked. Adversity did not magnify that small soul. In his mean anger he sought for mean revenge. Every person who owed an appointment to the former ministry felt the weight of the favorite's wrath. Dismissal from office was the order of the day, and Whig after Whig was forced to leave his place or office open for some Tory who was ready to express an enthusiasm for the statesmanship of Bute. End of Section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 43. George and the Dragons, Part 2. Bute's idea of a foreign policy was to reverse the policy of Pitt. He abandoned Frederick of Prussia to his enemies by cutting off the subsidy which Pitt had paid him, on the ground that the time agreed on for the subsidy was up, and that as England only granted it for her own purposes and not to benefit Frederick, she was justified in discontinuing it whenever it suited her. Only a chance saved the great Frederick from what seemed like inevitable ruin. The Czarina Elizabeth of Russia died, and was succeeded by Peter the Third. With the change of sovereign came a change in the purposes of Russia. The Russian army, which had fought with Austria against Frederick, now received orders to fight with Frederick against Austria. The war with Spain that Pitt had predicted Bute was obliged to wage. The conduct of Spain made it impossible for him not to declare war, and aided by Pitt's preparations, he was able to carry on the war with considerable success. But the credit for such success was generally given to Pitt, and when Bute made peace with Spain and France, it was generally agreed that the terms were not such as Pitt would have exacted after so long and splendid a succession of victories. There was indeed a good deal to be said for the peace, but at the time those who tried to say it did not get a very patient hearing. It was well that the long Continental War was ended. Few of those engaged in it had gained much by it. Prussia, indeed, though it left her well nigh bankrupt and almost ruined by the enormous burdens she had sustained, was better in position. She came out of the struggle without the loss of a single acre of territory, and with what Frederick especially coveted, the rank of a first-rate power in Europe. If Prussia, which had been so long England's ally, had gained, England had not lost. Undoubtedly Pitt's war was popular. No less undoubtedly Bute's peace was unpopular, and the unpopularity of the policy intensified the unpopularity of the minister. In the eyes of the bulk of the English people, Lord Bute, as a Scotchman, was a foreigner, as much a foreigner as if he hailed from France or the Low Countries. Lord Chesterfield was finely disdainful of the popular opposition to Bute on account of his nationality. If the vulgar are ever right, he said, they are right for the wrong reason. What they selected to attack in Lord Bute was his being a Scotchman, which was precisely what he could not help. But it was not Bute's nationality so much as his flagrant partiality to his fellow countrymen that made him unpopular. His affection for his own countrymen, however admirable and even touching in itself, was resented fiercely by the English people, who found themselves threatened by a new invasion of the Picts and Scots. Across the border came a steady stream of Bute's henchmen, men with names that seemed outlandish and even savage to the Londoner, and every Scotsman found, or hoped to find, through the influence of Bute, his way to office and emolument. The growing hatred for Bute extended itself as rapidly as unjustly to the nation from which Bute came. The story of Bute's ministry is a story of astonishing mistakes. The Tories, who for 45 years had inveighed against the political corruption which, fostered by Walpole, seemed to have culminated under Newcastle, now boldly went in for a system of flagrant bribery which surpassed anything yet essayed by the most cynical of Whig ministers. The paymaster's office became a regular mart where parliamentary votes were bought and sold as unblushingly as humbler folk bought and sold groceries across a counter. A ministry weakened by an unpopular peace and only held together by such cynical merchandise was not likely to withstand a strong storm, and the storm was not long in rising. To swell the exchequer, the ministry proposed to raise revenue by a tax on cider and perry. It was resolved to levy an imposition of 4 shillings per hogshead on the grower of the apple wine and the pear wine. The cider counties raised a clamor of indignation that found a ready echo in London. Pitt, Beckford, Littleton, Hardwicke, Temple all spoke against the proposed measure and denounced its injustice. George Grenville defended the bill. Grenville was one of those honorable and upright statesmen who do not contrive to make either honor or rectitude seem lovable qualities. He had first made himself conspicuous as one of the boy patriots who rallied with Pitt against Walpole. His abilities ran with swiftness along few and narrow channels. He was desperately well informed about many things, and desperately in earnest about anything which he undertook. Blessed or cursed with a solemnity that never was enlivened by a gleam of humor, a ray of fancy, or a flash of eloquence, Grenville regarded the House of Commons with the cold ferocity of a tyrannical and pompous schoolmaster. A style of speech that would have made a discourse upon Greek poetry seem arid and a dissertation upon Italian painting colorless. If it were possible to conceive Grenville as wasting time or thought on such trifles, added no grace to the exposition of a fiscal measure or charm to the formality of a phalanx of figures. He was gloomy, dogged, domineering, and small-minded. His nearest approach to a high passion was his worship of economy. His nearest approach to a splendid virtue was his stubborn independence. He abandoned Pitt for Bute because he detested Pitt's prodigal policy, but Bute was the more deceived if he fancied that he was to find in Grenville the convenient mask that he had lost in Newcastle, and the King himself had yet to learn how indifferent the dry, morose pedant and preacher could be, not merely to royal favor, but even to the expression of royal opinion. It was truly said of him by the greatest of his contemporaries that he seemed to have no delight out of the House except in such things as in some way related to the business that was to be done within it. The undissipated and unwearied application which he devoted to everything that he undertook was now employed in exasperating the country. The time was not yet ripe for it to be employed in dismembering the empire. In his support of the cider tax, Grenville managed to make it and himself ridiculous at the same time. In his defense he kept asking over and over again, "Where will you find another tax? Tell me where." Pitt, who was listening disdainfully to his arguments, followed one of these persistent interrogations by softly singing to himself very audibly the words which belonged to a popular song, "Gentle shepherd, tell me where." The House took the hint with delight, and the title of Gentle Shepherd remained an ironical adornment of Grenville for the rest of his life. Bute's disregard of public opinion was contrasted to his disadvantage with the conduct of Sir Robert Walpole, who bowed to the demonstration against his far wiser system of excise. Bute forced his tax forward in defiance of the popular feeling, and then, apparently alarmed by the strength of the spirit he had himself raised, he answered the general indignation by a sudden and welcome resignation on April 8, 1763. This was the end of Bute's attempt to be the recognized head of a government, though he still hoped and believed that he could rule from behind the throne instead of standing conspicuously at its side. To his unpopularity as a foreigner, to his unpopularity as a favorite, public hostility added a fresh, if a far-fetched and fantastic reason for detesting Bute. It was pointed out that he had Stuart blood in his veins, that an ancestor of his had been the brother of a Scottish king. Any stick is good enough to strike an unpopular statesman with, and there were not wanting people to assert, and perhaps even to believe, that Bute had entertained insidious schemes for raising himself to the throne. Bute is said to have declared that he resigned in order to avoid involving the king in the dangers with which his minister was threatened. If he did feel any fears for the king's safety, he had certainly done his best to make these fears reasonable. It has not often been given to any statesman to hold the highest office in the state for so short a time, and in that time to accomplish so large an amount of harm. And the immediate harm of that year and a half was little as compared with the harm that was to follow, a fatal legacy from the principles that Bute advocated and the policy that Bute initiated. With Bute retired two of his followers, Dashwood and Fox. Dashwood went to the Upper House as Lord Le Despencer. Fox accompanied him as Lord Holland. The disappearance of Dashwood from the Commons was a matter of little importance. The disappearance of Fox marked the conclusion of what had been a remarkable, but what might have been a great career. From this time Fox ceased to take any real part in public business, and if his presence lent no lustre to the Lords, his absence made the character of the Commons more honorable. Fox, with all his faults, and they were many and grave, had in him the gifts of the politician and the capacity of the statesman. Dashwood was a vulgar fool, who, as Horace Walpole said, with the familiarity and phrase of a fishwife, introduced the humours of Wapping behind the veil of the Treasury. But Fox was a very different type of man. Had he been as keen for his own honour as he was eager in the acquisition of money, had he been as successful in building up a record of great deeds as he was successful in building up an enormous fortune, he might have left behind him one of the greatest names in the history of his age. But he carried with him to the Upper House the rare abilities which he had put to such unworthy use, and he lives in memory chiefly as the father of his son. In having such a son, he rendered the world a good service, which he himself labored with infinite pains to make into an evil service. A young, inexperienced, and headstrong king found himself suddenly the central figure of perhaps as singular a set of men as ever were gathered together for the purpose of directing the destinies of a nation. A famous caricature of the period represents the front of a marionette show, through an aperture of which the hand of Bute pulls the wires that make the political puppets work, while Bute himself peeps round the corner of the show to observe their antics. No stranger dolls ever danced around a royal figure to the manipulation of a favorite's fingers. At a time when political parties as they are now familiar to us did not exist, when Whiggism was so dominant that opposition in the modern sense was unknown, when the pleasures and the gains of administration were almost entirely reserved for a privileged caste, and when self-interest was the rarely disavowed spur of all individual action, it is scarcely surprising to find that the vast majority of the statesmen of the day were as unadmirable in their private as they were unheroic in their public life. For then and long after, the political atmosphere, bad at its best, was infamous at its worst, and by an unhappy chance the disposition of the king led him to favor in their public life the very men whose private life would have filled him with loathing and to detest, where it was impossible to despise, the men who came to the service of their country with characters that were clean from a privacy that was honorable. Many, if not most, of the leading figures of that hour would have been more appropriately situated as the members of a brotherhood of thieves and the parasites of a brothel than as the holders of high office and the caretakers of a royal conscience. There were men upon the highway, rogues with a bit of crape across their foreheads and a pair of pistols in their holsters, haunting the Portsmouth Road or Hounslow Heath with the words "Stand and Deliver" ever ready on their lips, who seem relatively to be men of honor and probity compared with a man like the first Lord Holland or like Rigby. There were poor slaves of the stews, wretched servants of the bagnios, whose lives seemed sweet and decorous when compared with those of a Sandwich or a Dashwood or a Duke of Grafton. Yet these men, whose companionship might be rejected by Jack Sheppard and whose example might be avoided by Pompey Bum, are the men whose names are ceaselessly prominent in the early story of the reign, and to whose power and influence much of its calamities are directly due. It is not easy to accord a primacy of dishonor to any one of the many statesmen whose names degrade the age. Possibly the laurels of shame, possibly the palms of infamy, may be proffered to Augustus Henry Fitzroy, the third Duke of Grafton. When George the Third came to the throne, the Duke of Grafton was only 25 years old, and had been 3 years in the House of Lords, after having passed about twice as many months in the House of Commons. Destined to live for more than half a century after the accession and to die while the sovereign had still many melancholy years to live, the Duke of Grafton enjoyed a long career that was unadorned by either public or private virtue. There is no need to judge Grafton on the indictment of the satirist who, in a later day, made the name of Junius more terrible to the advisers of King George than ever was the name of Pietro Aretino to the princes whom he scourged. The coldest chronicle of the Duke's careers, the baldest narrative of his life, proves him to have been no less dangerous to the public weal as a statesman than he was noxious to human society as an individual. He had not even the redeeming grace that the charm of beauty of person lent to some of his companions in public incompetency and private profligacy. His face and presence were as unattractive as his manners were stiff and repellent. His grandfather, the first Duke, was an illegitimate son of Charles II by the Duchess of Cleveland, and the Duke's severest critic declared that he blended the characteristics of the two Charles Stuarts. Sullen and severe, without religion, and profligate, without gaiety, he lived like Charles II, without being an amiable companion, and might die as his father did, without the reputation of a martyr. Grafton did not die the death of his royal ancestor. He lived through 76 years, of which less than half were passed in the fierce light of a disgraceful notoriety, and more than half in a retirement which should be styled obscure rather than decent. The only conspicuous creditable act of that long career was the patronage he extended to the poet Bloomfield, a patronage that seems to have been prompted rather by the fact that the writer was born near Grafton's country residence than by any intelligent appreciation of literature. His curious want of taste and feeling allowed him to parade his mistress, Nancy Parsons, in the presence of the Queen at the Opera House, and to marry, when he married the second time, a first cousin of the man with whom his first wife had eloped, John, Earl of Upper Ossory. If his example as a father was not admirable, at least he showed it to a numerous offspring, for by his 2 marriages he was the parent of no fewer than 16 children. Perhaps the price for sheer political ruffianism, for the frank audacity of the freebooter, unshadowed by the darker vices of his better-born associates, may be awarded to Rigby. Not that Rigby redeemed, by many private virtues, the unblushing effrontery of his public career. It was given to few men to be as bad as Dashwood, and Rigby was not one of the few. but his gross and brutal disregard of all decency in his acts of public plunder, for even peculation may be done with distinction, was accompanied by a gross and brutal disregard of all decency in his tastes and pleasures with his intimate associates. Richard Rigby sprang from the trading class. He was the son of a linen draper who was sufficiently lucky to make a fortune as a factor to the South Sea Company, and who was, in consequence, able to afford his son the opportunity of a good education, and to launch him on the grand tour of Europe with every aptitude for the costly vices that men in those days seemed to think it the chief object of travel to cultivate, and with plenty of money in his pocket to gratify all his inclinations. Rigby did not take much advantage of his educational opportunities. His Latinity laid him open to derision in the House of Commons, and there were times when his spelling would have reflected little credit upon a sempstress. But he was quite capable of learning abroad all the evil that the great school of evil was able to teach a willing student. He returned to England and began his life there with three pronounced tastes: for gambling, for wine, and for the baser uses of politics. His ambitions prompted him to adhere to the party of the Prince of Wales, and his ready purse won him a welcome among the courtiers of Leicester House. The Prince of Wales did little to gratify his hopes, and Rigby would have found it difficult to escape from the straits into which his debts had carried him if his gift of pleasing had not procured for him a powerful patron. The Duke of Bedford had been attracted by the remarkable convivial powers of Rigby, powers remarkable in an age when to be conspicuous for conviviality demanded very unusual capacity both of head and of stomach. To be admired by Bedford was in itself a patent of dishonor, but it was a profitable patent to Rigby. The Duke, who was accused at times of a shameful parsimony, was generous to profusion toward the bloated buffoon who was able and willing to divert him, and from that hour Rigby's pockets never wanted their supply of public money. There were few redeeming features in Rigby's character. It was his peculiar privilege to be false to his old friends and to corrupt his young ones. In an age when sobriety was scorned or ignored, he had the honor to be famous for his insobriety, a sycophant to those who could serve him, and a bully to those who could not. Rigby added the meanness of the social parvenu to the malignity of the political bravo. At a time when men of birth and rank came to the House of Commons in the negligence of morning dress, Rigby was conspicuous for the splendor of his attire, and illuminated the green benches by a costume whose glow of color only faintly attenuated the glowing color of his face. There were baser and darker spirits ready for the service of the King. There was no one more unlovely. Rigby's patron was as unadmirable as Rigby himself. He was 50 years old when George the Third came to the throne, and he had lived his half a century in the occupation of many offices and through many opportunities for distinction without distinguishing himself. He had still 11 years to live without adding anything of honor or credit to his name, or earning any other reputation than that of a corrupt politician whose private life was passed chiefly in the society of gamblers, jockeys, and buffoons. He had been Governor-General of Ireland, and had governed it as well as Verres had governed Sicily. He had been publicly horsewhipped by a county attorney on the racecourse of Lichfield. His career, always unimportant, was ignominious when it was not incapable, and it was generally both the one and the other. All the statesmen of the day were not of the school of Grafton. There were numerous exceptions to the rule of Rigby. The Graftons and the Rigbys gained an unnatural prominence from the fact that then and later it was to such tools the King turned, and that he always found such tools ready to his hands. There were many men who, without any show of austerity or any burden of morality, were at least of a very different order from the creatures whom the King did not indeed delight to honor, but whom he condescended to employ. The Earl of Granville with the weight of 70 years upon his shoulders, carried into active political life under his fourth sovereign the same qualities, both for good and evil, that adorned or injured the name of Carteret. He accepted Lord Bute's authority, and he did not live long enough to witness Bute's fall. He accorded to the peace brought about by Bute, the appropriation of a dying statesman, as the most honorable peace the country had ever seen. He died in the January of 1763, leaving behind him the memory of a long life which had always been lived to his own advantage, but by no means to the disadvantage of his country. He left behind him a memory of rare public eloquence and graceful private conversation, of an elegant scholarship that prompted him to the patronage of scholars, of a profound belief in his own judgment, and a no less profound contempt for the opinions of others. His public life was honest in an epoch when public dishonesty was habitual, and the best thing to be said of him was the best thing he said of himself, that when he governed Ireland he governed so as to please Dean Swift. At a time when the King was surrounded by such advisers as we have seen, the King's chief servant and most loyal subject was a man no longer young, who had nothing to do with the courts or councils, and who yet was of greater service to the throne and its occupier than all the House of Lords and half the House of Commons. Long years before George the Third was born, a struggling, unsuccessful schoolmaster gave up a school that was well nigh given up by its scholars and came to London to push his fortune as a man of letters. When George the Third came to the throne, the schoolmaster had not found fortune. That he never found. But he had found fame, and the name of Samuel Johnson was known and loved wherever an English word was spoken or an English book read. The conditions of political life in England in the 18th century made it impossible for such a man as Samuel Johnson ever to be the chosen counselor, the minister of an English king. The field of active politics was reserved for men of family, of wealth, or of the few whom powerful patronage served in lieu of birth and aided to the necessary opulence. Johnson was one of the most influential writers of his day, one of the strongest intellectual forces then at work, one of the greatest personalities then alive. But it would no more have occurred to him to dream of administrative honors and a place in a ministry than it would have occurred to George the Third to send one of his equerries to the dingy lodgings of an author with the request that Dr. Johnson would step round to St. James's Palace and favor His Majesty with his opinion on this subject or on that. It is not certain that the King would have gained very much if he had done anything so unusual. Dr. Johnson's views were very much the King's views, and we know that he would have been as obstinate as the King in many, if not most, of the cases in which the King's obstinacy was very fatal to himself. When Queen Anne was still upon the throne of England, when James the Second still lived with a son who dreamed of being James the Third, and when George the First was only Elector of Hanover, people still attributed to the sovereign certain gifts denied to subjects. They believed, for instance, that the touch of the royal fingers could cure the malady of scrofula, then widely known, in consequence of that belief, as the King's evil. In obedience to that belief, in the spring of 1712, some poor folk of Lichfield travelled to London with their infant son in the hope that Queen Anne would lay her hand upon the child and make him whole. There were days appointed for the ceremony of the touch, and on one of those days the Johnsons of Lichfield carried their little Samuel into the royal presence, and Queen Anne stroked the child with her hand. For more than 70 years a dim memory remained with Johnson of a stately lady in black. For more than 70 years the malady that her touch was thought to heal haunted him. When the man who had been the sick child died, the third prince of a foreign house was seated on the throne of England, and the third of the line owed, unconscious of the debt, no little of his security on his throne and no little of his popularity with the mass of his people to the struggling author who had received the benediction of the last Stuart sovereign of England. Samuel Johnson was born at Lichfield, in Staffordshire, on September 8, 1709. His father was a bookseller, perhaps too fond of books to be a good dealer in them, but his crowded shelves were a paradise to his son when, at the age of 16, he came home from the last of many schoolings, each of which had taught him much. For 2 years he read his way recklessly, riotously, and joyously through his father's migratory library. He took the advice of the varlet in the taming of the shrew, and studied what he most affected. His memory was as vast as his head was huge and his body bulky. He read what he liked, and he stored his mind with as miscellaneous a mass of knowledge as ever was heaped up within the penthouse of one human skull. That youthful zeal and fiery heat of study remained youthful with him to the end of his many days. The passion for learning never burned low in that mighty brain. The man who in his old age studied Dutch to test the acquiring powers of his intellect, and still found them freshly tempered, acted in his ebullient boyhood as if, like Bacon, he had taken all knowledge to be his province. The man who in his old age found an exquisite entertainment in reading a Spanish romance of chivalry, in his eager boyhood found the Latin poems of Petrarch sweeter than apples. The great Italian who counted the sonnets to which he owes his immortality but as the clouds of a dream, and who built his hopes of fame upon that Africa which the world has been willing to forget, found the reader he would have welcomed and the student he would have cherished in the ungainly youth who pored over him in a garret. The boy Johnson bent over the great folio, forgot that he was poor, forgot that he was ill-clad, under the spell of the stately lines that their poet believed to be not less than Virgilian. He had set out on an errand even more trivial than that of Saul the son of Kish, and he had found the illimitable kingdom of dreams. Chance sent the student of Petrarch to Pembroke College, Oxford, where he passed 2 years eating the bitter bread of poverty in the bitter pride of youth. He was hungry, he was ragged, he was conscious of his great knowledge and his great gifts, and he saw all around him men in high places whose attainments he despised, and men seeking the same goal as himself, whose happy ease of circumstances he affected to disdain and was compelled to envy. His wild soul rose in rebellion at the inequalities of life. He passed for a mutineer. His college days were bitter and rebellious, days of hunger and thirst and ruined raiment. Some well-meaning person, moved to pity by the sight of Johnson's shabby shoes, patched and mended till they were past all wholesome cobbling, placed a new sound pair at Johnson's door in nameless benevolence. Johnson cast them from him with fury, too proud to be shod by another man's bounty. He drifted through his few and gloomy college days, deriding and despising those in authority, seemingly wasting his time and yet not wasting it, translating Pope's Messiah into such noble Latin that Pope, moved by honest admiration, declared that future times would be unable to tell which was the original and which was the translation. Johnson could be nowhere without learning, and he learned something at Oxford. But in any case his stay was short, and he drifted back to Lichfield, leaving on the banks of the Isis an amazing memory of a sullen, savage creature, brimmed with the strangest miscellaneous learning. In Lichfield his father's death, following hard upon his return from Oxford, left him lonelier and poorer than ever, troubled by the grim necessity to be fed, clothed, and sheltered, and by the uncertainty how to set about it. He did set about it, earnestly, strenuously, if not very fruitfully. He was ready to do anything, to turn to anything, to write, to translate, to teach. He fell in love with an amazing woman, more than 20 years his senior, monstrously fat, monstrously painted, monstrously affected, and absurd. He fell in love with her, and he married her. She had a little money, and Johnson set up an academy for the instruction of youth. But youth would not come to be instructed. One youth came, one of the very few, a soldier's son and a grandson of a Huguenot refugee named David Garrick. The master and the pupil became friends, and the friendship lasted with life. Master and pupil resolved to make the adventure of the town together. The eyes of aspiring provincials turned always to the great city. Every ambitious provincial heart beat with desire for the conquest of London. The priest of letters and the player of parts the real man and the shadow of all men, packed up bag and baggage, and came to London to very different fame and very different fortune. The great city had one kind of welcome to give to the man who desired to speak truth, and another to the man who proposed to give pleasure. The chances for men of letters and for players were very unlike just then. The two strands of life ran across the web of London, the strand of Johnson, iron grey, the strand of Garrick, gleaming gold. Through long years Johnson hid in dingy courts and alleys, ill-clothed, ill-fed, an uncouth Apollo in the service of Admetus Cave and his kind, while the marvellous actor was climbing daily higher and higher on the ladder of an actor's fame, the friend of the wealthy, the favorite of the great, the admired, the applauded, the well-beloved. Garrick deserved his fame and his fortune, his splendid successes and his shining rewards, but the grand, rough writer of books did not deserve his buffets and mishaps, his ferocious hungers, his acquaintanceship with sponging houses, and all the catalogue of his London agonies. His struggle for life was a Titan struggle, and it was never either selfish or ignoble. He wanted to live and to be heard because he knew that he had something to say that was worth hearing. He needed to live for the sake of his ardent, squalid affections, for the sake of the people who were always dependent upon his meagre bounty, for the sake of the wife he loved so deeply, mourned so truly when she died, and remembered with such tender loyalty so long as life was left to him. Miserable, poor himself, he always had about him people more miserable and more poor, who looked to him for the very bread and water of their affliction. Dependents whom he tended not more generously, but what was better still, cheerfully. Under conditions of existence that would have seemed crushing to men of letters with a tithe of Johnson's greatness of soul, Johnson fought his way, inch by inch, in the terrible career of the man who lived by his pen and by his pen alone. He wrote anything and everything so long as it was honorable to write and promised to make the world better. But it was not what Johnson wrote so much as what Johnson did that commanded his age and commands posterity. In the truest sense of the word, he lived beautifully. Rastless and the Idler, London and the vanity of human wishes, the Rambler and the Sessions of Lilliput, the Lives of the Poets, and even the famous dictionary only claim remembrance because they were done by a man who would be as interesting a study and as ennobling an example if he had never written a line of the works that bear his signature in every sentence of their solemn, even their portentous majesty. Johnson had the kindest heart wrapped in a rugged hide. One of the noblest of the many noble stories about him relates how he and a friend, whose name of Burke was not then famous, found a poor woman of the streets, homeless, hungry, and exhausted in the streets. Burke had a room which he could offer the poor creature for a night's shelter, but Burke could not get the woman there. Johnson had no room. His dependents swarmed over every available space at his command, but he had the strength of a giant, and he used it as a giant should in carrying the poor wretch in his arms to the roof that Burke could offer her. Long years later, another man of letters, hungry, homeless, and friendless, sick almost unto death, found a kind friend and a gentle nurse in a woman of the streets. In succoring De Quincey, we may well think that Anne was repaying something of the debt owed by one of her unhappy class to two of the glories of literature and of humanity. Slowly and surely Johnson's fame spread. The dictionary, massive fruit of many vigils, reward of many supplications, made him illustrious. It might have been dedicated to Chesterfield if Chesterfield had shown to the struggling author the courtesy he was eager to extend to the established writer. Chesterfield need not be blamed if he was reluctant to welcome a queer, ungainly creature whose manners were appalling and of whose genius no one save himself was assured. But he was to be blamed, and he deserved the stern punishment he received in Johnson's stinging letter of repudiation for attempting, when Johnson was distinguished and beyond his power to help, to win the great honor of a dedication by a proffer of friendship that came too late. Johnson needed no Chesterfield now. London had learned to reverence him and had learned to love him. His friends were of the best Englishmen alive. The club which Johnson established bore on its roll the most illustrious names in the country, At the home of the Thrales, Johnson tasted and appreciated all that was best in the home life of the time. He had a devoted friend in the person of a fussy, fantastic, opinionated, conceited little Scotch gentleman, Mr. James Boswell of Auchinleck, who clung to his side, treasured his utterances, cherished his sayings, and made himself immortal in immortalizing his hero. It is good to remember that when George III came to the throne a man like Johnson was alive. It is not so good to remember how seldom he found himself face to face with the king whom he might have aided with his wisdom, his counsel, and his friendship. Johnson's presence adorned and honored 24 years of a reign that was to last for 60 years. He was the friend or the enemy of every man worthy to arouse any strong emotion of love or scorn in a strong spirit. He had the admiration of all whose admiration was worth the having. The central figure of the literary London of his lifetime, he exercised something of the same social and intellectual influence over all Londoners that Socrates exercised over all Athenians. The affection he inspired survived him and widens with the generations. In the 100 years and more that have passed since Johnson's death, his memory has grown greener. The symbol of his life and of its lesson is to be found in what Hawthorne beautifully calls the sad and lovely legend of the man Johnson's public penance in the rain, amid the jeering crowd, to expiate the offence of the child against its father. Johnson was the very human apostle of a divine righteousness. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 44. The North Briton. One of the most beautiful places on one of the most beautiful rivers in the world is Medmenham on the Thames, hard by Marlow. In the awakening of spring, in the tranquillity of summer, or the rich decline of August, the changing charm of the spot appeals with the special insistence that association lends to nature. Medmenham is a haunted place. Those green fields and smiling gardens have been the scenes of the strangest idyls. Those shining waters have mirrored the fairest of frail faces. Those woods have echoed to the names of the light nymphs of town and the laughter of modish satyrs. It was once very lonely in its loveliness, a ground remote, where men could do and did do as they pleased, unheeded and unobserved, where now from April to October 1,000 pleasure boats pass by, where 1,000 pleasure seekers land and linger. A century and a half ago the spirit of solitude brooded, and those who came there came to a calm as unvexed and as enchanting as the calm of Avalon. They made strange uses of their exquisite opportunity. They profaned the groves whose very winds breathed peace. They polluted the stream that a poet would have found sacred. The remains are there of a Cistercian abbey, the ruins of a ruin, twice fallen into disuse and decay. It was a ruin in the 18th century when a member of Parliament, who was also a baronet and a Chancellor of the Exchequer, took it into his evil head to repair it. Under the care of Sir Francis Dashwood it was restored for a new and altered life. The abbey rose again, and once again was associated with a brotherhood of monks. But where the quiet Cistercians had lived and prayed, a new brotherhood of St. Francis, named after their founder, devoted themselves to all manner of blasphemy, to all manner of offence. In a spot whose beauty might well be expected to have only a softening influence, whose memories might at least be found exalting, a handful of disreputable men gathered together to degrade the place, and as far as that was possible, themselves, with the beastly pleasures and beastly humours of the ingrained blackguard. The Hellfire Club was dead and gone, but the spirit of the Hellfire Club was alive and active. The monks of St. Francis were worthy pupils of the principles of the Duke of Wharton. They sought to make their profligacy, in which they strove to be unrivalled, piquant, by a parody of the religious ceremonies of the Christian faith. The energy and the earnestness which other men devote to the advancement of some public cause, to the furtherance of their country's welfare, or even to the gratification of their own ambitions, these men devoted to a passion for being preeminent in sin, conspicuous in infamy. If they succeeded in nothing else, they succeeded in making their names notorious and shameful. They succeeded in stirring the envy of men no better than they, but less enabled by wealth or position to gratify their passions. They succeeded in arousing the loathing not merely of honest men, but even of the knaves and fools whose rascality was not so rotten and whose folly was not so foul as that of the noblemen and statesmen who rioted within the walls of Medmenham. It is curious and melancholy to record that the leading spirits of this abominable brotherhood were legislators in both Houses of Parliament, men of old family, great position, large means, men holding high public office, members of the government. Their follies and their sins would scarcely be worth remembering to-day were it not for the chance that gave them for companion and ally one of the most remarkable men of his age, a man whose abilities were in striking contrast to those of his associates, a man who might almost be called a man of genius. John Wilkes was the son of a rich distiller and of a Presbyterian mother. He had received a good education in England and at Leyden, where so many of the Englishmen of that day went as students. He had travelled much in his youth upon the Continent. On his return he was induced by his father, he being then only 22, to marry a lady who was exceedingly rich, but who had the misfortune to be at least 10 years older than her husband. It is scarcely surprising to find that the marriage did not turn out happily. Wilkes was young, fresh from the bright continental life, delighting in pleasure and the society of those who pursued pleasure. How far a happier marriage might have influenced him for good, it were idle to consider. His marriage he regarded always, and spoke of always, as a sacrifice to Plutus, not to Venus, and he certainly was at no pains to make it any more of a sacrifice than he could help. His wild tastes, his wild companions, soon sickened and horrified Mrs. Wilkes. The ill-matched pair separated, and remained separated for the rest of their lives. Wilkes was delighted to be free. He was at liberty to squander his money unquestioned and unchallenged in the society of as pretty a gang of scoundrels as even the age could produce. No meaner, more malignant, or more repulsive figure darkens the record of the last century than that of Lord Sandwich. Sir Francis Dashwood ran him close in infamy. Mr. Thomas Potter was the peer of either in beastliness. All three were members of Parliament. All three were partially responsible for the legislation of the country. Two were especially so responsible. All three were bound at least to a decorous acknowledgment of the observances of the Church. One was in special so bound. Sir Francis Dashwood and Lord Sandwich were then or thereafter members of the Government. Sir Francis Dashwood was remarkable as having been the worst and stupidest Chancellor of the Exchequer known to history. Lord Sandwich was made First Lord of the Admiralty. As for the third in this triumvirate of blackguards, Mr. Thomas Potter was a son of the Archbishop of Canterbury, and he was soon afterwards made Vice Treasurer for Ireland. Into such honorable hands were the duties of government delivered less than a century and a half ago. In this society Wilkes was made very welcome. He brought to their filthy fooleries something resembling wit. He brought an intelligence as far above that of his companions as that of the monkey is above that of the rabbit. While he had money he spent it royally as the rest. If he rivaled them in their profligacy, he outstripped them by his intellect. They were conspicuous only by their vices. He would have been a remarkable man even if it had pleased Providence to make him virtuous. It had not pleased Providence to make him attractive to look upon. There were few uglier men of his day, few who lost less by their ugliness. But though we are well assured that his appearance was repulsive, he redeemed his hideousness by his ready tongue and witty mind. He said of himself truly enough that he only wanted half an hour's start to make him even with the handsomest man in England. Wilkes flung his money and his wife's money about recklessly while he played his part as a country gentleman upon the estate at Aylesbury which his unhappy wife had resigned to him when they separated. Of this money some £8,000 went in an unsuccessful attempt to bribe his way into the representation of Berwick, and £7,000 more went in the unsuccessful attempt to buy himself the representation of Aylesbury. It is probable that he hoped to advance his failing fortunes in Parliament. His fortunes were failing fast. He made an ignoble attempt to bully his wife out of the miserable income of £200 a year, which was all that she had saved out of her wealth. But the attempt was happily defeated by that Court of King's Bench against which Wilkes was to be pitted later in more honorable hostility. It was perhaps impossible that Wilkes could long remain content with the companionship of men like Dashwood and Sandwich. It was certainly impossible that men like Dashwood and like Sandwich could for long feel comfortable in the companionship of a man so infinitely their superior in wit, intelligence, and taste. The panegyrists of Sandwich, for even Sandwich had his panegyrists in an age when wealth and rank commanded compliment, found the courage to applaud Sandwich as a scholar and an antiquarian on the strength of an account of some travels in the Mediterranean, which the world has long since willingly let die. But the few weeks or months of foreign travel that permitted Sandwich to pose as a connoisseur when he was not practising as a profligate could not inspire him with the humor or the appreciation of Wilkes, and a friendship only cemented by a common taste for common vices soon fell asunder. There is a story to the effect that the quarrel began with a practical joke which Wilkes played off on Sandwich at Medmenham. Sandwich, in some drunken orgy, was induced to invoke the devil, whereupon Wilkes let loose a monkey that had been kept concealed in a box, and drove Sandwich into a paroxysm of fear in the belief that his impious supplication had been answered. For whatever reason, Wilkes and Sandwich ceased to be friends, to Wilkes' cost at first, and to Sandwich's after. Sandwich owes his unenviable place in history to his association with Wilkes in the first place, and in the next to his alliance with the beautiful unhappy Miss Ray, who was murdered by her melancholy lover, the Reverend Mr. Hickman, at the door of Covent Garden Theatre. The fate of his mistress and his treason to his friend have preserved the name of Sandwich from the forgetfulness it deserved. In those days Wilkes made no very remarkable figure in Parliament. It was outside the walls of Westminster that he first made a reputation as a public man. In the unpopularity of Bute, Wilkes found opportunity for his own popularity. The royal peace policy was very unwelcome, and agitated the feeling of the country profoundly. Political controversy ran as high in the humblest cross channels as in the main stream of courtly and political life. At that time, we are told by a contemporary letter writer, the mason would pause in his task to discuss the progress of the peace, and the carpenter would neglect his work to talk of the Princess Dowager, of Lord Treasurers and Secretaries of State. To win support and sympathy from such keen observers, the Ministry turned again for aid to the public press that had been so long neglected by the Whigs. Smollett, the remembered novelist, Murphy, the forgotten dramatist, were commissioned to champion the cause of the Government in the two papers, the Briton and the Auditor. The Government already had a severe journalistic critic in the Monitor, a newspaper edited by John Entinck, which had been started in 1755. The Monitor was not at all like a modern newspaper. It was really little more than a weekly pamphlet, a folio of 6 pages published every Saturday and containing an essay upon the political situation of the hour. Its hostility to Bute goaded the minister into the production of the Briton, which was afterwards supplemented by the creation of the Auditor, when it was found that Smollett had called up against the Ministry a more terrible antagonist than the Monitor, for the Briton only lives in the memories of men because it called into existence the North Briton. Wilkes had entered Parliament as the impassioned follower of Pitt. He made many confessions of his desire to serve his country, professions which may be taken as sincere enough, but he was also anxious to serve himself and to mend his fortunes, and he did not find in Parliamentary life the advancement for which he hoped. Twice he sought for high position under the Crown, and twice he was unsuccessful. He wished to be made ambassador to Constantinople, where he would have found much that was congenial to him, and his wish was not granted. He wanted to be made Governor General of the newly conquered Quebec, and again his desires were unheeded. Wilkes believed that Bute was the cause of his double disappointment. He became convinced that while the favors of the state lay in Bute's hands, they would only be given to Tories, and more especially to Tories who were also Scotchmen. If Bute could have known, it would have been a happy hour for him which had seen Wilkes starting for the Golden Horn or sailing for the St. Lawrence. But Bute was a foolish man, and he did his most foolish deed when he made Wilkes his enemy. The appearance of the North Briton was an event in the history of journalism as well as in the political history of the country. It met the heavy-handed violence of the Briton with a frank ferocity which was overpowering. It professed to fight on the same side as the Monitor, but it surpassed Entick's paper as much in virulence as in ability. Under the whimsical pretense of being a North Briton, Wilkes assailed the Scotch party in the State with unflagging satire and unswerving severity. In the satire and the severity he had an able henchman in Charles Churchill. Those who are inclined to condemn Wilkes because for a season he found entertainment in the society of a Sandwich, a Dashwood, and a Potter, must temper their judgment by remembering the affection that Wilkes was able to inspire in the heart of Churchill. While the scoundrels of Medmenham were ready to betray their old associate, and with no touch of the honor proverbially attributed to thieves, to drive him into disgrace, to exile, and, if possible, to death, the loyal friendship of the poet was given to Wilkes without reserve. Churchill was not a man of irreproachable character, of unimpeachable morality, or of unswerving austerity, but he was as different from the Sandwiches and the Dashwoods as dawn is different from dusk, and in enumerating all of the many arguments that are to be accumulated in defence of Wilkes, not the least weighty arguments are that, while on the one hand he earned the hatred of Sandwich and of Dashwood, on the other hand he earned the love of Charles Churchill. Churchill's name and fame have suffered of late years. Since Byron stood by the neglected grave and mused on him who blazed the comet of a season, the genius of Churchill has been more and more disregarded. But the Georgian epoch, so rich in its many and contrasting types of men of letters, produced few men more remarkable in themselves, if not in their works, than Charles Churchill. The cleric who first became famous for the most unclerical assaults upon the stage, the satirist who could be the most devoted friend, the seducer who could be so loyal to his victim, the spendthrift who could be generous, the cynic who could feel and obey the principles of the purest patriotism, was one of those strangely compounded natures in which each vice was, as it were, effaced or neutralized by some compensating virtue. It may be fairly urged that while Churchill's virtues were his own, his vices were in large part the fault of his unhappy destiny. The Westminster boy who learned Latin from Vincent Bourne, and who was a schoolfellow of Warren Hastings, of Cooper, and of Coleman, might possibly have made a good scholar, but was certainly not of the stuff of which good clergymen are made. An early marriage, an unhappy marriage contracted in the rules of the Fleet, had weighed down his life with encumbrances almost before he had begun to live. Compelled to support an unsuitable wife and an increasing family, Churchill followed his father's example and his father's injudicious counsel and took holy orders. Men took orders in those days with a light heart. It afforded the needy a livelihood, precarious indeed for the most part, but still preferable to famine. Men took orders with no thought of the sanctity of their calling, of the solemn service it exacted, or of its awful duties and its inexorable demands. They wished merely to keep famine from the door, to have food and fire and shelter, and they took orders as under other conditions they would have taken the king's shilling, with no more feeling of reverence for the black cassock than for the scarlet coat. Churchill was not the man to wear the clergyman's gown with dignity, or to find in the gravity of his office consolation for the penury that it entailed. The Establishment offered meagre advantages to an extravagant man with an extravagant wife. He drifted deeper and deeper into debt. He became as a wandering star, reserved for the blackness of bailiffs and the darkness of duns. But the rare quality he had in him of giving a true friendship to his friend won a like quality from other men. Dr. Lloyd, undermaster of his old school of Westminster, came to his aid, helped him in his need, and secured the patience of his creditors. He was no longer harassed, but he was still poor, and the spur of poverty drove him to tempt his fortune in letters. Like so many a literary adventurer of the 18th century, he saw in the writing of verse the sure way to success. Like so many a literary adventurer of the century, he carried his first efforts unsuccessfully from bookseller to bookseller. The impulses of his wit were satirical. He was not dismayed by failure. The stage had entertained him and irritated him, and he made the stage the subject of his first triumph. The Rosciad was in every sense a triumph. Its stings galled the vanity of the players to frenzy. At all times a susceptible brotherhood, their susceptibilities were sharply stirred by Churchill's corrosive lines and acidulated epigrams. Their indignation, finding vent in hot recrimination and virulent lampoon, only served to make the poem and its author better known to the public. Churchill replied to the worst of his assailants in the apology which rivaled the success of the Rosciad, and gained for the satirist the friendship of Garrick, who had affected to disdain the praises of the Rosciad, but who now recognized in time the power of the satirist and the value of his approval. Churchill himself was delighted with his good fortune. He was the talk of the town. He had plenty of money in his pocket. He was separated from his wife, freed from his uncongenial profession, and he could exchange the solemn black of the cleric for a blue coat with brass buttons and gold-laced hat. Lest the actors whom he had lashed should resort to violence for revenge, he carried with ostentation a sturdy cudgel. It was a formidable weapon in hands like Churchill's, and Churchill was not molested. For Churchill was a man of great physical strength. He tells the world in the portrait he painted of himself of the vastness of his bones, of the strength of his muscles, of his arms like two twin oaks, of his legs fashioned as if to bear the weight of the Mansion House, of his massive body surmounted by the massive face, broader than it was long. The ugly face was chiefly remarkable, according to the confession of its owner, for its expression of contentment, though the observant might discern sense lowering in the penthouse of his eye. Like most giants, he overtaxed his strength both mentally and physically. Whatever he did with all his mighty energy. He loved, hated, played, worked at white heat, as it were, and withered up his forces with the flame they fed. In nothing did his zeal consume itself more hotly than in his devotion to Wilkes. Churchill met Wilkes in 1762 and seems to have fallen instantly under the spell which Wilkes found so easy to exercise upon those who came into close contact with him. Undoubtedly Churchill's friendship was very valuable to Wilkes. If Churchill loved best to express his satire in verse, he could write strongly and fiercely in prose, and the North Briton owed to his pen some of its most brilliant and some of its bitterest pages. In the North Briton, Wilkes and Churchill laid about them lustily, striking at whatever heads they pleased, holding their hands for no fame, no dignity, no influence. It was wholly without fear and wholly without favor. If it assailed Bute again and again with an unflagging zeal, it was no less ready to challenge to an issue the greatest man who ever accepted a service from Bute, and to remind Dr. Johnson, who had received a pension from the King's favorite, of his own definition of a pension and of a pensioner. Before the fury and the popularity of the North Briton, both the auditor and the Briton had to strike their colors. The Auditor came to its inglorious end on February 8, 1763. The Briton died on the 12th of the same month, leaving the North Briton master of the field. Week after week the North Briton grew more severe in its strictures upon the government, strictures that scorned the veil of hint and innuendo that had hitherto prevailed in these pamphleteering wars. Even the Monitor had always alluded to the statesmen whom it assailed by initial letters. The North Briton called them by their names in all the plainness of full print, the name of the sovereign not being excepted from this courageous rule. But the fame of the North Briton only came to its full with the number 45. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 45. Number 45. When Bute disappeared from the public leadership of his party, Wilkes, from professedly patriotic motives, delayed the publication of the current number of the North Briton to see if the policy which Bute had inspired still guided the actions of the gentle shepherd, George Grenville. Wilkes wished to know if the influence of the Scottish minister was at an end, or if he still governed through those wretched tools who had supported the most odious of his measures, the ignominious peace and the wicked extension of the arbitrary mode of excise. He declared himself that if Bute only intended to retire into that situation which he held before he took the seals, a situation in which he dictated to every part of the King's administration, Wilkes was as ready to combat the new administration as he had been steady in his opposition to a single, insolent, incapable, despotic minister. Any hope that Wilkes may have entertained of a reformation of the ministry was dispelled by a talk which he had with Temple and Pitt at Temple's house, where Temple showed him an early copy of the King's speech. Wilkes, Pitt, and Temple were entirely in agreement as to the fatal defects of the speech, and Wilkes went promptly home and wrote the article which made the 45th number of the North Briton famous. In itself, the number 45 was no stronger in its utterances than many of the preceding numbers. If its tone be compared with the tone of journalistic criticism of ministers or their sovereign less than a generation later, it seems sober and even mild. Wilkes's article started with a citation from Cicero: "Genus orationis atrax, et vehemene qui apponitur genus illud alterum lenitatus et mansuetudinis." Then came Wilkes's comment on the speech. He was careful not to criticize directly the King. With a prudence that was perhaps more ironical than any direct stroke at the sovereign, he attacked the minister who misled and misrepresented the monarch. The King's speech has always been considered by the legislature and by the public at large as the speech of the minister. Starting with this understanding, Wilkes went on to stigmatize the address as the most abandoned instance of ministerial effrontery ever attempted to be imposed upon mankind. And he doubted whether the imposition is greater upon the sovereign or on the nation. Every friend of his country, the writer declared, must lament that a prince of so many great and amiable qualities, whom England truly reveres, can be brought to give the sanction of his sacred name to the most odious measures and to the most unjustifiable public declarations from a throne ever renowned for truth, honor, and unsullied virtue. The article was not intemperate, and it certainly was not unjust, but when it appeared the King was still new-flushed with his idea of his own personal authority in the State, and the slightest censure of his policy goaded him into a kind of frenzy. Had Wilkes endeavored with his own hand to kill the King in his palace at St. James's, he could hardly have made the monarch more furious. He had long hated, and his ministers had long dreaded, the outspoken journalist. King and ministers now felt that the time had arrived when they could strike, and strike effectively. The King commanded the law officers of the Crown to read the article and give their opinion upon it. The law officers did the work that they knew the King expected from them. They found that the paper was an infamous and seditious libel, tending to incite the people to insurrection. They declared that the offence was one punishable in due course of law as a misdemeanor. Upon this hint the ministers acted rapidly and rashly. A general warrant was issued for the apprehension of the authors, printers, and publishers of the North Briton. The printer and the publisher were arrested and brought before Lord Halifax and Lord Egremont, to whom they gave up the names of John Wilkes and Charles Churchill as the authors of the North Briton. The next step was to arrest Wilkes himself. The King's messengers came upon Wilkes in his house in Great George Street, Westminster. It is honorably characteristic of the man that in the moment of his own danger he felt more concern for the danger of another. While he was arguing with the officials that they had no power to arrest him, as he was a member of Parliament, and therefore privileged against arrest, Churchill came into the room on a visit to Wilkes. Churchill, Wilkes knew, was as certain to be arrested as he was. Churchill could plead no privilege. It was probable that the messengers were unfamiliar with Churchill's face. Wilkes, with happy good nature and happy audacity, immediately hailed Churchill as Mr. Thompson, clasped his hand, and inquired affectionately how Mrs. Thompson did, and if she was going to dine in the country. If Wilkes was clever in his suggestion, Churchill was no less clever in taking the hint. He thanked Wilkes, declared that Mrs. Thompson was at that moment waiting for him, and that he had merely called in to inquire about the health of Wilkes, saying which Churchill swiftly bowed himself out, hurried home, secured all his papers, and disappeared into the country. The King's messengers, who were promptly at his lodgings, were never able to discover his whereabouts. The flight to which Wilkes so ingeniously assisted him is not the brightest part of Churchill's career. He carried with him into his retreat a young girl, a Miss Carr, the daughter of a Westminster stone-cutter, whom the charms of Churchill's manners had induced to leave her father's house. He could not marry the girl, as he was married already, and to do him justice, he appears soon to have repented the wrong he had done her. But after an unsuccessful attempt on the girl's part to live again with her own people, she returned to her lover, and she lived with her lover to the end. Churchill seems to have been sincerely attached to her. If he had been a free man, if his life had not been blighted by his early unhappy marriage, their union might have been a very happy one. At his death he left annuities to both women, to the woman he had married and the woman he had loved, the wife's annuity being the larger of the two. While Churchill was making his way as quickly as possible out of a town that his services to his friend had rendered too hot to hold him, Wilkes was immediately hurried before Lord Halifax and Lord Egremont at Whitehall. He carried himself very composedly in the presence of his enemies. He persistently asserted his privilege as a member of Parliament against arrest. He refused to answer any questions or to acknowledge the authorship of No. 45 of the North Briton. He professed with equal enthusiasm his loyalty to the King and his loathing of the King's advisers, and he announced his intention of bringing the matter before Parliament the moment that the session began. Egremont and Halifax retaliated by sending Wilkes to the Tower and causing his house to be searched and all his papers to be seized. The high-handed folly of the King's friends had for their chief effect the conversion of men who had little sympathy for Wilkes into, if not his advocates, at least his allies, against the illegal methods which were employed to crush him. Wilkes, through his friends, immediately applied to the Court of Common Pleas for a writ of habeas corpus. This was at once obtained, and was served upon the messengers of the Secretary of State. But Wilkes was no longer in their custody, and Wilkes was detained in the Tower for a whole week, part of the time, as he declared, in solitary confinement, before he was brought into court. Judge Pratt immediately ordered his discharged on the ground of his claim to immunity from arrest as a member of Parliament, without prejudice to any later action against him. It was while Wilkes was before Pratt at Westminster that, if we may accept the authority of Churchill, one of Wilkes's keenest enemies seized an opportunity for a cruel revenge. Hogarth hated both Wilkes and Churchill. He had begun the quarrel by attacking the North Briton, and the Monitor, in his cartoon The Times, executed for the greater glorification of the painter's patron, Lord Bute. The North Briton replied to his attack with a vigor which infuriated Hogarth, who had his full share of the irritable vanity which the world always attributes to the artist. In Wilkes's difficulty Hogarth saw his opportunity. Lurking behind a screen in the Court of Common Pleas, the painter sought and found an opportunity for making a sketch of Wilkes. While Justice Pratt, with what Wilkes called the eloquence and courage of old Rome, was laying down the law upon the prisoner's plea preparatory to setting him at liberty, Hogarth's busy pencil was engaged upon the first sketch of that caricature which has helped to make Wilkes's features famous and infamous throughout the world. The print was promptly published at £1 and commanded an enormous sale. Nearly 4,000 copies, it is said, were sold within a few weeks. The envenomed skill of Hogarth has made the appearance of Wilkes almost as familiar to us as to the men of his own time. The sneering satyr face, the sinister squint, the thrust-out chin and protruding lower jaw belong to a face severely visited by nature, even when liberal allowance is made for the animosity that prompted the hand of the caricaturist. The caricature was a savage stroke. To Wilkes's friends it seemed to be a traitor's stroke. Wilkes appears to have taken it, as he took most things, with composure. I know, he wrote later, but one short apology to be made for the person of Mr. Wilkes. It is that he did not make himself, and that he never was solicitous about the case of his soul, as Shakespeare calls it, only so far as to keep it clean and in health. I never once heard that he hung over the glassy stream like another Narcissus, admiring the image in it, nor that he ever stole an amorous look at his counterfeit in a side mirror. His form, such as it is, ought to give him no pain while it is capable of giving so much pleasure to others. I believe he finds himself tolerably happy in the clay cottage to which he is tenant for life, because he has learned to keep it in pretty good order, while the share of health and animal spirits which Heaven has given him shall hold out. I can scarcely imagine he will be one moment peevish about the outside of so precarious, so temporary a habitation, or will ever be brought to own ingenium galbae male habitat, Monsieur est mal logé. Good-humored at the time, his good humor persevered, and in later life he was wont to say jestingly that he found he was growing more and more like his famous portrait every day. But if it was becoming of Wilkes to bear the attack in so serene and even so jocular a spirit, it was not unbecoming, as it was not ungenerous of his friends, to fail to imitate the coolness of their leader. It is not quite easy to understand why, in an age of caricature, an age when all men of any notoriety were caricatured, the friends of Wilkes were so sensitive to the satire of Hogarth. Public men and the friends of public men have grown less sensitive. However, Wilkes's friends were, and showed themselves to be, as angry as Wilkes was or showed himself to be indifferent, and the hottest and angriest of them all was Churchill. Churchill could retaliate, and Churchill did retaliate, with a ferocity that equalled and more than equalled Hogarth's. With a rage that was prompted by friendship, yet with a coolness that the importance of the cause he championed called for, Churchill aimed blow after blow upon the offending painter. The skill of a practised executioner directed every stroke to a fresh spot, and with every stroke brought blood. The satirist called upon Hogarth by his name to stand forth and to be tried in that great court where conscience must preside, bade him review his life from his earliest youth, and say if he could recall a single instance in which Thou with an equal eye didst genius view, and give to merit what was merit's due. Genius and merit are a sure offence, and thy soul sickens at the name of sense. The poet goes on to say that when Wilkes, our countryman, our common friend, arose, his king, his country to defend, malice had killed thee, tottering on life's utmost verge, had Wilkes and liberty escaped thy scourge. And then, in some 200 lines of strenuous rage, Churchill denounced Hogarth with a denunciation that was the more effective because it was accomplished by a frank and full recognition of Hogarth's great gifts and deserved title to fame. Hogarth retaliated by his famous caricature of Churchill as a canonical bear with a pot of porter in one paw and a huge cudgel in the other, the knots on the cudgel being numbered line number 1, line number 2, and so forth. Instantly the great caricaturist was attacked by others eager to strike at one who had struck so hard in his day. The hatred of Bute was extended to the painter, who condescended to accept Bute's patronage, and who labored to please his patron. Hogarth was derided as the beautifier, in mockery of his analysis of beauty. It would have been as lucky for Hogarth as it would have been lucky for Bute to let Wilkes alone. If Wilkes's release filled his supporters throughout the country with delight, it only spurred on his enemies to fresh attempts and fresh blunders. Had they left the matter where it stood, even though it stood at a defeat to them, they would have spared themselves much ignominy. But the fury of the King inspired a fiercer fury in the ministers and those who followed the ministers. Every weapon at their command was immediately levelled at Wilkes, even, it may not be unfairly asserted, the assassin's weapon. Wilkes carried himself gallantly, defiantly, even insolently. His attitude was not one to tempt angry opponents to forbearance. His letters from the Tower and after his release to Lord Halifax were couched in the most contemptuous language. He brought an action against Lord Halifax. He brought an action against Mr. Wood, the Under Secretary of State, and was awarded £1,000 damages. When Lord Egremont died, in the August of 1763, Wilkes declared that he had been gathered to the dull of ancient days. He republished the numbers of the North Briton in a single volume with notes, to prove that the King's speech could constitutionally be only regarded as the utterance of the King's ministers. There must have been a splendid stubbornness in the man which enabled him to face so daringly, so aggressively, the desperate odds against him. Every man who wished to curry favor with the King and the King's ministers was ready to strike his blow at Wilkes. There was not a bully among the hangers-on of the King and ministers who was not eager to cross swords with Wilkes or level pistol at him. Insult after insult, injury after injury, were offered to the obnoxious politician. The King dismissed him from the colonelcy of the Buckinghamshire militia. Lord Temple was the Lord Lieutenant of the county of Buckinghamshire, and as Lord Lieutenant it was his duty to convey to Wilkes the news of his disgrace. Never was such news so conveyed. Temple told Wilkes of his dismissal in a letter of warm enthusiasm, of warm personal praise. The King immediately retaliated by removing Temple from the Lord Lieutenancy and striking his name off the list of Privy Councillors. The enmity was not confined to the King and to the parasites who sought to please the King. Dr. Johnson declared that if he were the monarch he would have sent half a dozen footmen to duck Wilkes for daring to censure his royal master or his royal master's ministers. In the House of Commons the hostility was at its height. When Parliament met, Wilkes sought to call the attention of the House to his case, but was anticipated by Grenville, who read a royal message directed at Wilkes, the result of which was that the House voted that the number 45 of the North Briton was a seditious libel and ordered it to be burned by the common hangman. The basest part of the attack upon Wilkes was the use that his enemies made of his private papers, the way in which they associated his political conduct with an offence that was wholly unpolitical. It had amused Wilkes to set up a private printing press at his own house. At this press certain productions were printed which were no doubt indecent, which were no doubt blasphemous, but which were furthermore so foolish as to make both their indecency and their blasphemy of very little effect. One was the Essay on Woman, written as a parody of Pope's Essay on Man. The other was an imitation of the Veni Creator. Neither of these pieces of gross buffoonery bore any author's name. Very few copies of them had been printed, and these few solely for circulation among private friends with a taste for foul literature. No offence had been committed, no offence had been intended against public morality. It is certain, as far as any literary puzzle can be regarded as certain, that Wilkes's share in the dirty business was chiefly, if not entirely, limited to the printing of the pages. The Essay on Woman, as those who have had the misfortune to read it know, is a dreary writer's piece of schoolboy obscenity, if entirely disgusting, no less entirely dull. The text of the essay was composed in great part, if not altogether, by Potter, the unworthy son of the Archbishop of Canterbury, and worthy member of the Medmenham Brotherhood. When Wilkes's papers were seized, or by some other means the government got possession of the proof sheets of the Essay on Woman, they immediately resolved, in defiance of public decency, of political morality, to use it as a weapon against their enemy. It shows the shallowness of their pretense of justification that they put the weapon into the hands of the worst and basest of Wilkes's former friends and allies in profligacy, into the hands of Lord Sandwich. On the first night of the session Lord Sandwich rose in the House of Lords and proceeded to denounce Wilkes and the Essay on Woman with a vehemence of false austerity that impressed the Assembly and infinitely delighted Lord Le Despencer, who had been the common friend, the brother sinner of accuser and accused, and who now expressed much entertainment at hearing the devil preach. The spurious virtue of Sandwich was followed by the spurious indignation of Warburton. The Essay on Woman contained certain notes written in parody of Warburton's notes to the Essay on Man, just as the verses themselves were a parody on Pope's poem. Warburton chose to regard this as a broach of privilege, and he assailed Wilkes with even greater fury than Sandwich had done, winding up by apologizing to the devil for even comparing Wilkes to him. An admiring House immediately voted the poems obscene, libelous, and a breach of privilege. 2 days afterwards an address from the Lords called upon the King to prosecute Wilkes for blasphemy. Wilkes was unable to face this new attack. He had already fallen a victim to an attack of another and no less malignant nature. While the creatures of the Government in the Upper House were trying to destroy his character, one of their creatures in the Lower House was doing his best to take Wilkes's life. This was a man named Martin, who had been attacked in the North Briton some 8 months earlier. Martin seemed to have resolved upon revenge, and to have set about obtaining it, after the fashion not of the gentleman but of the bravo. Day by day, week by week, month by month, he practised himself in pistol shooting, until he considered that his skill was sufficient to enable him to take the dastard's hazard in a duel. He seized the opportunity of the debate on November 15th to describe the writer in the North Briton as a coward and a malignant scoundrel. When Wilkes on the following day avowed the authorship of the paper, Martin sent him a challenge. The challenge was in all respects a strange one. It was treacherous because it came at the heels of deliberate preparation. It was peremptory, for it called upon Wilkes to meet his enemy in Hyde Park within an hour. It contravened the laws of the duello, because Martin, who was the challenger, himself insisted on the use of weapons with which he had made himself so murderously skilful. Wilkes accepted the duel with characteristic courage, with characteristic rashness. He met Martin in Hyde Park, and the amateur bravo shot Wilkes through the body. It is a further characteristic of the many elements of good that went to Wilkes' strange composition that as he lay on the grass bleeding fast, and apparently mortally wounded, his first care was not for himself and his hurt, but for the safety of his adversary, of an adversary who deserved chivalrous treatment as little as if he had taken Wilkes unaware and shot him in the back. While Wilkes was lying on what threatened to be his deathbed, the feeling on both sides only increased in intensity. The Ministry were indifferent to the helplessness of their enemy. Wilkes was expelled from the House of Commons. He was expelled from the militia. The common hangman was ordered publicly to burn the North Briton, but the hangman was not suffered to obey the order. An angry mob set upon him and upon the sheriffs who were assisting at the ceremony, rescued the North Briton from its prosecutors, and in rude retaliation burned instead the joint emblems of the popular disdain, a boot and a petticoat. The people's blood was up. The symptoms were significant enough for any save such a king and such ministers to understand. While the Ministry, with the refinement of cruelty, were sending daily the king's surgeons to watch Wilkes's health and proclaim the moment when he might again be attacked, the Corporation of Dublin was setting an example that was soon followed by the Corporation of London and by other corporations in presenting him with the freedom of its city. While Wilkes was slowly journeying toward Paris, where his daughter was, and passing, as he wrote, the most unhappy days he had known, an angry mob gibbeted the effigy of Bute at one of the gates of Exeter and kept the image swinging there in derision for a fortnight in defiance of the authorities. While Wilkes was languishing in foreign exile to save his liberty and his very life from the malignity of his enemies, his portrait, painted by Reynolds, was placed in the Guildhall, with an inscription in honor of the jealous assertor of English liberty by law. Wilkes was well advised in keeping out of England. He had done his part. The decisions of Pratt in the Court of Common Pleas, the decisions in the Guildhall, had conferred a permanent benefit upon the English citizen. But Wilkes was not bound to put himself into the power of his enemies in order to establish the authorship of the Essay on Woman. His enemies took as much advantage as they could of his absence. He was found guilty by the Court of King's Bench of having reprinted the number 45 and of having written the Essay on Woman. As he did not appear to receive his sentence, he was promptly outlawed for contumacy. Thus a Ministry, wise in their own conceit, believed that they had got rid of Wilkes for good and all. They did not note, or if they noted did not heed, that the favorite sign of alehouses throughout the country was the head of Wilkes. They were indifferent to the fact that Wilkes had come to be regarded in all directions as the champion of popular liberty. All they knew, all that they cared to know, was that Wilkes was in exile and was like enough to die in exile. Even the success of the Beggar's Opera taught them nothing, and yet the success of the Beggar's Opera was a significant lesson. The Beggar's Opera was revived at Covent Garden while the excitement about Wilkes was at its height, and its audiences were as ready to read in political allusions between the lines as they had been at the time of its first production. The line, "That Jemmy Twitcher should peach on me, I own rather surprises me," was converted at once into an innuendo at the expense of Lord Sandwich, to which the name Jemmy Twitcher was immediately applied by the public at large, almost to the disuse, so Horace Walpole tells us, of his own title. But the Ministry had so far triumphed that for 4 years Wilkes remained away from England, drifting from one foreign capital to another, making friends and winning admirers everywhere, and employing his enforced leisure in attempting great feats of literary enterprise. A scheme for a constitutional history of England was succeeded by a no less difficult and, it proved, no less impracticable scheme. During Wilkes's exile he lost the most famous of his enemies and the most famous of his friends. On October 26th, Hogarth died. It was commonly said and generally credited that he died of a broken heart in consequence of the furious attacks which had followed upon his unhappy quarrel with Wilkes. It was a pity that the closing hours of Hogarth's life should have been occupied with so petty and so regrettable a squabble. Hogarth was entirely in the wrong. Hogarth began the quarrel, and if Hogarth was eager to give hard knocks, he should have been ready to take hard knocks in return. but the world at large may well be glad that Hogarth did lurk in the court of Justice Pratt and did make his memorable sketch of Wilkes. The sketch serves to show us, if not what Wilkes actually was, at least what Wilkes seemed to be to a great many of his countrymen. The caricaturist is a priceless commentator. If Hogarth indeed indirectly shortened his life by his portrait of Wilkes, he gave, as if by transfusion of blood, an increased and abiding vitality to certain of the most interesting pages of history. Within a few days of Hogarth, Churchill died. His devotion to Wilkes prompted him to join him in his continental banishment. He got as far as Boulogne, where Wilkes met him, and at Boulogne he died of a fever, after formally naming Wilkes as his literary executor. Wilkes, who was always prompted by generous impulses, immediately resolved that he would edit a collected edition of Churchill's works, and for a time he buried himself in seclusion in Naples with the firm intention of carrying out this purpose. But the task was too great, both for the man and for the conditions under which he was compelled to work. In the first place, annotations of such poems as Churchill's required constant reference to and minute acquaintance with home affairs, such as it was well nigh impossible for an exile to command. In the second place, it was not an easy task for a man, even with a very high opinion of himself, to play the part of editor and annotator of poems a great part of which had him for hero. In a very short time the work was abandoned, and Wilkes emerged from his literary retreat. Wilkes had been very bitterly, and, as it would appear, very unjustly upbraided for his seeming neglect of his dead friend's wishes, of his dead defender's fame. In spite of those whose zeal for the memory of Churchill drives them into antagonism with the memory of Wilkes, it may be believed that the task was not one for which Wilkes could with the greatest ease have procured all the necessary materials, and to which he was called not by the sacred duties of friendship only, but by the plainest considerations of even the commonest gratitude. Even if Wilkes had been, which Wilkes was not, the kind of man to make a good editor, a good annotator, the difficulties that lay in the way of the execution of his task were too many. The fact that the poems were so largely about himself gave a sufficient, if not an almost imperative reason why he should leave the task alone. But in any case he must have felt conscious of what events proved, that there was other work for him to do in the world than the editing of other men's satires. Not indeed that the genius of Churchill needed any tribute that Wilkes or anyone else could bestow. His monument is in his own verses, in the story of his life, if indeed the lines from the Candidate which are inscribed on Churchill's tombstone tell the truth, if indeed his life was to the last enjoyed. Part of that enjoyment may well have come from the certainty that the revolutions of time would never quite efface his name or obscure his memory. The immortality of the satirist must almost inevitably be an immortality rather historical than artistic. It is rather what he says than how he says it which is accounted unto him for good. As there are passages of great poetic beauty in the satires of Juvenal, so there are passages of poetic beauty in the satires of Churchill. But they are both remembered, the great Roman and the great Englishman, less for what beauty their work permitted than for the themes on which they exercised their wit. The study of Churchill is as essential to a knowledge of the 18th century in London as the study of Juvenal is essential to a knowledge of the Rome of his time. That fame Churchill had secured for himself. To that fame nothing that Wilkes or anyone else might do could add. End of Section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 46. The American Colonies, Part 1. Wilkes in exile had ceased to exist in the minds of the King's Ministry. In Naples or in Paris he was as little to be feared as Churchill in his grave. An insolent subject had presumed directly to attack the King's advisers and indirectly the King himself, and the insolent subject was a fugitive, a broken, powerless man. The young King might well be pleased with the success of his policy. In pursuance of that policy he had reduced the great fabric of the Whig party to a ruin, and had driven the factious demagogue who opposed him into an ignominious obscurity. To a temper flushed by two such triumphs, opposition of any kind was well nigh welcome for the pleasure of crushing it, and was never less likely to be encountered in a spirit of conciliation. Yet the King was destined in the very glow of his success to find himself face to face with an opposition which he was not able to crush, and on which any attempt at conciliation was but so much waste of time. The King's new and formidable opponent was his own chief minister. When Bute, perhaps in fear of his life, perhaps in despair at his unpopularity, resigned the office he filled so ill, he hoped to find in his successor Grenville a supple and responsive creature through whom Bute would still be as powerful as before. Bute had to taste a bitter disappointment. Grenville's gloomy spirit and narrow mind unfitted him indeed for the office he was called upon to hold, but they afforded him a stubbornness which declined to recognize either the authority of the favorite or the authority of the favorite's master. By the time that Grenville had been 2 years in office the King hated him as bitterly as he had ever hated Pitt. If Bute was impotently furious to find himself discarded and despised by his intended tool, the King was still more exasperated to find that the King's servant proposed to be the King's master. Grenville was a good lawyer and a good man of business, but he was extremely dull and extremely tactless, and he was at as much pains to offend the King as if he intended offence. He was overbearing in manner to a monarch who was himself overbearing. He badgered him with long rambling discourses upon his royal duty. He deliberately wounded him in his two warmest affections, his love for his mother and his regard for Bute. Grenville was right enough in his objection to the undue influence of Bute, but his animadversions came with a bad grace from the man who was to do as much harm to England as Bute had ever done. As Grenville had triumphed over Bute and driven him into the background, so he wished to triumph over the Princess Dowager and deprive her of power. In 1765 the King fell ill for the first time of that malady from which he was to suffer so often and so heavily. As soon as he was restored to health, he proposed the introduction of a Regency Bill to settle satisfactorily the difficulties that might very well arise if the heir to the throne were to succeed before the age of 18. Grenville acted in the matter of the Regency Bill as if the dearest wish of his heart were to flout the King's wishes and to wound his feelings. The King wished, lest he should again be stricken with illness while the heir apparent was still an infant, to be given the right to name a regent by will. Grenville and Grenville's colleagues, who were now as jealous of the authority of Bute as any subscriber to the North Briton, saw or professed to see in the King's proposal an insidious scheme for placing little less than royal power within the reach of the favorite. They made it impossible for the King to name Bute by limiting his choice to the members of the royal family. But they went further than this in affronting the King. They limited his choice of a regent to members of the royal family, but they also limited the number of members of the royal family from whom he might make his choice. They insisted that the name of the King's mother, of the Princess Dowager, should not be included in the bill. It is difficult to understand how the King could ever have been induced to consent to this peculiarly galling insult. It seems that Grenville assured him on entirely false premises that if her name were mentioned in the bill the House of Commons would be certain to strike it out. preferring the private to the public affront, George surrendered to his minister, only to find that his minister was flagrantly misinformed. The friends of the Princess in the House of Commons moved that her name should be written into the bill, and they carried their point in Grenville's teeth. Grenville had played the tyrant, and George had accepted the humiliation for nothing. George tried at once to overthrow Grenville. In those days a king who disliked a minister had a very simple and easy way of showing and of gratifying his dislike. He could dismiss his minister without ceremony and without question. Nowadays a minister depends for his power and tenure of office upon the majority in the House of Commons, and a sovereign would not think of dismissing a minister or of doing anything else than accepting formally the decision of the House of Commons. But when George III was king, the only check upon the royal power of dismissing a minister lay in the possible difficulty of finding another to take his place. This was the check George now met. He wanted with all his heart to dismiss Grenville. He turned to Cumberland of Culloden and implored him to bring back Pitt and enable him to get rid of Grenville. Cumberland tried, and Cumberland failed. Pitt was in one of those paroxysms of illness which seemed to have completely overmastered him. He was almost entirely under the influence of Temple. Temple's detestation of Bute reconciled him to Grenville's policy when he found that Grenville seemed to share that detestation. Temple persuaded Pitt to refuse. Cumberland came back to the king to tell him of his failure. There was nothing to be done. Grenville had to be kept on. If the enforced association did not make the sovereign and his minister better friends, if both smarted under a sense of humiliation and defeat, it is scarcely surprising that the stubbornness of both was intensified in cases where their stubbornness was pitted not against each other but against a common obstacle. Such a case was then in existence. 3,000 miles away, the wealth and power of England was represented by a number of settlements occupying a comparatively narrow strip of territory on the Atlantic seaboard of the North American continent. The American colonies were the proudest possessions of the British Empire. Through generation after generation for more than 2 centuries, English daring and English courage had built up those colonies, reclaiming them from the wilderness and the swamp, wresting them from wild man and wild beast, fighting for them with European power after European power. They were a source of wealth, a source of honor, and a source of strength to England. They were cheaply bought with the brave lives that had been given for them. It is hard to realize that any sovereign, that any statesman could fail to see how precious a possession they were, or how unwise any course of action must be which would tend in any way to lessen their affection or to alienate their support. Yet such a sovereign was upon the throne, and such a minister was by his side. Mr. Willett, Sr., in Barnaby Rudge, explains to his friends that his absent son Joe is away in the Salwanners in America, where the war is. Mr. Willett's knowledge and appreciation of the American colonies represents pretty well, for profundity and accuracy, the knowledge and appreciation of the majority of the English people in the times contemporary with, and indeed long subsequent to, the quarrels between the old country and the new. To the bulk of the British people, America was a vague and shadowy region, a sort of no man's land, peopled for the most part by black men and red men, and dimly associated with sugar planting and the tobacco trade. Its distance alone made it seem sufficiently unreal to those whose way of life was not drawn by business or by politics into association with its inhabitants. The voyage to America was a grimly serious adventure, calling for fortitude and triple brass. The man was indeed lucky who could make the passage from shore to shore in 6 weeks of stormy sea, and the journey generally took a much longer time and under the same conditions of discomfort and danger that attended on the voyage of the Mayflower. The vast majority of Englishmen concerned themselves as little with America as they concerned themselves with Hindostan. Both were British possessions and as such important, but both were too far away to assume any very substantial reality in the consciousness of the bulk of the English people. Of the minority who did possess anything that can be called knowledge of the American colonies, the majority imbibed its information from official sources, from the reports of governors of provinces and official servants of the Crown. These reports were for the most part as reliable for a basis on which to build an intelligent appreciation as the legends of the Algonquins or the myths of the Six Nations. If the English knowledge of the American colonies had been a little more precise, it would have run to this effect. The colonies of the New England region were mainly peopled by a hardy, industrious, sober, frugal race, still strongly puritanical in profession and in practice, and knowing but little of the extremes of fortune. Neither great poverty nor great wealth was common among those sturdy farmers who tended their own farms, tilled their own land, lived upon their own produce, and depended for their clothing and for most of the necessities of life upon the work of their own hands. A slender population was scattered far asunder in lonely townships and straggling villages of wooden houses, built for the most part in the formidable fashion imposed upon men who might at any time have to resist the attacks of Indians. Inside these villages the rough, rude justice of the Puritan days still persisted. The stocks and the pillory and the stool of repentance were things of the present. A shrewish housewife might still be made to stand at her cottage door with the iron gag of the scold fastened upon her shameful face. A careless Sabbatarian might still find himself exposed to the scorn of a congregation with the words "a wanton gospeller" placarded upon his ignominious breast. Inside these wooden houses a rude simplicity and a rough plenty prevailed. The labor was hard. Simple fare and stern labor between them reared a stalwart, God-fearing race. Its positive pleasures were few and primitive. Husking bees, quiltings, a rare dance, filled up the measure of its diversions. But the summer smiled upon those steadfast, earnest, rigorous citizens, and in the wild and bitter winters each household would gather about the cheerful fire in the great chimney, which in some of those cottages formed the major part of the building, and find content and peace in quiet talk and in tales of the past, of the French and Indian wars, and of their ancestors long ago in old England. Those same great fires that were the joy of winter were also one of its troubles. Once lit, with all the difficulty attendant upon flint and steel and burnt rag, they had to be kept alight from morning till night and from night till morning. If a fire went out, it was a woeful business to start it again with the reluctant tinder box. There was indeed another way, an easier way of going round to a neighbor and borrowing a shovelful of hot embers wherewith to kindle the blackened hearth. But in villages built for the most part of wood, this might well be regarded as a dangerous process. So the law did regard it, and to start a fire in this lazy, lounging fashion was penalized as severely as any breach of the Sabbath or of public decorum, and these were sternly punished. Drunkenness was grimly frowned down. Only decent, God-fearing men were allowed to keep taverns, and the names of persons who had earned the reputation of intemperance were posted up in those taverns as a warning to the host that he should sell such men no liquor. In Connecticut, tobacco was forbidden to anyone under 20 years of age, unless on the express order of a physician. Those who were over 20 were only allowed to smoke once a day, and then not within 10 miles of any dwelling. In spite of their democratic simplicity, even the New England colonists had their distinctions of rank as clearly marked as among the people of Old England. The gentry dressed in one fashion, the working classes dressed in another. The family rank of students determined their places in the lists of Harvard College and Yale College. In Boston, the chief New England town, life was naturally more elaborate and more luxurious than in the country places. Ladies wore fine clothes and sought to be modish in the London manner. Gentlemen made a brave show in gaily colored silks and rich laces, gold-headed canes, and costly snuff-boxes. Even in Boston, however, life was simpler, quieter, and sweeter than it was across the Atlantic. There was Puritanism in its atmosphere, Puritanism and the serenity of learning, of scholarship, of study. There was much more wealth in the province of New York. There was much more display in the southern colonies. New York was as famous for its Dutch cleanliness and its Dutch comfort as for its Dutch windmills that twirled their sails against the sky in all directions. There was store of plate and fine linen in New York cupboards. There were good things to eat and drink in New York households. Down south the gentlefolk lived as gentlefolk lived in England, with perhaps a more lavish ostentation, a more liberal hospitality. They loved horses and dogs, horse racing and fox hunting, dancing, music, high living, all things that added to the enjoyment of life. Their servants were their own black slaves. The great city of the South was Charleston, the third of the colonial cities. The fourth and last was Philadelphia, the fair green country town of Penn's love, the last in our order, but the first in size and splendor, with its flagged sidewalks that had made it famous throughout the American continent, as if it had been one of the seven wonders of the world, with its stately houses of brick and stone, its avenues of trees, its fruitful orchards and sweet-smelling gardens. The people of Philadelphia had every right to be proud of their city. Communication was not easy between one colony and another, between one town and another, but neither was it easy in England. For the most part the conditions of life were much the same on one side of the Atlantic as on the other. The whole population, white and black, freeman and slave, was about 2,000,000 souls. They were well-to-do, peaceable, hard-working. Those who had to work, good fighters. Those who had to fight, all very willing to be loyal, and all very well worth keeping loyal. It was worth their sovereign's while, it was worth the while of his ministers, to know something about these colonists and to try and understand natures that were not at all difficult to understand. Had they been treated as the Englishmen they were, all would have been well. But the king who gloried in the name of Britain did not extend its significance far enough. It is not easy to understand the temper which animated all the king's actions toward the American colonies. They were regarded, and with justice, as one of the greatest glories of the English crown. They were no less a source of wealth than of pride to the English people. Yet the English prince persisted in pursuing toward them a policy which can only be most mildly characterized as a policy of exasperation. When George was still both a young man and a young king, the relations between the mother country and her children across the Atlantic were, if not wholly harmonious, at least in such a condition as to render harmony not merely possible but probable. The result of a long and wearing war had been to relieve the colonists directly from one and indirectly from another of their two greatest perils. By the terms on which peace was made, the power of France was broken on the North American continent. The French troops had been withdrawn across the seas. The lilies of France floated over no more important possessions in the New World than a few insignificant fishing stations near Newfoundland. A dangerous and dreaded enemy to colonial life and liberty could no longer menace or alarm. As a consequence of the withdrawal of the French troops, the last united attack of the red men against the white was made and failed. The famous conspiracy of Pontiac was the desperate attempt of the Indian allies of France to annihilate the colonists by a concerted attack of a vast union of tribes. The conspiracy failed after a bloody war that lasted for nearly 2 years. Pontiac, the Indian chief who had helped to destroy Braddock, and who had dreamed that all the English might as easily be destroyed was defeated and killed, his league was dissipated, and the power of the red men as a united force broken for good. Under such conditions of immunity from long-standing and pressing perils, due in the main to the triumph of British arms, the colonists might very well have been expected to regard with especial favor their association with England. If there had been differences between the two countries for long enough, no moment could have been apter for the adoption of a policy calculated to lessen and ultimately to abolish those differences than the moment when the weary and wearing 7 Years' War came to its close. A far-seeing monarch, advised and encouraged by far-seeing statesmen, might have soldered close the seeming impossibilities and made them kiss. Had the throne even been filled by a sovereign slightly less stubborn, had the throne been surrounded by servants slightly less bigoted, the arrogant patronage of the one part and the aggressive protestation of the other part might have been judiciously softened into a relationship wisely paternal and loyally filial. The advantage of an enduring union between the mother country and her colonies was obvious to any reasonable observer. A common blood, a common tongue, a common pride of race, and common interests should have kept them together. But the relations were not amicable. The colonies were peopled by men who were proud indeed of being Englishmen, but by reason of that very pride were jealous of any domination even at the hands of Englishmen. The mother country, on the other hand, regarded the colonies won with English hands and watered with English blood as being no less portion and parcel of English soil because 3,000 miles of stormy ocean lay between the port upon the Severn and the port upon the Charles River. She came to regard as mere ingratitude those assertions of independence which most characteristically prove the colonies to be worthy of it and of her. The theory of the absolute dominion of England over the American colonies might have died a natural death. A harmonious settlement of grievances and adjustment of powers might have knitted the two peoples together in an enduring league if it had not been for George the Third. The mind of George the Third was saturated with a belief in his personal importance. The heart of George the Third was exalted by the determination to play a dominating part in the country of his birth and the history of his reign. The hostility to the exercise of home authority latent in the colonies irritated the King like a personal affront. To resist or to resent the authority of the government of England was to resist and to resent the authority of the sovereign, who was determined that he would be, to all intents and purposes, the government of England. If the relationship between England and America had been far happier than George found it at the time of his accession, it probably would not have long preserved a wholesome tenor. But the relationship was by no means happy. The colonial assemblies were for the most part at loggerheads with the colonial governors. These governors, little viceroys with petty courts, extremely proud of their power and self-conscious in their authority, generally detested the popular assemblies upon whom they were obliged to depend for the payment of their salaries. Their dislike found secret expression in the letters which it was the duty and the pleasure of the colonial governors to address to the home government. The system of colonial administration in England was as simple as it was unsatisfactory. At its head was a standing committee of the Privy Council, which had been established in 1675. This committee was known at length as the Lords of the Committee of Trade and Plantations, and in brief, more generally, as the Lords of Trade. It was the duty of the colonial governors to make lengthy reports to the Lords of Trade on the commercial and other conditions of their governorships. It was too often their pleasure to supplement these state papers with lengthy and embittered private letters addressed to the same body, making the very most and worst of the difficulties that they had to deal with in their work. The colonies, as represented in these semi-official communications, were turbulent, contumacious, discontented, disrespectful to viceregal dignity, rebellious against the authority of Great Britain. These communications informed the minds of the Lords of Trade, who in their turn influenced those who were responsible for the conduct of the King's government. Thus a vicious system, acting in a vicious cycle, kept alive an irritation and fostered a friction that only increased with the increasing years. It had always been the worst feature of England's colonial policy that she was ever ready to accept with too little question the animadversions of the governors upon the governed. The Lords of Trade accepted the communications of the colonial governors as gospel truth, and as gospel truth it was taken in its turn by the ministers to whom it was transmitted and by the monarch to whom they carried it. The general public were as ignorant of and as indifferent to the American colonies as if they were situated in the mountains of the moon. The major part of the small minority that really did seek or desire information about America gained it from the same poisonous sources that inspired the government, and based their theories of colonial reform upon the peevish epistles, often mendacious and always one-sided, which fed the intelligences of the Lords of Trade. The few who were really well informed, who had something like as accurate an appreciation of the colony of Massachusetts as they had of the county of Middlesex, were powerless to counteract the general ignorance and the more particular misconception. It was the cherished dream of authority in England to bring the colonies into one common rule under one head in such a way as to strengthen their military force while it lessened their legislative independence. It now seemed as if, with the right king and the right ministry, this dream might become a reality. In George III and in George Grenville, prerogative seemed to have found the needed instruments to subjugate the American colonies. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 46. The American Colonies, Part 2. Many of the grievances of the colonies were grave enough. If some of the injuries that England inflicted upon her great dependency seem petty in the enumeration, a number of small causes of irritation are no less dangerous to peace between nations than some great injustice. But lest the small stings should not be enough, the government was resolved that the great injustice should not be wanting. The colonists resented the intermittent tyranny and the persistent truculence of the most part of the royal governors. The colonists resented the enforced transportation of criminals. The colonists resented the action of Great Britain in annulling the colonial laws made to keep out slaves. It is melancholy to reflect that the curse of slavery, for which Englishmen of later days often so bitterly and so rightly reproached America, was unhappily enforced upon a country struggling to be rid of it by Englishmen who called themselves English statesmen. The colonists resented the astonishing restrictions which it pleased the mother country to place, in what she believed to be her own interest, upon colonial trade. These laws commanded that all trade between the colonies should be carried on in ships built in England or the colonies. This barred out all foreigners, especially the Dutch, then the chief carriers for Europe. They compelled the American farmer to send his products across the ocean to England. They forbade the exportation of sugar, tobacco, cotton, wool, indigo, ginger, dyeing woods to any part of the world except to England or some English colony. They only allowed exportation of fish, fur, oil, ashes, and lumber in ships built in England or the colonies. They forced the colonists to buy all their European goods in England and bring them over to America in English vessels. They prohibited the colonial manufacture of any article that could be manufactured in England. They harassed and minimized the trade between one colony and another. No province was permitted to send woolen goods, hats, or ironware to another province. Some of the regulations read more like the rules of some Turkish pashalik than the laws framed by one set of Englishmen for another set of Englishmen. In the Maine woods, for instance, no tree that had a diameter greater than 2 feet at a foot above the ground could be cut down except to make a mast for some ship of the Royal Navy. Bad and bitter as these laws were in theory, they did not for long enough prove to be so bad in practice, for the simple reason that they were very easy to evade and not very easy to enforce. The colonists met what many of them regarded as an elaborate system for the restriction of colonial trade by a no less elaborate system of smuggling. Smuggling was easy because of the long extent of the seacoast. Smuggling was lucrative, as few considered it an offense to evade laws that were generally resented as unfair. When the Sugar Act of 1733 prohibited the importation of sugar and molasses from the French West Indies, except on payment of a prohibitory duty, the New England colonists, who did a thriving trade in the offspring of the union of sugar and molasses, rum, found themselves faced by a serious problem. Should they accept the act and its consequential ruin of their trade, or ignore it and by resorting to smuggling prosper as before? Without hesitation they decided that their rights as Englishmen were assailed by the obnoxious imposition, and they turned to smuggling with the light heart that is conscious of a heavy purse. The contraband trade was brisk, the contrabandists cheerful, and so long as England made no serious attempt to put into operation laws that the genial and businesslike smugglers of the Atlantic seacoast regarded as preposterous, nobody complained, and international relations were cordial. But the situation was not seen with so bright an eye by the British merchant. He witnessed with indignation the failure of the attempt to monopolize the commerce of the colonies to his own advantage, and he clamored for the restoration of his fat monopoly. His clamor was unheeded while the Great War was running its course, but with the end of the war and the new conditions consequent upon the advent of a new king with a brand new theory of kingship and prerogative, the situation began to change. The colonial policy of George Grenville's administration might be conveniently considered under 3 heads. The ministry was resolved in the first place to enforce acts of trade which smuggling had long rendered meaningless in the American colonies. The ministry was resolved in the second place to establish a permanent garrison of some 10,000 men in America. The ministry was resolved in the third place to make the colonists pay 1/3 of the cost of keeping up this garrison by a direct taxation. It was easy enough for Grenville to formulate the 3 ministerial purposes, but it was not very easy to give them any effect. The colonists resented and the colonists resisted all 3 proposals. If they were technically wrong in their resentment at the enforcement of the acts of trade, they were reasonable in their reluctance to accept the proposed garrison, and they were justified by every law of liberty and of patriotism in resisting with all the strength of their command the proposed scheme of taxation. The English government began its task by a rigorous attempt to enforce the acts of trade. Grenville had made up his narrow mind that the colonists should be compelled to adhere to the conditions which obliged them to trade with England only for England's principal manufactures. There should be no more smuggling from Spanish America, no more smuggling from the West Indies. To enforce this determination, which deprived the colonists at a blow of the most profitable part of their trade, the government employed certain general search warrants, which, if strictly legal in the letter, were conceived in a spirit highly calculated to goad a proud people into illegal defiance. They goaded one proud man into active protest. A distinguished servant of the government, James Otis, the King's advocate, resigned his office in order that he might be at liberty to denounce the writs of assistance. Otis may have been technically wrong in resisting the writs of assistance, but it can scarcely be questioned that as a philosophic politician who was devoted to the interests of his countrymen, he was ethically in the right. Otis was 36 years old. He was known to his compatriots as a graduate of Harvard, an able lawyer, a zealous student of classical literature, and an author of repute on Latin prosody. The issue of the writs of assistance converted the respected and respectable public servant into a conspicuous statesman, as hotly applauded by the one side as he was execrated by the other. A single speech lifted him from an esteemed obscurity to a leading place among the champions of colonial rights against the imperial aggressions. The assemblage which Otis addressed, which Otis dominated, was forever memorable in the history of America. Otis was a flame of fire. The words are the words of one who was a young man when Otis spoke, who listened and took notes as the words fell from Otis's lips. With a promptitude of classical allusions, a depth of research, a rapid summary of historical events and dates, a profusion of legal authorities, a prophetic glance of his eyes into futurity, and a rapid torrent of tempestuous eloquence, he hurried away all before him. Then and there was the first scene of the first act of opposition to the arbitrary claims of Great Britain. Then and there the child independence was born. Every man of an immense crowded audience appeared to me to go away as I did, ready to take up arms against writs of assistance. The youth who took notes of the words of Otis, and who was inspired by them with the desire to rise and mutiny, was destined to play even a greater part in the history of his country. If Otis was one of the first to assert actively by deed as well as by word the determination of the colonies to oppose and, if needs were, to defy the domination of England, John Adams was the first to applaud his action and to appreciate its importance. In 1763 John Adams was no more than a promising young lawyer who had struggled from poverty and hardship to regard and authority, and who had wrested from iron fortune a great deal of learning, if very little of worldly wealth. Short of stature, sanguine of temperament, the ruddy, stubborn, passionate small man had fought his way step by step from the most modest, if not the most humble beginnings, as zealously as if he had known of the fame that was yet to be his and the honor that he was to give to his name and hand down to a long line of honorable descendants. If the ministers who weakly encouraged or meanly obeyed King George in his frenzy against America could have understood even dimly the temper of a race that was rich in sons of whom John Adams was but one, and not the most illustrious even to them, there must have come dimly some consciousness of the forces they had to encounter and the peril of their policy. But the ministry knew nothing of Adams, and knew only of Otis as a mutinous and meddlesome official. Otis and his protests signified nothing to them, and they would have smiled to learn that young Mr. Adams, the lawyer, believed that American independence was born when Mr. Otis's oration against writs of assistance breathed into the colonies the breath of life that was to make them a nation. If Otis voiced and Adams echoed the feelings of the colonists against writs of assistance and the enforcement of the Acts of Trade, they might no less eloquently have interpreted the general irritation at the proposed establishment of a permanent garrison on the continent. The colonists saw no need of such a garrison so late in the day. When the Frenchman held the field, when the red man was on the warpath, then indeed the presence of more British troops might have become welcome. But the flag of France no longer floated over strong places, no longer fluttered at the head of invasion. The strength of the savage was crippled, if not crushed. The colonists had nothing to fear from the one and little to fear from the other foe. They thought that they had much to fear from the presence of a British garrison of 10,000 men. This British garrison might on occasion be used, not in defence of their liberties, but in diminution of their liberties. The irritation against the proposed garrison might have smouldered out if it had not been fanned into leaping flame by the means proposed for the maintenance of the garrison. Grenville proposed to raise 1/3 of the cost of support from the colonies by taxation. No proposal could have been better calculated to goad every colony and every colonist into resistance, and to fuse the scattered elements of resistance into a solid whole. More than 2 generations earlier, both Massachusetts and New York had formally denied the right of the home government to levy any tax upon the American colonies. The colonies were not represented at Westminster, and could not, under the conditions, be represented at Westminster. The theory that there should be no taxation without representation was as dear to the American for America as it was dear to the Englishman for England. Successive English governments, forced in times of financial pressure wistfully to eye American prosperity, had dreamed, and only dreamed, of raising money by taxing the well-to-do colonies. It was reserved to the government headed by Grenville in its madness to attempt to make the dream a reality. It is true that even Grenville did not propose, did not venture to suggest, that the American colonies should be taxed for the direct benefit of the English government. He brought forward his scheme of taxation as a benefit to America, as a contribution to the expense of keeping up a garrison that was only established in the interests of America and for America's welfare. In this spirit of benevolence, and with apparent confidence of success, Grenville brought forward his famous Stamp Act. There were statesmen in England who saw with scarcely less indignation than the Americans themselves, and with even more dismay, the unfolding of the colonial policy of the government. These protested against the intolerable weight of the duties imposed, and arraigned the folly which, by compelling these duties to be paid in specie, drained away the little ready money remaining in the colonies, as though the best way to cure an emaciated body whose juices happened to be tainted was to leave in it no juices at all. They assailed the injustice that refused to recognize as legal tender any paper bills of credit issued by the colonies. Politicians, guided by the intelligence and the inspiration of Burke, applauded the Americans for their firmness in resolving to subsist to the utmost of their power upon their own productions and manufactures. They urged that it could not be expected that the colonists, merely out of a compliment to the mother country, should submit to perish for thirst with water in their own wells. And these clear-sighted politicians saw clearly enough that such blows as the government were aiming at America must in the end recoil upon Great Britain herself. They appreciated the injury that must be done to British commerce by even a temporary interruption of the intercourse between the two countries. But bad as the restrictive measures were in their immediate as well as their ultimate consequences, worse remained behind. The proposed Stamp Act scarcely shocked Otis or Adams more directly and cruelly than it shocked the soundest and sanest thinkers on the other side of the Atlantic. Words which certainly expressed the thoughts of Burke declared that the approval, even with opposition, given to such a measure as the Stamp Act, the bare proposal of which had given so much offence, argued such a want of reflection as could scarcely be paralleled in the public councils of any country. The King's speech at the opening of Parliament on January 10, 1765, gave unmistakable evidence of the temper of the monarch and of the Ministry. It formally expressed its reliance on the wisdom and firmness of Parliament in promoting the proper respect and obedience due to the legislative authority of Great Britain. The Government was resolved to be what it considered firm, and it undoubtedly believed that a proper show of firmness would easily overbear any opposition that the colonists might make to the proposed measure. The Stamp Act was introduced. The Stamp Act was debated upon. In due course the Stamp Act passed through both Houses, and in consequence of the ill health of the King received the royal assent by the Commission on March 28, 1765. The first foolish challenge to American loyalty was formally made, and America was not slow to accept it. It may be admitted that in itself the Stamp Act was not a conspicuously unfair or even a conspicuously unreasonable measure. It was a legitimate and perfectly fair way of raising money from a taxable people. It was neither legitimate nor fair when imposed upon unrepresented colonists. But if it had been the sanest and most statesmanlike scheme for raising money ever conceived by a financier, it would have deserved and would have received no less hostility from the American people. The principle involved was everything. To admit in any degree the right of Great Britain to impose at her pleasure a tax upon the colonists was to surrender in ignominy the privileges and to betray the duties of free men. Any expectations of colonial protest that the Ministry may have allowed themselves to entertain were more than fulfilled. Colony after colony, great town after great town, great man after great man, made haste to protest with an emphasis that should have been significant against the new measure. Boston led the way. Boston's most distinguished citizen, Boston's most respected son, was the voice not merely of his town, not merely of his state, but of the colonial continent. 10 years later the name of Samuel Adams was known, hated, and honored on the English side of the Atlantic. Samuel Adams was one of those men whom nature forges to be the instruments of revolution. His 43 years had taught him much: the value of silence, the knowledge of men, the desire to change the world, and the patience to bide his time. A few generations earlier he might have made a right-hand man to Cromwell and held a place in the heart of Hampden. On the very threshold of his manhood, when receiving his degree of Master of Arts at Harvard, he asserted his defiant democracy in a dissertation on the right of the people of a commonwealth to combine against injustice on the part of the head of the state. The badly dressed man with the grave, firm face of a Pilgrim Father was as ready and as resolute to oppose King George as any Pym or Vane had been ready and resolute to oppose Charles Stuart. He had at one time devoted himself to a commercial career with no great success. He was made for a greater game than commerce. He had the temper and he gained the training for a public life, and the hour when it came found that the man was ready. When the citizens of Boston met to protest against the Stamp Act, Samuel Adams framed the first resolutions that denied to the Parliament of Great Britain the right to impose taxes upon her colonies. If Massachusetts was the first to protest with no uncertain voice against the Stamp Act, other colonies were prompt to follow her example and to prove that they possessed sons no less patriotic. Virginia was as vehement and as vigorous in opposition as Massachusetts. One speech in the Virginia House of Burgesses made the name of Patrick Henry famous. Patrick Henry was a young man who tried many things and failed in them before he found in the practice of law the appointed task for his rare gifts of reasoning and eloquence. A speech in Hanover Court House in defense of the people against a suit of the parish clergy gave him sudden fame. As grave of face as Samuel Adams, as careless of his attire, tall and lean, stamped with the seal of the speaker and the thinker, Patrick Henry at 29 was already a very different man from the youth who 5 years earlier seemed destined to be but a jack of all trades and master of none, an unsuccessful trader, an unsuccessful farmer, whose chief accomplishments in life were hunting and fishing, dancing and riding. The debate on the Stamp Act gave him a great opportunity. As he addressed his words of warning to the stubborn sovereign across the sea, his passion seemed to get the better of his prudence and to tempt him into menace. Caesar, he said, had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell. He was going on to say, and George III, when he was interrupted by angry cries of treason from the loyalists among his hearers. Patrick Henry waited until the noise subsided, and then quietly completed his sentence. George III may profit by their example. If this be treason, make the most of it. The words were not treasonable, but they were revolutionary. They served to carry the name of Patrick Henry to every corner of the continent and across the Atlantic. They made him a hero and idol in the eyes of the colonists. They made him a rebel in the eyes of the court of St. James's. Massachusetts had set an example which Virginia had bettered. Massachusetts was now to better Virginia. If Virginia, prompted by Patrick Henry, declared that she alone had the right to tax her own citizens, Massachusetts, inspired by James Otis, summoned a Congress of Deputies from all the colonial assemblies to meet in common consultation upon the common danger. This Congress, the first but not the last, memorable but not most memorable, met in New York in the early November of 1765. 9 colonies were represented at its table: Massachusetts, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, and New York. The Congress passed a series of resolutions as firm in their purpose as moderate in their language, putting forward the grievances and asserting the rights of the colonies. But the protests against the Stamp Act were not limited to eloquent orations or formal resolutions. Deeds as well as words made plain the purpose of the American people. Riots broke out in colony after colony, the most and worst in Massachusetts. Boston blazed into open revolt against authority. There were 2 government officials in Boston who were especially unpopular with the mob: Andrew Oliver, the newly appointed collector of the stamp taxes, and Chief Justice Hutchinson. A scarecrow puppet intended to represent the obnoxious Oliver was publicly hung upon a tree by the mob, then cut down, triumphantly paraded through the city to Oliver's door, and there set on fire. When the sham Oliver was ashes, the crowd broke into and ransacked his house, after which it did the same turn to the house of Chief Justice Hutchinson. Oliver and Hutchinson escaped unhurt, but all their property went through their broken windows and lay in ruin upon the Boston street. Hutchinson was busy upon a history of Massachusetts. The manuscript shared the fate of its author's chairs and tables, and went with them into the gutter. It was picked up, preserved, and exists to this day, its pages blackened with the Boston mud. Many papers and records of the province which Hutchinson had in his care for the purpose of his history were irretrievably lost. The next day the judges and the bar, assembled in their robes at the Boston courthouse, were startled by the apparition of a haggard man in disordered attire, whom they might have been pardoned for failing to recognize as their familiar Chief Justice. In a voice broken with emotion, Hutchinson apologized to the court for the appearance in which he presented himself before it. He and his family were destitute. He himself had no other shirt and no other clothes than those he was at that moment wearing. Part even of this poor attire he had been obliged to borrow. Almost in rags, almost in tears, he solemnly called his Maker to witness that he was innocent of the charges that had made him obnoxious to the fury of the populace. He swore that he never, either directly or indirectly, aided, assisted, or supported, or in the least promoted or encouraged the Stamp Act, but on the contrary did all in his power and strove as much as in him lay to prevent it. The court listened to him in melancholy silence and then adjourned, on account of the riotous disorders of the previous night and universal confusion of the town, to a day nearly 2 months later. It was a thankless privilege to be a stamp officer in those stormy hours. Most of the stamp officers were forced to resign under pressure which they might well be excused for finding sufficiently cogent. In order to make the new law a dead letter, the colonists resolved that while it was in force they would avoid using stamps by substituting arbitration for any kind of legal procedure. With a people in this temper there were only 2 things to be done: to meet their wishes or to annihilate their opposition. It is possible that Grenville might have preferred to attempt the second alternative, but by this time Grenville's power was at an end. End of section 8. Section 9. Of a History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 47. Edmund Burke. The friction between Grenville and the King was rapidly becoming unbearable to George, if not to his minister. George was resolved to be rid of his intolerable tyrant at the cost of almost any concession. He was now fully as eager to welcome Pitt back to office as he had once been hot to drive him out of it. Again Cumberland was called in. Again Cumberland approached Pitt. Again Pitt's willingness to resume the seals was overborne by the stubbornness of Temple. The King was in despair. He would not endure Grenville and Grenville's bullying sermons any longer, and yet it was hard indeed to find any one who could take Grenville's place with any chance of carrying on Grenville's work. Cumberland had a suggestion to make, a desperate remedy for a desperate case. If Pitt and the old Whigs were denied to the King, why should not the King try the new Whigs and Rockingham? The old Whig party, as it had lived and ruled so long, had practically ceased to exist. So much the King had accomplished. St. George of Hanover had struck at the dragon, only to find that, like the monster in the classical fable, it took new form and fresh vitality beneath his strokes. There was a Whig party that was not essentially the party of Pitt, a party which was recruiting its ranks with earnest, thoughtful, and high-minded, honorable men, to whom the principles or want of principles which permitted the old Whig dominion were as intolerable as they appear to a statesman of to-day. At the head of this new development of Whig activity was the man to whom Cumberland now turned in the hour of the King's trial, Charles Watson Wentworth, Marquis of Rockingham. Lord Rockingham was one of those ornaments of the English Senate for the benefit of whose biographers the adjective amiable seems especially to have been invented. Although the master of a large fortune, while he was still a boy of 20, he was deservedly noted for the gravity and stillness of his youth, and during a political career of 31 years, if he showed neither commanding eloquence nor commanding statesmanship, he did honor to the Whig party by his sincere patriotism and irreproachable uprightness of character. If heaven had denied Rockingham the resplendent gifts that immortalize a Chatham, it had given him in full measure of the virtues of patriotism, honesty, integrity, and zeal. The purity of his life, the probity of his actions, and the excellence of all his public purposes commended him to the affectionate regard of all who held that morality was more essential to a statesman than eloquence, and that it was better to fail with such a man than to succeed with those to whom, for the most part, the successes of that day were given. 2 years before, in 1763, his dislike for the policy of Lord Bute had driven him to resign his small office as Lord of the Bedchamber, and he carried his scrupulousness so far as to resign at the same time his Lord Lieutenancy of Yorkshire. To the delight of the Duke of Cumberland and to the delight of the King, Rockingham consented to form a ministry. With the best will in the world, Rockingham could not make his ministry very commanding. It was but a makeshift, and not a very brilliant makeshift, but at least it served to get rid of Grenville and of Grenville's harangues. So long as Grenville was unable to terrorize the royal closet with reproaches and reproofs addressed to the King, and with menaces aimed at Bute, George was quite willing to see Newcastle entrusted with the Privy Seal, and Conway made Secretary of State for one department, and the Duke of Grafton for the other. But the ministry which the King accepted, because he could get nothing better, and because he would have welcomed something much worse, so long as it delivered him from Grenville, the ministry that provoked the derisive pity of most of its critics, was destined to attain an honorable immortality. The heterogeneous group of men who called themselves or were called, who believed themselves or were believed to be Whigs, had obtained one recruit whose name was yet to make the cause he served illustrious. Lord Rockingham had many claims to the regard of his contemporaries. Undoubtedly his greatest claim to the regard of posterity lies in the intelligence which enabled him to discern the rising genius of a young writer, and the wisdom which found a place at his side and a seat in the House of Commons for Edmund Burke. The history of a nation is often largely the history of certain famous men. Great epochs producing great leaders make those leaders essentially the expression of certain phases of the thought of their age. The life of Walpole is the life of the England of his time, because he was so intimately bound up with the great movement which ended by setting parliamentary government free from the possible dominion of the sovereign. The life of Chatham, the life of Pitt, the life of Fox, each in its turn is a summary of the history of England during the time in which they helped to guide its destinies. But to some men, men possessing in an exceptional degree the love for humanity and the longing for progress, this power of representing in their lives the sum and purpose of their age is markedly characteristic. Just as Mirabeau, until he died, practically represented the French Revolution, so certain English statesmen have from time to time been representative of the best life, the best thought, the best purposes, desires, and ambitions of the country for whose sake they played their parts. Of no man can this theory be said to be more happily true than of Edmund Burke. It would scarcely be exaggeration to say that the history of England during the middle third of the 18th century is largely the history of the career of Edmund Burke. From the moment which Burke entered upon political life to the close of his great career, his name was associated with every event of importance, his voice raised on one side or the other of every question that concerned the welfare of the English people and the English Constitution. As much as this, however, might be said of more than one actor in the political history of the period covered by Burke's public life. But the influence which Burke exercised upon his time, the force he brought to bear upon his political generation, were a greater influence and a greater force than that directed by any other statesman of the age. Whether for good or evil, according to the standards by which his critics may judge him, Burke swayed the minds of masses of his countrymen to a degree that was unequaled among his contemporaries. With the two great events of the century, the revolt of the American colonies and the French Revolution, his name was the most intimately associated, his influence the most potent. With what in their degree must be called the minor events of the reign, with the trial of Wilkes, with the trial of Warren Hastings, he was no less intimately associated, and in each case his association has been the most important feature of the event. Where he was right, as where he was wrong, and whether he was right or whether he was wrong, he was always the most interesting, always the most commanding figure in the epoch-making political controversies of his day. Grenville wrote of him finely, many years after his death, that he was in the political world what Shakespeare was in the moral world. Burke entered political life, or entered active political life, when he was returned to Parliament in the December of 1765. Up to that time his life had been largely uneventful. Much of it must be called, as far as we are concerned, eventless, for of a great gap of his life, a gap of no less than 9 years, we know, if not absolutely nothing, certainly next to nothing. It is not even quite certain where or when he was born. The most approved account is that he was born in Dublin on January 12, 1729, reckoning according to the new style. The place of his birth is still pointed out to the curious in Dublin, one of the many modest houses that line the left bank of the Liffey. His family was supposed to stem from Limerick, from namesakes who spelled their name differently, as Bourke. His mother's family were Catholic. Burke's mother always remained staunch to her native faith, And though Burke and his brothers were brought up as the Protestant sons of a Protestant father, the influence of his mother must have counted for much in creating that tender and generous sympathy towards a proscribed creed which is one of the noblest characteristics of Burke's career. Burke's earliest and, in a sense, his best education was received between his 12th and 14th years in the school of a Yorkshire Quaker named Abraham Shackleton, who kept a school at Ballator. Burke used often to declare in later years that he owed everything he had gained in life to the teaching and example of those 2 years with Abraham Shackleton. The affectionate regard which Burke felt for his schoolmaster, an affectionate regard which endured until Shackleton's death 30 years later, in 1771, he felt also for his schoolmaster's son, Richard Shackleton. Most of what we know of Burke's life in Trinity College, from 1743 to 1748, we gather from his letters to Richard Shackleton, letters of absorbing interest to any student of the growth of a great mind. Less vivacious, less brilliant than the boyish letters of Goethe, they resemble them in the eager thirst they display for knowledge of all kinds, in their passionate enthusiasm for all the rich varieties of human knowledge, in their restless experiments in all directions. In those younger days Burke thought himself, as every generous and ambitious youth must needs think himself, a poet, and many verses were forwarded to the faithful friend to lighten the effect of serious theological discussions and elaborate comparisons of classical authors. Dissensions with his father and a determination to study for the bar sent Burke to England in the early part of 1750, and there for 9 long years he practically disappears from our knowledge. All we know is that he studied law, but that, like many another law student, he gave more time and thought to literature than to his legal studies, that this action deepened the hostility of his father, who reduced Burke's allowance to a pittance, and that his daily need, as well as his desire, drove Burke to seek his livelihood in letters. He seems to have had a hard fight for it. The glimpses we get of him during that period of youthful struggle show him as an ardent student of books, but a no less ardent student of life, not merely in the streets and clubs and theatres of the great city, but in the seclusion of quiet country villages and the highways and byways of rural England. Romance has not failed to endeavor to illuminate with her prismatic lantern the darkness of those 9 mysterious years. A vivid fancy has been pleased to picture Burke as one of the many lovers of the marvelous Margaret Woolfington, as a competitor for the chair of moral philosophy at Glasgow, as a convert to the Catholic faith, and perhaps most remarkable of all these lively legends, as a traveler in America. These are fictions. The certain facts are that somewhere about 1756 he married a Miss Nugent, daughter of an Irish physician who had settled in England. Miss Nugent was a Catholic, and thus, for the second time, the Catholic religion was endeared to Burke by one of the closest of human relationships. At about the same time as his marriage, Burke made his first appearance as an author by the Vindication of Natural Society, a satire upon Bolingbroke, which many accepted as a genuine work of Bolingbroke's, and by the Essay on the Sublime and the Beautiful, which is perhaps most valuable because we owe to it in some degree the later masterpiece of aesthetic criticism, the Laocoon of Lessing. From this time till his connection with public life began, his career was linked with Fleet Street and its brotherhood of authors, and his pen was steadily employed. With that love for variety of subject which is characteristic of most of the authors of the 18th century, he handled a number of widely different themes. He wrote Hints for an Essay on the Drama, a work which has scarcely held its place in the library of the dramatist by the side of the Paradoxe sur le Comédien of Diderot or the Hamburgische Dramaturgie of Lessing. he wrote an account of the European settlements in America, still interesting as showing the early and intimate connection of his thoughts with the greatest of English colonies. He wrote an abridgment of English history, which carries, unfortunately, no farther than the reign of John, a narrative that is not worthy of its author. He founded the Annual Register, and was in its pages for many years to come the historian of contemporary Europe. Of all the many debts that Englishmen owe to Burke, the conception and inception of the Annual Register must not be reckoned as among the least important. It was at this point in his career that Burke's connection with public life began, not to end thenceforward until the end of his own life. Single Speech Hamilton, so called because out of a multitude of speeches he made one magnificent speech, was attracted to Burke by the fame of the vindication of natural society, sought his acquaintance, and when Hamilton went to Ireland as secretary to Lord Halifax, Burke accompanied him. For 2 years Burke remained with Hamilton in Ireland, studying the Irish question of that day with the closeness of the acutest mind then at work, and with the racial sympathy of the native. Then he quarrelled, and rightly quarrelled, with Hamilton, because Hamilton, to whom the aid of Burke was infinitely precious, sought to bind Burke forever to his service by a pension of $300 a year. Burke demanded some leisure for the literature that had made his name. Hamilton justified Leland's description of him as a selfish, canker-hearted, envious reptile by refusing. Burke, who always spoke his mind roundly, described Hamilton as an infamous scoundrel, flung back his pension, and returned to freedom, independence, and poverty. But he was soon to enter the service of another statesman under less galling terms, under less unreasonable conditions. Burke's name was brought before Lord Rockingham, probably by Burke's friend and namesake, though in all likelihood not kinsman, William Burke. Lord Rockingham appointed Burke his private secretary, and by the simple integrity of his character bound Burke, to use his own words, by an inviolable attachment to him from that time forward. But the alliance thus begun was threatened in its birth. A mysterious hostility attributed by Burke to Hell-Kite Hamilton brought certain charges to the notice of the Duke of Newcastle. The Duke of Newcastle hurried to Lord Rockingham to warn him that his newly appointed secretary was a disguised Jesuit, a disguised Jacobite. Lord Rockingham immediately communicated these accusations to Burke, who repelled them with a firmness and dignity which had the effect only of confirming Lord Rockingham's admiration of Burke and of drawing closer the friendship of the two men. Burke was promptly brought into Parliament as member for Wendover, and during the single year which Lord Rockingham's administration lasted, its leader had every reason to rejoice at the happy chance which had given to him such a follower and such an ally. Burke delivered his maiden speech in the House of Commons on January 27, 1766, a few days after the opening of the session, on the subject of the dissatisfaction in the American colonies. His speech won the praise of the great commoner. His succeeding speeches earned him enthusiastic commendation from friends and admirers outside and inside the House of Commons. The successful man of letters had proved himself rapidly to be a successful orator and a politician who would have to be reckoned with. It has been contended, and not unreasonably, that as an orator Burke is not merely in the first rank, but that he is himself the first, that he stands alone without a rival, without a peer, and that none of the orators of antiquity can be said even to contest his unquestionable supremacy. But it is in no sense necessary to Burke's fame that the fame of others should be in any way impugned or depreciated. It is sufficient praise to say that Burke is one of the greatest orators the world has ever held. To argue that he is superior to Demosthenes on the one hand or to Cicero on the other is to maintain an argument very much on a par with that which it amused Burke himself to maintain when he contended for the superiority of the Aeneid over the Iliad. It is quite enough to be able to say, well nigh without fear of contradiction, that Burke is probably the greatest orator who ever spoke in the English language. Burke's political career began brilliantly in the championship of freedom, in the defence of the oppressed, in the defiance of injustice. He was made welcome to the great political arena in which he was to fight so long and so hard. His ability was recognized at once. He may be said to have leaped into a fame that the passage of time has not merely confirmed but increased. No author more profoundly influenced the thought of his time. No author of that time is likely to exercise a more enduring influence upon succeeding generations. Of all the men of that busy and brilliant age, Burke has advanced the most steadily in the general knowledge and favor. While other men, his rivals in eloquence, his peers in the opinions of his contemporaries, come year by year to be less used as influences and appealed to as authorities, the wisdom of Burke is more frequently drawn upon and more widely appreciated than ever. The world sees now, even more clearly than the world saw then, that whether Burke was right or wrong in his conclusions as to any question, it had to be admitted that the point of view from which he started to get at that conclusion was the correct one. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 48. The Stamp Act. That the colonies were not well understood in England was no fault of the colonists. There was at that time an hour in England a man specially authorized to speak on behalf of the colony of Pennsylvania, and indirectly entitled, as he was admirably qualified, to represent the other colonies. At that time Benjamin Franklin was the most distinguished American living, and the most distinguished American who had ever lived. It was not his first visit to England. He had crossed the Atlantic 40 years before, when he was a youth of 18, eager to set up for himself as a master printer and anxious to obtain the materials for his trade in the old country. In those 18 years he had learned many things. He had learned how to print. He had learned how to bear poverty with courage and ambition with patience. He could never remember a time when he was unable to read. But he had learned how to read with inexhaustible pleasure and unfailing profit, and he had learned how to write. When he was 17 he had run away from his birthplace, Boston, and the home of an ill-tempered brother, and made his way as best he might to Philadelphia. As he tramped into the city with a loaf under each arm for provender, a young woman leaning in a doorway laughed at the singular figure. 6 years later she married Franklin, who in the interval had been a journeyman printer in Philadelphia, a journeyman printer in London, and had at last been able to set up for himself in Philadelphia. From 1729 the story of Franklin's life is the story of a steady and splendid advance in popularity and wealth, and in the greater gifts of knowledge, wisdom, and humanity. He published a newspaper, the Philadelphia Gazette. He disseminated frugality, thrift, industry, and the cheerful virtues in Poor Richard's Almanac. He was the benefactor and the blessing of the city of his adoption. He founded her famous library. He devoted the results of his scientific studies to her comfort, welfare, and comeliness. He maintained her defences as a military engineer, and was prepared to serve her gallantly in the field against the Indians as a colonel of militia of his own raising. No man ever lived a fuller life or did so many things with more indomitable zeal or more honorable thoroughness. The colony of Pennsylvania was very proud of her illustrious citizen and delighted to do him honor. When he visited England for the second time in 1757, he was the agent for the General Assembly of Pennsylvania. He was Deputy Postmaster General for the British colonies. He was famous throughout the civilized world for his discovery of the identity of lightning with the electric fluid. He was in London for the third time when Rockingham took office. He had lived nearly 60 years of a crowded, memorable, admirable life. He was loaded with laurels, ripe in the learning of books and the learning of the book of the world. Even he, whom few things surprised or took unawares, would have been surprised if he could have been told that the life he had lived was eventless, bloodless, purposeless, in comparison with the life he had yet to live, and that all he had done for his country was but as dust in the balance when weighed against the work he was yet to do for her. He was standing on the threshold of his new career in the year when Edmund Burke entered Parliament. The Rockingham administration did its best to undo the folly of Grenville's government. After long debates in both Houses, after examination of Franklin at the bar of the Commons, after the strength and acumen of Mansfield had been employed to sustain the prerogative against the colonies, and the voice of Burke had championed the colonies against the prerogative, after Grenville had defended himself with shrewdness and Pitt had added to the splendor of his fame, the Stamp Act was formally repealed. Unhappily, the new Ministry was only permitted to do good by halves. The same session that repealed the Stamp Act promulgated the Declaratory Act, asserting the full power of the King on the advice of Parliament to make laws binding the American colonies in all cases whatsoever. This desperate attempt to assert what the repeal of the Stamp Act virtually surrendered was intended as a solace to the King and as a warning, perhaps a friendly warning, to the colonies. Those who were most opposed to it in England may well have hoped that it might be accepted without too much straining in the general satisfaction caused by the repeal of the hated measure. Even Franklin seemed to believe that the Declaratory Act would not cause much trouble in America. The event denied the hope, and indignation at the Declaratory Act outlasted in America the rejoicing over the subversion of Grenville's policy. Nevertheless, the rejoicing was very great. On May 16, 1766, the public spirit of Boston was stimulated by the distribution of a broadsheet headed "Glorious News." This broadsheet announced the arrival of John Hancock's brig Harrison in 6 weeks and 2 days from London, with the important tidings of the repeal of the Stamp Act. The broadsheet painted a lively picture of the enthusiasm at Westminster and the rejoicings in the City of London over the total repeal of the measure. It told of the ships in the river displaying all their colors, of illuminations and bonfires in many parts. In short, the rejoicings were as great as was ever known on any occasion. This broadsheet, printed for the benefit of the public, ended in a rapture of delight. It is impossible to express the joy the town is now in on receiving the above great, glorious, and important news. The bells on all the churches were immediately set ringing, and we hear the day for a general rejoicing will be the beginning of next week. Boston had every reason to rejoice, to ring its bells and fly its flags, and set poor debtors free from prison in honor of the occasion. The colonies had stood together against the home government, and had learned something of the strength of their union by the repeal of the Stamp Act. But when the bells had stopped ringing, and the flags were hauled down, and the released debtors had ceased to congratulate themselves upon their newly recovered liberty, Boston and the other colonial cities found that their satisfaction was not untempered. The broadsheet that had blazoned the repeal had also assured its readers that the acts of trade relating to America would be taken under consideration and all grievances removed. The friends to America are very powerful and disposed to assist us to the best of their ability. The friends to America were powerful, but they fought against tremendous odds. Dullness and mediocrity, a spite that was always stupid, and a stupidity that was often spiteful, an alliance of ignorance and arrogance, were the forces against which they struggled in vain. The Acts of Trade were to be enforced as rigidly as ever. The Declaratory Act pompously asserted the unimpeachable prerogative of British Majesty to make what laws it pleased for the colonies. The good that had been done seemed small in comparison with the harm that might yet be done, that in all probability would be done. For the time, more was to be feared from the viceroys of the provinces than from the home government. Mr. Secretary Conway addressed a circular letter to the governors of the different colonies, reproving the colonists, indeed, for the recent disturbances, but with a measured mildness of reproof that seemed carefully calculated not to give needless offence or cause unnecessary irritation. "If by lenient, persuasive methods," Conway wrote, "you can contribute to restore the peace and tranquillity to the provinces on which their welfare and happiness depend, you will do a most acceptable and essential service to your country." An appeal so suave, advice so judicious, did not seem the less prudent and humane because the Secretary insisted upon the repression of violence and outrage, and reminded those to whom his letter was addressed that if they needed aid in the maintenance of law and order, they were to require it at the hands of the commanders of His Majesty's land and naval forces in America. If all the gentlemen to whom the Secretary's circular was addressed had been as reasonable and as restrained in language as its writer, things might even then have turned out very differently. It was not to be expected, and the colonists did not expect, that outrage and violence were to go unchallenged and unpunished, and it is probable that few even in Massachusetts would have objected to the formal expression of thanks for firmness and zeal which was made by Conway to the governor of that colony. But the temperance that was possible to Conway was impossible to Bernard. Bernard was one of the worst of a long line of inappropriate colonial governors. He was a hot-headed, hot-hearted man who seemed to think that to play the part of a domineering, blustering bully was to show discretion and discernment in the duties of his office. He always acted under the conviction that he must always be in the right and everyone else always in the wrong, and he blazed up into fantastic rages at the slightest show of opposition. As this was not the spirit in which to deal with the proud and independent men of Massachusetts, Governor Bernard passed the better part of his life in a passion, and was forever quarrelling with his provincial legislature, and forever complaining to the home government of his hard lot and of the mischievous, mutinous set of fellows he had to deal with. When Bernard received the Secretary's letters and the accompanying copies of the two bills that had been passed by the British Parliament, he hastened to make them known to the Assembly of Massachusetts. But he made them known in a speech that was wholly lacking in either temperance or discretion. Had it been at once his desire and his duty to inflame his hearers against himself and the government which he represented, he could hardly have chosen words more admirably adapted for the purpose. With a wholly unchastened arrogance and a wholly ungoverned truculence, the governor of the province lectured, or rather hectored, the gentlemen of the Council and the gentlemen of the House of Representatives after a fashion that would have seemed in questionable taste on the part of an old-fashioned pedagogue to a parcel of unruly schoolboys. He was for bullying and blustering them into a better behavior, and he assured those who were willing to make amends and to promise to be good in the future that their past offences would be buried in a charitable oblivion. Too ready a forgetfulness of injuries hath been said to be my weakness, Bernard urged with strange ignorance. However, it is a failing which I had rather suffer by than be without. The House of Representatives replied to the reproofs of their governor in an address that was remarkable for the firmness with which it maintained its own position and the irony with which it reviewed the governor's pretensions. To prove their independence of action, they delayed the act of indemnity demanded by Secretary Conway for several months, and then accompanied it with a general pardon to all persons who had been concerned in the riots provoked by the Stamp Act. Though this act was promptly disallowed by the home government on the ground that the power of pardon belonged exclusively to the Crown, it took effect nevertheless, and added another to the grievances of Bernard and of his backers in England. The slowly widening breach between the American colonies and the mother country might even yet have been filled if it had been possible for the King to depend upon the services and listen to the advice of ministers whose good intentions and general good sense had the advantage of being served and indirectly inspired by the genius of Burke. But unhappily the fortunes of the party with whom he was allied were not long fated to be official fortunes. After a year of honorable, if somewhat colorless existence, the Rockingham administration came to an end. There was no particular reason why it should come to an end, but the King was weary of it. If it had not gravely dissatisfied him, it had afforded him no grave satisfaction. An administration always seemed to George III like a candle which he could illuminate or extinguish at his pleasure. So he blew out the Rockingham administration and turned to Pitt for a new one. In point of fact, an administration without Pitt was an impossibility. The Duke of Grafton had resigned his place in the Rockingham ministry because he believed it hopeless to go on without the adhesion of Pitt, and Pitt would not adhere to the Rockingham ministry. Now, with a free hand, he set to work to form one of the most amazing administrations that an age which knew many strange administrations can boast of. The malady which had for so long martyrized the great statesman had afflicted him heavily of late. His eccentricities had increased to such a degree that they could hardly be called merely eccentricities. But though he suffered in mind and in body, he was ready and even eager to return to power, so long as that power was absolute. By this time he had quarrelled with Temple, who had so often hindered him from resuming office, and who was now as hostile to him as his brother George Grenville had ever been. Temple, in consequence, found no place in the new administration. The administration was especially designed to please the King. A party had grown up in the State which was known by the title of the King's Friends. The King's Friends had no political creed, no political convictions, no desire, no ambition, and no purpose save to please the King. What the King wanted said, they would say. What the King wanted done, they would do. Their votes were unquestionably and unhesitatingly at the King's command. They did not indeed act from an invincible loyalty to the royal person. It was the royal purse that ruled them. The King was the fountain of patronage, wealth, and honors flowed from him, and the wealth and the honors welded the King's friends together into a harmonious and formidable whole. The King's friends found themselves well represented in a ministry that was otherwise as much a thing of shreds and patches as a harlequin's coat. Pitt had tried to make a chemical combination, but he only succeeded in making a mixture that might at any time dissolve into its component parts. It was composed of men of all parties and all principles. The amiable Conway and the unamiable Grafton remained on from Rockingham's ministry. So did the Duke of Portland and Lord Bessborough. So did Saunders and Keppel. Pitt did not forget his own followers. He gave the Great Seal to Lord Camden, who, as Justice Pratt, had liberated Wilkes from unjustifiable arrest. He made Lord Shelburne one of the Secretaries of State. The Chancellorship of the Exchequer was given to a politician with a passion for popularity that made him as steadfast as a weathercock, Charles Townshend. By this time Pitt was no longer the great commoner. The House of Commons was to know him no more. Under the title of Earl of Chatham he had entered the Upper House. Such an elevation did not mean then, as it came later to mean, something little better than political extinction, but Pitt's elevation meant to him a loss of popularity as immediate as it was unexpected. Though he was no longer young, though he was racked in mind and body, though he sorely needed the repose that he might hope to find in the Upper House, he was assailed with as much fury of vituperation as if he had betrayed the State. A country that was preparing to rejoice at his return to power lashed itself into a fury of indignation at his exaltation to the peerage. In the twinkling of an eye, men who had been devoted yesterday to Pitt were prepared to believe every evil of Chatham. His rule began in storm and gloom, and gloomy and stormy it remained. The first act of his administration roused the fiercest controversy. A bad harvest had raised the price of food almost to famine height. Chatham took the bold step of laying an embargo on the exportation of grain. The noise of the debates over this act had hardly died away when Pitt's malady again overmastered him, and once more he disappeared from public life into mysterious, melancholy silence and seclusion. It was an unhappy hour for the country which deprived it of the services of Chatham and left the helm of state in the hands of Charles Townshend. Charles Townshend was the erratic son of a singularly erratic mother. The beautiful Audrey Harrison married the third Marquis Townshend, and then separated from him to carry her beauty, her insolence, and her wit through an amazed and amused society. It was one of her eccentricities to change her name Audrey to Ethelfreda. Another was to fancy herself and to proclaim herself to be very much in love with the unhappy Lord Kilmarnock. She attended the trial persistently, waited under his windows, quarrelled with Selwyn for daring to jest about the execution, no very happy theme for wit, and was all for adopting a little boy whom some of the officials of the Tower had palmed off upon her as Kilmarnock's son. Walpole liked her, delighted in her witty, stinging sayings. She was always entertaining, always alarming, always ready to say or do anything that came into her mind. She lived a whimsical, spiteful, sprightly oddity to be 87 years of age. Charles Townshend was her second son, and Charles Townshend was in many ways as whimsical as his mother. He had a ready wit, a dexterity in epigram, an astonishing facility of speech, and a very great appreciation of his own power of turning friends or foes into ridicule. It is told of him that once in his youth, when a student at Leyden, he suffered from his readiness to jest at the expense of another. At a merry supper party he plied one of the guests, a seemingly unconscious, stolid Scotsman named Johnstone, with sneers and sarcasms, which the Scotsman seemed to disregard or take in good part. On the next morning, however, Townshend's victim, enlightened by some friend as to the way in which he had been made a butt of, became belligerent and sent Townshend a challenge. Various opinions have been expressed of Townshend's action in the matter. He has been applauded for good sense. He has been reproached for cowardice. Certainly Townshend would not fight his challenger. It required a great deal of good sense to decline a duel in those days, and Townshend did decline the duel. He apologized to his slow-witted but stubborn-purposed opponent with a profusion of apology which some of his friends thought to be excessive. In these days we should consider Townshend's refusal to fight a duel merely as an unimportant proof of his common sense. But in the last century, in the society in which Townshend moved, and on the Continent, such a refusal suggested the possession of a degree of common sense that was far from ordinary, that was indeed extraordinary. Townshend's tact, wit, and good spirits carried him through the scrape somehow. He made the rounds of Leyden with his would-be adversary, calling in turn upon each of his many friends, and obtaining from each, in the presence of his companion, the assurance that Townshend had never been known to speak of Johnstone slightingly or discourteously behind his back. The episode, trivial in itself, gains a kind of gravity by the illustration it affords of Townshend's character. All through Townshend's short career, the impossibility of restraining an incorrigible tongue, and the unreadiness to follow out the course of action to which his words would seem to have committed him, were the distinguishing marks of Townshend's political existence. No man, no party, nor no friend could count on the unflinching services of Townshend. His conduct was as irresponsible as his eloquence was dazzling. In his 20 years of public life he had but one purpose, to please and to be praised, and to gain those ends he sacrificed consistency and discretion with a light heart. The beauty of his person and the fluent splendor of his speech went far toward the attainment of an ambition which was always frustrated by a fatal levity. In the fine phrase of Burke, he was a candidate for contradictory honors, and his great aim was to make those agree in admiration of him who never agreed in anything else. It has been given to few men to desire fame more ardently and to attain it more disastrously than Charles Townshend. If we may estimate the man by the praises of his greatest contemporary, no one better deserved a fairer fortune than fate allotted to him. Burke spoke of Townshend as the delight and ornament of the House of Commons, and the charm of every private society which he honored with his presence. Though his passion for fame might be immoderate, it was at least a passion which is the instinct of all great souls. While Burke could rhapsodize over Townshend's pointed and finished wit, his refined, exquisite, and penetrating judgment, his skill and power in statement, his excellence in luminous explanation, Walpole was no less enthusiastic in an estimate that contrasted Townshend with Burke. According to Walpole, Townshend, who studied nothing with accuracy or attention, had parts that embraced all knowledge with such quickness that he seemed to create knowledge instead of seeking for it. Ready as Walpole admits Burke's wit to have been, he declares that it appeared artificial when set by that of Townshend, which was so abundant in him that it seemed a loss of time to think. Townshend's utterances had always the fascinating effervescence of spontaneity, while even Burke's extempore utterances were so pointed and artfully arranged that they wore the appearance of study and preparation. This brilliant, resplendent creature, in every respect the opposite to George Grenville, showy where Grenville was solid, fluent where he was formal, glittering and even glowing where he was sober or sombre, fascinating where he was repellent, gracious where he was sullen, and polished where he was rude, was nevertheless destined to share Grenville's hateful task and Grenville's deserved condemnation. Such enthusiasm as Parliament had permitted itself to show over the repeal of Grenville's Stamp Act had long flickered out. The colonists were regarded with more disfavor than ever by a majority that raged against their ingratitude and bitterly repented the repeal of the Act. Townshend's passion for popularity forced him into the fatal blunder of his life. He was indeed, as Burke said, the spoiled child of the House of Commons, never thinking, acting, or speaking, but with a view to its judgment, and adapting himself daily to its disposition, and adjusting himself before it as before a looking-glass. The looking-glass showed him a member of a ministry that was unpopular because it refused to tax America. He resolved that the looking-glass should show him a member of a ministry popular because it was resolved to tax America. His hunger and thirst for popularity, his passion for fame, were leading him into strange ways indeed. He was to leave after him an enduring name, but enduring for reasons that would have broken his bright spirit if he could have realized them. The shameful folly of George Grenville was the shameful folly of Charles Townshend. His name stands above Grenville's in the roll of those who in that disastrous time did so much to lower the honor and lessen the empire of England. It became plain to Townshend that the Parliamentary majority regretted the repeal of the Stamp Act and resented the theory that America should not be taxed. Townshend resolved that revenue could and should be raised out of America. He introduced a bill imposing a tax on glass, paper, and tea upon the American colonies. Though the amount to be raised was not large, no more than £40,000, and though it was proposed that the whole of the sum should be spent in America, it was as mischievous in its result as if it had been more malevolently aimed. Townshend himself did not live long enough to learn the unhappy consequences of his folly. A neglected fever proved fatal to him in the September of 1767, in the 43rd year of his age. Walpole lamented him with an ironical appreciation. Charles Townshend is dead. All those parts and fire are extinguished. Those volatile salts are evaporated. That first eloquence of the world is dumb. That duplicity is fixed. That cowardice terminated heroically. He joked on death as naturally as he used to do on the living, and not with the affectation of philosophers who wind up their works with sayings which they hope to have remembered. Townshend had passed away, but his policy remained a fatal legacy to the country. Townshend was immediately succeeded in the Chancellorship of the Exchequer by a young politician who had been for some years in Parliament, and had held several offices without conspicuously distinguishing himself. When Lord North entered the House of Commons as member for Banbury, his record was that of any intelligent young nobleman of his time. He had written pleasing Latin love poems at Eton. He had been to Oxford. He had studied at Leipzig. George Grenville saw great promise in North. He even predicted that if he did not relax in his political pursuits, he was very likely to become Prime Minister. Unhappily for his country, North did not relax in his political pursuits. There was an ironic fitness in the fact that North should be admired by Grenville and should succeed to Townshend, for no man was better fitted to carry on the fatal policy of the two men who had outraged the American colonies by the Stamp Act and the tax on tea. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 49, Wilkes Redivivus. While the King's government was preparing for itself an infinity of trouble abroad, it was not destined to find itself idle for want of trouble at home. Great and grave trouble came upon the King and his friends suddenly, and out of a quarter from which they least expected it. If they were confident of anything, they were confident that they had dealt the final blow to the audacious demagogue who for a time had fluttered the town with the insolences of the North Briton. The North Briton had ceased to exist. Of the two men whose bitter genius had been its breath, Churchill was dead, and Wilkes himself, a fugitive and a beggar, drifting from one European capital to another, seemed as little to be feared as if he slept by Churchill's side. The visit of the commander's statue to Don Juan seemed scarcely more out of the course of nature to Don Juan's lackey than the reappearance in active public life of Wilkes appeared to the King's friends for whom Wilkes had ceased to exist. Wilkes had wearied of continental life. His affection for his own country was so earnest and so sincere that in a letter to the Duke of Grafton he declared his willingness to bury himself in the obscurity of private life if he were permitted to return unmolested to England. The appeal failed to extract a satisfactory reply. The ministers would make no terms with their ruined foeman. Wilkes then resolved to show that he was not so helpless as his enemies appeared to think him. He published in 1767 in London a pamphlet in which he stated his case with indignation, but not without dignity. When the pamphlet had obtained a wide circulation, Wilkes followed it up by appearing himself in London in the February of 1768, at the moment of the general election, and announcing himself as a candidate for Parliament for the City of London. The audacity of this step amazed his enemies and delighted his friends. If it had been taken a little earlier, it might have won him the seat. So calm and so wise an observer as Franklin at least thought that it would have done so. As it was, though, Wilkes came late into the field and was placed at the bottom of the poll. He secured more than 1,200 votes and did, in the conventional phrase too often used to soothe defeat, gain a great moral victory. The courage of the outlaw had more than revived all the old enthusiasm for him. We know on the authority of Burke that the acclamations of joy with which he was welcomed by the populace were inconceivable, and that the marks of public favor which he received were by no means confined to the lower order of the people. Several merchants and other gentlemen of large property and of considerable interest openly espoused his cause, and a subscription was immediately opened in the city for the payment of his debts. We know on other authority that in an age when betting was the mode, the extraordinary betting as to Wilkes's success in his desperate enterprise was actually organized by a certain number of brokers into stock, which was quoted on 'Change. Burke describes the reason for the failure to the open voting. The electors were obliged, he said, to record their names, and the consequences of an opposition to great corporate and commercial connections were too obvious not to be understood. As soon as Wilkes knew of his defeat in the city, he struck a yet bolder note for success. He came forward at once as a candidate for the county of Middlesex, in opposition to the established interest of two gentlemen who had represented it for several years, who were supported by the whole interest of the court, and who had considerable fortunes and great connections in it. But Wilkes, too, had powerful abettors. The Duke of Portland was one of his most prominent supporters. His old friend Temple supplied the freehold qualification which was then essential for a parliamentary candidate. Horne, the rector of Brentford, where the election took place, gave all his great influence and all his gifts to the service of Wilkes, with the same devotion that had formerly animated Churchill. Horne was not altogether an admirable character, and his enthusiasm for Wilkes had hitherto awakened no corresponding enthusiasm on Wilkes's part. But Horne was invaluable at a crisis like the Middlesex election. He had the eloquence of a sophist, he had the strategy of a tactician, he was endowed with an unconquerable energy, an indomitable determination. He was exceedingly popular in his parish. He caught the mood of the popular party, and he happened to be on the right side. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of the services he rendered to Wilkes and to the cause of which Wilkes was the figurehead by his work in the Middlesex election. The zeal of Horne, the friendship of Temple, the daring of Wilkes carried the day. It was no ordinary victory. It was an astonishing triumph. As Burke pointed out, the same causes did not operate upon the freeholders at large which had prevented the inclinations of the livery of London from taking effect in Wilkes's favor, and the result of the polling on March 28 was that Wilkes was returned to Parliament by a prodigious majority. Wilkes polled 1,290 votes. Mr. George Cooke, the Tory candidate, who had been the representative for 18 years, now scored 827, and Sir W. Beauchamp Procter, the Whig candidate, only got 807 votes. There was great excitement in London when the result of the election was known. It pleased the popular voice to insist that every window should be illuminated in honor of Wilkes's triumph, and all windows that were not lit up were unhesitatingly broken. Those persons who were known to be Wilkes's principal opponents received the special attentions of the mob. Lord Bute's house had to stand a siege. So had the house of Lord Egremont, who had signed the warrant for Wilkes's committal. So had other houses which were either known to belong to the opponents of the hero or showed themselves to be such by their darkened windows. All such windows were instantly broken, to the joy of the glaziers, who declared that a Middlesex election was worth any number of Indian victories. The mob had it all its own way, for the strength of the constabulary had been drafted off to Brentford in expectation of rioting there which never took place. But the mob did not abuse its triumph. It was in its playful, not its dangerous mood. It stopped the carriages of the gentry, made the occupants cheer for Wilkes and liberty, scrawled the number 45 upon the polished panels, broke the glasses, but in the main let the carriage owners go unmolested. The Duke of Northumberland was forced to toast the popular favorite in a mug of ale. One ludicrous occurrence very nearly became an international episode. The Austrian ambassador, Count Hatzfeldt, famed for his stateliness, for his punctiliousness in ceremonial, fell a victim to popular misapprehension. The mob that surrounded his coach took him unhappily for a Scotchman, either because of his stiffness of demeanour or because they could not understand what he was saying. To be thought Scotch was a bad thing for any man in the hands of a mob that howled for Wilkes, that howled against Bute. The Austrian ambassador was dragged from his carriage and held uplifted in sufficiently uncomfortable fashion while the magic number 45 was chalked upon the soles of his shoes. He was no further hurt. If he had been a more prudent man he would have grinned at the mischance and said no more about it. But he chose to consider his dignity and the dignity of his empire affronted by the follies of a crowd. He lodged a formal complaint with the English government. The English government could do nothing more than express regret with such gravity as it could muster. As for the irreverent rogues who laid their hands upon the feet of the representatives of a friendly state, it was not in the power of the government to punish them. The earth has bubbles as the water has, and they were of them. For 2 days the town was practically at the mercy of the Wilkite mob. The train bands were called out by the mayor, who was an ardent courtier, but the men of the train bands were, for the most part, no less ardent Wilkites. They lent their drums to swell the noise of Wilkes' triumph. They could not be counted on to lend their muskets to the suppression of Wilkes' partisans. Even the regular troops were not, it was thought, to be relied upon in the emergency. It was here said that certain regimental drummers had beaten their drums for Wilkes. It was said there that soldiers had been heard to declare that they would never fire upon the people. The fury of the ministry, and especially the fury of the king, flamed high. The king's heat was increased by a letter which Wilkes had addressed directly to him on his return to England. In this letter Wilkes made a not undignified appeal for the king's mercy and clemency, complained of the wicked and deceitful acts of revenge of the late ministry, and assured the sovereign of his zeal and attachment to his service. To this letter, naturally, no direct reply was made. The form that the king's answer took was to insist that all the strength of the government must be used against Wilkes in order that he should be driven from that Parliament to which the electors of Middlesex had dared to return him. In the meantime the force of the law was slowly exerted against Wilkes. Wilkes had promised that on the first day of the term following his arrival in London he would present himself at the Court of the King's Bench. He kept his promise and surrendered himself on April 20th. The judges of the King's Bench seemed to have been paralyzed by the position. It took them a whole week to decide that they would refuse Wilkes bail, a whole week, every day, every hour of which served to make Wilkes's cause better known and Wilkes himself more popular. Wilkes went to prison under the most extraordinary circumstances. His journey from Westminster to Bishopsgate was more like a royal progress than the passage of a criminal and an outlaw. It was only with the greatest difficulty that Wilkes was able to detach himself from the zeal of the populace and get quietly into his prison. The prison immediately became an object of greater interest than a royal palace. Every day it was surrounded by a dense crowd that considered itself rewarded for hours of patient waiting if it could but get a glimpse of the prisoner's face at a window. All this show of enthusiasm exasperated the ministers and drove them into the very acts that were best calculated to keep the enthusiasm alive. On the day of the opening of Parliament, May 10th, the Government, under the pretence of fearing riot, sent down a detachment of soldiers to guard the King's Bench prison in St. George's Fields. This was in itself a rash step enough, but every circumstance attending it only served to make it more rash. As if deliberately to aggravate the popular feeling, the regiment chosen for this pretence of keeping the peace was a Scotch regiment. At a moment when everything Scotch was insanely disliked in London, such a choice was not likely to ensure good temper either on the part of the mob or on the part of the military. That good temper was not intended or desired was made plain by a letter written by Lord Weymouth, the Secretary of State, to the local magistrate, urging him to make use of the soldiers in case of riot. What followed was only what might have been expected. The crowd, irritated by the non-appearance of Wilkes, still more irritated by the presence of the soldiery, threatened, or was thought to threaten, an attack upon the prison. Angry words were followed by blows. The brawl between the mob and the military became a serious conflict. A young man named Allen, who seems to have had nothing to do with the scuffle, was killed in a private house by some of the soldiers who had forced an entrance in pursuit of one of their assailants. Then the Riot Act was read, the troops fired, half a dozen of the rioters were killed, including one woman, and several others were wounded. News of this bad business intensified the angry feeling against the government. A Scotch soldier, Donald Maclean, was put on his trial for the murder of Allen. His acquittal caused an indignation which deepened when the colonel of the regiment presented him with 30 guineas on behalf of the government. This was taken as an example of the determination of the Crown to silence the voice of the people with the weapons of Scotch mercenaries. Pamphlets, speeches, sermons, all were employed to stimulate the general agitation and to brand with atrocity the conduct of the Ministry. The tombstone erected over the murdered man Allen chronicled his inhuman murder by Scottish detachments from the army, and quoted from Proverbs the words, "Take away the wicked from before the king." The ministers on their side were not slow to defend themselves. Burke, with his usual fairness, has stated their case for them when he tells how they painted in the strongest colors the licentiousness of the rabble and that contempt of all government which makes it necessary to oppose to a violent distemper remedies not less violent. This, of course, the excuse of every overbearing authority, which, having aroused irritation by its own mismanagement, can conceive of no better way of allaying that irritation than the bayonet and the bullet. The Ministry and the advocates of the Ministry maintained that the unhappy disposition of the people was such that juries, under the influence of the general infatuation, could hardly be got to do justice to soldiers under prosecution unless government interposed in the most effectual manner for the protection of those who had acted under their orders. They further urged that in view of the danger of the insolence of the populace being contagious with the very soldiery, it was necessary for them to keep those servants firm to their duty by new and unusual rewards. Whatever weight, says Burke dryly, might have been in these reasons, they were but little prevalent, and the Ministry became by this affair and its concomitant circumstances still more unpopular than by almost any other event. But it must in fairness be admitted that foolish, stubborn, and even brutal as the King's ministers showed themselves to be, their position was a very difficult one. It was well open to the Government to urge, and to urge with truth, the peculiar lawlessness of the hour. It is an effective example of the ineffectiveness of a mere policy of coercion that at a time when the penal laws of Great Britain were ferocious to a degree that would have disgraced Dahomey, the laws were so frequently defied, and defied with impunity. The laws might be merciless, even murderous, but the executive had not always the power to compel respect or to enforce obedience. Among the lower classes in the great city, and not merely that portion of the lower classes who were qualified by the appellation of the dangerous classes, but in strata where at least a moderate degree of civilization might be hoped for, an amount of savagery, of lawlessness, and of cruelty prevailed that would have not ill become the pirates of the Spanish seas or the most brutal of Calabrian brigands. The hideous institution of the pillory stimulated and fostered all the worst instincts of a mob, to whose better instincts no decent system of education sought to appeal. Ignorance and poverty and dirt brooded over the bulk of the poorer population to breed their inevitable consequences. Murder was alarmingly common. Riots that almost reached the proportions of petty civil wars were liable to arise at any moment between one section of the poorer citizens and another. The horrors of the Brown Rig case show to what extent lust of cruelty could go. The large disbandments that are the inevitable consequence of peace after a long war had thrown out of employment and thrown upon the country no small number of needy, unscrupulous, and desperate men, only too ready to lend a hand to any disturbance that might afford a chance of food and drink and plunder. Mob law ruled in London to an extraordinary degree during the whole of the 18th century. It reached a high pitch, but not its highest pitch, at the time when the watchword was Wilkes and liberty. London was to witness bitterer work, bloodier work than anything which followed upon the Middlesex election and the imprisonment of the popular hero, but for the time the audacity of the mob seemed to have gone its farthest. The temper of the mob was insolent. Its insolence was brutal. It hated all foreigners, and among foreigners it now included Scotchmen, and it manifested its hatred in vituperation and, when it dared, in violence. A white man would hardly be in more danger in a mid-African village than a foreigner was in the streets of London. There is a contemporary account written by a French gentleman who travelled in England and who published his observations on what he saw in England, which gives a piteous account of the barbarous incivility to which he and his friends and his servants were exposed when they walked abroad. The mob that jeered and insulted the master very nearly killed the servant for the single offence of being a Frenchman. But the brutalities of the mob were not limited to strangers. The citizens of London fared almost as badly, if not quite as badly, as any Frenchman could do. Fielding gives a picture in one of his essays of the lawless arrogance which was characteristic of the rabble. He gave to the mob the title of the Fourth Estate in an article in the Covent Garden Journal for June 13, 1752, and in another article a week later he painted an ironical picture of the brutal manners and overbearing demeanor of the mob. "A gentleman," he wrote, "may go a voyage at sea with little more hazard than he can travel 10 miles from the metropolis. On the river, on the streets, on the highways," according to Fielding, "mob manners prevailed, and brutal language might at any moment be followed by brutal actions. When the largest allowance is made for the exaggeration of the satirist, enough remains to show that the condition of London in the second half of the 18th century was disorderly in the extreme. People who ventured on the Thames were liable to the foulest insults, and even to be run down by those who were pleased to regard the stream as their appanage, and who resented the appearance on it of any who seemed better dressed than themselves. Women of fashion were liable to be hustled, mobbed, insulted if they ventured in St. James's Park on a Sunday evening. No one could walk the streets by day without the probability of being annoyed, or by night without the risk of being knocked down. After painting his grim picture in the Hogarth manner, Fielding concluded grimly that he must observe that there are two sorts of persons of whom this Fourth Estate do yet stand in some awe, and whom consequently they have in great abhorrence. These are a justice of the peace and a soldier. To these two it is entirely owing that they have not long since rooted all the other orders out of the Commonwealth." The Government hoped that the longer Wilkes lay in prison the more chance there was that the enthusiasm for him would abate. But in this hope the Government was disappointed. Even in the ranks of the ministers the King was not able to find unswerving agreement to his demands for Wilkes's expulsion from Parliament. Outside Parliament the agitation was not only undiminished, but was even on the increase. This was shown conclusively by a fresh event in connection with Middlesex. Cook, who was the colleague of Wilkes in the representation of the county, died. Sergeant Glynn, who had made himself conspicuous as the champion of Wilkes and the advocate of the popular cause, came forward to contest the vacant seat, and carried the constituency in spite of the most determined efforts on the part of the royal faction to defeat him. There were more riots, more deaths on the popular side, more trials, more convictions for murder, and more pardons of the condemned men. The agitation, which had been burning at a steady heat, blazed up into a flame. Wilkes made every use of the opportunity. He had succeeded in getting a copy of the letter which Lord Weymouth had sent to the magistrates, the letter in which Lord Weymouth had practically urged the magistrates to fire upon the people. Wilkes immediately sent it to the St. James's Chronicle, a tri-weekly independent Whig journal which had been started in 1760. The St. James's Chronicle printed the letter, and Wilkes's own letter accompanying it, in which he accused the Ministry of having planned and determined upon the horrid massacre of St. George's Fields. The letter, said Wilkes, shows how long a hellish project can be brooded over by some infernal spirits without one moment's remorse. It may be admitted that if the language of Wilkes's enemies in the two Houses was strong even to ruffianism, Wilkes could and did give them as good as he got in the way of invective and vituperation. The Government, goaded into fury by this daring provocation, resolved to make an example of the offender. Lord Barrington brought the letter formally before the House of Commons. The House of Commons immediately voted it a libel, and summoned Wilkes from his prison to the bar of the House. On February 3, 1769, Wilkes appeared before the Commons. With perfect composure he admitted the authorship of the letter to the St. James's Chronicle, and with an audacity that exasperated the House he proclaimed his regret that he had not expressed himself upon the subject in stronger terms, and added that he should certainly do so whenever a similar occasion should present itself. Whenever, he said, a Secretary of State shall dare to write so bloody a scroll, I will through life dare to write such prefatory remarks, as well as to make my appeal to the nation on the occasion. Wilkes found champions in the House of Commons. Burke, Beckford, and many others either defended Wilkes or urged that the matter was not for the House of Commons but for the law courts to deal with. In the division the Government was triumphant by a majority of 219 against 137, and Wilkes was formally expelled from the House of Commons on the ground not merely of his comments on the letter of Lord Weymouth, but on account of the number 45 of the North Briton and the essay on Woman. A new writ was issued for the county of Middlesex. The county of Middlesex promptly re-elected Wilkes without opposition on February 16th. On February 17th the House of Commons again voted the expulsion of Wilkes. This time the House of Commons exceeded its powers and its privileges in adding that the expelled man was incapable of sitting in the existing Parliament. Every blow that the royal party had struck at Wilkes had only aroused stronger sympathy for him, and this illegal act, this usurpation by one House of powers that only belonged to Parliament, caused the liveliest indignation. It was resolved by the friends of Wilkes and by all who were the friends of the principles with which Wilkes had come to be identified to fight to the utmost in defence of their constitutional rights that were now so gravely, so wantonly jeopardized. On March 16th there was a new polling at Brentford, and as before Wilkes was returned unopposed. There was indeed an effort made by an obscure merchant named Dingley to oppose him, but he could find no freeholder to second him, and he was chivied ignominiously from the scene of the election. On March 17th the House of Commons for the third time played what Burke called the tragi-comedy of declaring the election void. A new writ was again issued, and this time the Ministry were resolved that, come what might, Wilkes should have an opponent. It was not the easiest of tasks to find a man willing to oppose Wilkes's candidature on the hustings at Brentford. Dingley the merchant had experienced the violence of the mob. It was confidently assumed that any other antagonist would fare very much worse. but the ministry found their champion in a young officer, Colonel Luttrell of the Guards, a son of Lord Irnham. Luttrell was a gallant young soldier, a man of that temper which regards all popular agitations with supreme disdain, and of that courage that would face any danger, not merely with composure, but with pleasure. His friends were so apprehensive that he was going to his death that his life was insured, and the gentlemen of the clubs, who were always willing to bet upon any imaginable contingency, betted freely on his chances of surviving his adventure. Wilkes's friends, however, were resolved to disappoint the expectations of their enemies. Thanks to their energy and patience, the election went off with perfect order. Wilkes was, of course, returned at the top of the poll by an enormous majority. Luttrell came next with less than a quarter of his votes, and an absurd attorney who had thrust himself into the election at the last moment came last with a ludicrous poll of 5 votes. On Thursday, April 13th, Wilkes was elected. London was again illuminated, and a great demonstration outside the King's Bench prison congratulated the hero of the hour on his 3rd triumph. On the following day the House of Commons prepared again to reject Wilkes. The debate lasted over the Saturday, a rare event in those days, and in the early dawning of Sunday morning Colonel Luttrell was declared to be duly elected as the member for Middlesex. The ministerial victory was not a very great victory. They had only a majority of 197 votes to 143. It served their turn at a pinch, but it was not a big enough majority to inspire Lord North with the courage to resist a proposal that a fortnight should be allowed to the electors of Middlesex in which, if they wished, to petition against conduct which practically deprived them of their constitutional rights. Lord North had many years of public life before him, many years of slumbering and blundering on the Treasury bench, before his death in 1792 as Lord Guildford, in a melancholy, premature old age. In those years he was privileged to do a vast amount of injury to his country, uncompensated for by any act to her advantage. Lord North's conduct in the case of Wilkes was not the most foolish act in a career of folly, but it certainly served as an illuminating preface to a chronicle of wasted time. No proofs of the wit that endeared him to his contemporaries have been preserved. His fame for an unalterable urbanity is but an empty memory. His record is only rescued from oblivion by the series of incredible follies which began with the unjust attempt to annihilate Wilkes. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 50. The Spirit of Junius. While all this was going on, a new force suddenly made itself felt in English political life. The King and his ministers found themselves attacked by a mysterious and dangerous opponent. On March 21st, 1769, a letter was addressed to the Public Advertiser, signed Junius, which marked the beginning of a new era in political literature. At that time the Public Advertiser was the most important paper in London. It had first appeared under that name in 1752, but it was the direct descendant, through a series of changes of name, of the Daily Post, which Defoe had helped to start in 1719. It had its rivals in the Daily Advertiser, which was founded in 1724, and the Gazetteer and New Daily Advertiser, which was started in 1728. In the course of time both these journals had sunk to be little more than advertising sheets. They gave hardly any news, and they had no political influence. The Public Advertiser was a much more important paper. It gave abundance of foreign and domestic intelligence. It had original contributions in prose and verse. and its columns were always open to letters from correspondents of all kinds on all manner of subjects. It was not until the first letter signed with the signature of Junius appeared that the paper assumed a serious political importance. The writer, whoever he was, who chose that signature, had written before in the columns of the Public Advertiser. In 1767, Woodfall, the publisher, received the first letter from the correspondent who was to become so famous, and from time to time other letters came signed by various names taken from classical nomenclature, such as Nemon, Atticus, Lucius, Brutus, Domitian, Vindex, and perhaps Poplicola. But it was with the adoption of the name Junius that the real importance of the letters began. They came at a crisis. They spoke for the popular side. They spoke with a bitterness and a ferocity that had hitherto not been attempted in political journalism. The great French writer Taine has said that the letters of Junius, at a time of national irritation and anxiety, fell one by one like drops of fire on the fevered limbs of the body politic. He goes on to say that if Junius made his phrases concise and selected his epithets, it was not from a love of style, but in order the better to stamp his insult. Oratorical artifices in his hand became instruments of torture, and when he filed his periods it was to drive the knife deeper and surer, with an audacity of denunciation and sternness of animosity, with a corrosive and burning irony applied to the most secret corners of private life, with an inexorable persistence of calculated and meditated persecution. The first letters of Junius were devoted to an altercation with Sir William Draper over the character, in the first place, of Lord Granby, and in the second place of Lord Granby's defender, Sir William Draper. Sir William, though he fought stoutly for his friend and stoutly for himself, did neither himself nor his friend much good by engaging in the controversy. He was no match for the weapons of Junius. He had neither the wit nor the venom of his antagonist. But the great interest of the letters began when Junius, taking up the cause of Wilkes, struck at higher game than Sir William Draper or Lord Granby. His first letter to the Duke of Grafton was an indictment of the Duke for the conduct of the Crown in the case of a murder trial arising out of the Brentford election. A young man named George Clark had been killed in a riot, and a man named Edward McQuirk was tried and found guilty of the murder. A kind of hugger-mugger inquest produced a declaration that Clark's death was not caused by the blow he had received from his assailant, and in consequence, whereas a doubt has arisen in our royal breast, the King formally pardoned the murderer by royal proclamation. On this theme Junius lashed Grafton, and concluded his letter with a direct allusion to Wilkes. He asked if Grafton had forgotten, while he was withdrawing this desperate wretch from that justice which the laws had awarded, and which the whole people of England demanded, that there was another man, the favorite of his country, whose pardon would have been accepted with gratitude, whose pardon would have healed all divisions. Have you quite forgotten that this man was once your Grace's friend, or is it to murderers only that you will extend the mercy of the Crown? The attack thus daringly begun was steadily maintained. Wilkes had no keener, no acuter champion than Junius. With great skill Junius avoided all appearance of violent partisanship. He was careful to censure much in Wilkes's conduct, careful to discriminate between Wilkes's private character and Wilkes's public conduct. The unjustifiable action of the House of Commons in forcing Colonel Luttrell upon the electors of Middlesex gave Junius the opportunity of assailing Wilkes's enemies without appearing to champion Wilkes to the utterance. Junius admitted that the Duke of Grafton might have had some excuse in his opposition to Wilkes, on account of Wilkes' character, and might have earned the approval of men who, looking no further than to the object before them, were not dissatisfied with seeing Mr. Wilkes excluded from Parliament. But Junius went on to argue: "You have now taken care to shift the question, or rather you have created a new one, in which Mr. Wilkes is no more concerned than any other English gentleman. You have united the country against you on one grand constitutional point, on the decision of which our existence as a free people absolutely depends. You have asserted, not in words but in fact, that representation in Parliament does not depend upon the choice of the freeholders." The authorship of the Letters of Junius is one of those problems, like the problems of the identity of the Man in the Iron Mask, which has never been settled with absolute certainty, and which probably never will be settled with absolute certainty. But between absolute certainty and the highest degree of probability there is no very great gulf fixed, and it is in the highest degree probable that the author of the letters was Philip Francis. The letters have been attributed to all manner of men. They were ascribed absurdly enough to Wilkes. Wilkes could write bitterly, and he could write well, but he could write neither so well nor so bitterly as Mr. Woodfall's correspondent. Dr. Johnson, who ought to have known better, thought they were written by Burke. It is his excuse that there did not seem at the time any man of the same ability as the writer of the letters except Burke. But Dr. Johnson, who had been quick enough to recognize the genius of the anonymous author of the Essay on the Sublime and the Beautiful, erred when he thought that the same hand penned the anonymous letters. The prose of Burke was as far above the prose of Junius as the prose of Junius was above the prose of Wilkes. None of the letters surpasses in ferocity, none approaches in excellence the letter which Burke wrote to the noble Duke who had slandered him. The letters were attributed to Barré, they were attributed to Lee, who was yet to earn another kind of fame, they were attributed to many hands. To us, at least, it seems clear that they were the work of Philip Francis. The electors of Middlesex did petition against the substitution of the despised Luttrell for the adored Wilkes. The consideration of the petition was the occasion for one of the most memorable debates that can be recorded of an age rich in memorable debates. On the one side, the influence of the Ministry and the influence of the King induced Blackstone to deny himself and to falsify those principles of constitutional law with which his name is associated. On the other side, principles as little honorable but a far acuter political perception urged Wedderburn, who was nominally a King's man, to go over to the popular cause with the air of a Coriolanus. On the one side, Fletcher Norton upheld the authority of the resolution. On the other side, George Grenville argued against it with an acumen which showed that an able lawyer might have been a great lawyer. In that famous debate Burke spoke at his best, and yet the event of that debate was not the speech of Burke, was not the speech of the experienced politician, of the seasoned statesman, of the famous man of letters, but the speech of a young man who was almost a boy, the speech of Charles James Fox. All who have written on the debate agree in their admiration of the speech of one who, as far as Parliament was concerned, was but a raw lad, and who nevertheless held his own on a point of law against experienced lawyers, in statesmanship against Grenville, and in eloquence against Burke. Of course the petition of Middlesex was rejected. The election of Luttrell was confirmed. On the day of the confirmation the King prorogued Parliament in a foolish speech, in which he seemed to think that he had gained a victory. But if the King and the Ministry believed or hoped that in expelling Wilkes from Parliament they had got rid of Wilkes for good and all, If they believed or hoped that in thus degrading Wilkes they would deprive him of his popularity with the people, or even diminish that popularity, they were speedily to be undeceived and bitterly disappointed. Both king and ministers knew their business very badly. With limitations of intelligence which would have been disastrous in the conduct of a small shop, they came in this instance, as in other instances, within measurable distance of wrecking a royalty. It is probable that Franklin, shrewd, cool observer though he was, went too far when he wrote in his journal that if George III had had a bad private character and John Wilkes a good one, the latter might have turned the former out of his kingdom. But it is certain that the signs of the king's unpopularity were now as significant as were the signs of Wilkes' popularity. It had been said that at this time a good half of the king's subjects preferred Wilkes to their king. The estimate is probably under rather than above the fact. Wilkes was placed in the position of being the champion of all the rights and liberties that Englishmen most prized, the king in the position of being their most uncompromising, most obstinate opponent. Thus, while honors were offered daily to the prisoner of the King's Bench, insults were daily offered to his royal enemy. The King could scarcely go abroad without becoming the object of a demonstration of popular disfavor, and even in his palace he could not escape from deputations empowered in protest against the conduct of his ministers. In all parts of the kingdom public meetings were held, and from these public meetings petitions poured in upon the King, calling upon him to dissolve his Parliament. It has been truly observed that the custom of holding public meetings for the discussion of public grievances dates from this period. On two solemn occasions the Lord Mayor of London, accompanied by the sheriffs, presented addresses to the King, remonstrating against the action of the House of Commons. To the first address the King replied that it was disrespectful to him, injurious to Parliament, and irreconcilable to the principles of the Constitution. After which reply he could think of nothing better, nothing more kingly to do than to turn around to his courtiers and burst out laughing. He treated the second address with the same insolence, an insolence which provoked from the Lord Mayor an uncourtierly reply, which reminded the King that those who endeavored to alienate the King's affections from his subjects were violators of the public peace and betrayers of the Constitution established by the glorious Revolution. These words were afterwards inscribed in gold upon the monument of the mayor who spoke them. If those words and words of like purport and temper at first moved the King to laughter, they soon exasperated him past laughing. Once he clapped his hand to his sword hilt and declared that he would sooner have recourse to that than grant a dissolution. The tension of public feeling can best be estimated when a constitutional sovereign on the one side could dare to make such a remark, when a representative of the people like Colonel Barré on the other side could dare in the House of Commons to say that disregard of public petitions might lead the people to think of assassination. While the King was insulted and insulting, and longing to stifle opposition by the sword, John Wilkes in his prison was receiving new proofs of the place he held in public affection. He was elected alderman for the ward of Farringdon Without. We are told that his table at the prison was daily supplied with the most rare and costly delicacies presented to him by his admirers. The mysterious Chevalier d'Eon sent him a present of Russian smoked tongues, with the whimsical wish that they could have the eloquence of Cicero and the delicacy of Voltaire to do him honor. Friendly revellers sent him hampers of the wine he liked the best. More serious gifts were laid at his feet. For a while money literally rained in upon him. The leading Whigs provided him with an income. Nobles and great ladies sent him large sums. A number of politicians banded together under the title of the Society for Supporting the Bill of Rights, and raised a great deal of money, much of which went in meeting some of the heavy debts with which Wilkes was embarrassed. much of which went in keeping up the princely way of living which suited Wilkes's temperament, and which was perhaps not unsuited to the part he was playing as the rival of a prince. In the public press, on the platform, on the stage, his influence was enormous. His good pleasure sent politicians to Parliament. His good pleasure made London sheriffs, made provincial mayors, while the false rumor that he was the author of the letters of Junius only swelled the volume of his fame. The author of those letters was adding to Wilkes's pride and power by public championship and by private letters choking with an adulation that seemed strange indeed from so savage a pen. If Garrick dared for a moment to run counter to popular feeling, as a little earlier he had dared to disdain the praise of Churchill, he had to give way in the case of Wilkes, as he had given way in the case of Wilkes's poet. The very name of Wilkes drove men on both sides of the quarrel into a kind of frenzy. Alexander Cruden of the Concordance showed his devotion to his king and his dislike of Wilkes by carrying a large sponge with him whenever he went abroad, in order that he might wipe out the ominous number 45 whenever he saw it chalked up. As the number was chalked up everywhere by the Wilkites, Cruden soon found the task beyond his powers. It was lucky for him that he got no harm in his zeal, lucky for him that he did not come across that militant clergyman who pulled the nose of a Scotch naval officer for attacking Wilkes, and then met his man in Hyde Park and wounded him. On April 17, 1770, Wilkes's term of imprisonment came to an end. Wilkes immediately started for Bath to avoid a demonstration in London, but London was illuminated in his honor, and in a great number of provincial towns his release was celebrated with all the signs of a national holiday. If he had been a hero in prison, he was no less a hero out of it. He moved from triumph to triumph. While alderman, he won a victory over the Court and the Commons, which did much to establish the liberty of the press in England. The House of Commons, in a foolish attempt to suppress reports of the debates in Parliament, tried to arrest certain printers. Wilkes and the Lord Mayor took the printers' part, advised them to conceal themselves, and in their turn arrested those who, in obedience to a royal proclamation and the orders of the House, arrested the printers. The House of Commons committed the Lord Mayor and Alderman Oliver to the Tower, and summoned Wilkes to appear at the bar. Wilkes coolly replied that as a member of Parliament, and as he was not addressed as a member of Parliament should be, in order to attend in his place according to custom, he should ignore the summons. The House made a second and yet a third order for his appearance, each of which Wilkes treated with disdain. It is a significant proof of the power of Wilkes's popularity that the House did not take any steps to punish his contumacy. While it affected to find a consolation in the assurances of the King that Wilkes was below the notice of the House, it had to endure as best it might an affront, resentment of which would only have added to Wilkes's popularity. The honors paid to the Lord Mayor and the aldermen during their imprisonment showed only too plainly that hostility to the Court and the Parliamentary majority was heroism in the eyes of the majority of the citizens of London. Once again Wilkes had won the day. From that time onward Parliament put no embargo upon the publication of reports of its debates. Fresh honors were showered on Wilkes. He was elected sheriff. He was presented by the Court of Common Council with a silver goblet, designed according to his own wish, with a representation of the death of Caesar, and graced with the ominous motto from one of the poems of Churchill, "May every tyrant feel the keen, deep searchings of a patriot's steel," a citation which, taken in conjunction with Barré's wild talk in the House about assassination, was sufficiently significant of the temper of the time. Wilkes had been alderman, he had been sheriff. He was now to bear the crown of civic honors. He was put in nomination for the office of Lord Mayor. The Court party made a desperate effort to defeat him. They had tried and failed to prevent him from being elected to Parliament. They had tried and failed to prevent him from being made alderman, from being made sheriff. They now tried with all their might to prevent him from being made Lord Mayor. Wilkes had much to fight against. There were defections from his own party. The once devoted Horne had squabbled with his idol over money matters, and was now as venomous an enemy as he had been a fulsome partisan. Alderman Townshend, an ex-Lord Mayor, strained all his influence, which was great in the City, against Wilkes. A wild rumor got about at one time, indeed, that Townshend had settled the difficulty of the court forever by challenging Wilkes and shooting him dead. The story had no foundation, but for a moment it flattered the hopes of Wilkes's enemies and fluttered the hearts of Wilkes's friends. The opposition ended as opposition to Wilkes always ended. Twice he was placed at the head of the poll, and twice the Court of Aldermen chose another candidate. The third time, in the election of 1774, Wilkes was at last chosen as Lord Mayor by the Court of Aldermen, in despite of the unwearied efforts of the Court party to defeat him. Thus, wrote Walpole, after so much persecution by the Court, after so many attempts upon his life, after a long imprisonment in jail, after all his own crimes and indiscretions, did this extraordinary man of more extraordinary fortune attain the highest office in so grave and important a city as the capital of England, always reviving the more opposed and oppressed, and unable to shock fortune and make her laugh at him who laughed at everybody and everything. It has been well said by Mr. Fraser Rae that the significance of election to the office of Lord Mayor was very much greater more than 100 years ago than it is now. Then the chief magistrate of the city was not necessarily a man who had passed through certain minor offices and who rose by routine to fill the highest. At that time the corporation was a political power which ministers had to take into account and which sovereigns had to propitiate. A greater triumph than the mayoralty followed in quick succession. At the general election of 1774 Wilkes came forward again, and for the fifth time as candidate for Middlesex. This time he was not opposed. Luttrell abandoned an impossible position and did not stand. 10 years after Wilkes's first appearance in the House of Commons, he returned to it again in triumph as the member for Middlesex and the Lord Mayor of London. And here, on the top of his triumph, Wilkes may be said to drop through the tissue of our history. He was to live nearly a quarter of a century longer, 23 years of a life that was as calm and peaceful as the hot manhood that preceded it had been vexed and unquiet. Although he lives in history as one of the most famous of the world's agitators, he had in his heart little affection for the life of a public man, and the publicity of the civic official was especially distasteful to him. He hated the gross festivals, the gross pleasures, the gross display of city life. He sickened of the long hours spent in the business of mayoralty. He sickened yet more of the pleasures incidental to mayoralty. Though he remained in Parliament for many years and conducted himself there with zeal, discretion, and statesmanship, and always, or almost always, proved himself to be the champion of liberty and the democratic principle, he did not find his greatest happiness in public speeches and the triumphs and defeats of the division lobby. What he loved best on earth was the society of his daughter, between whom and himself there the best advocate for Wilkes's character. And he loved best to enjoy that society in the kind of sham classic retirement which had so powerful an attraction for so many of the men of the 18th century. His cottage in the Isle of Wight, with its Doric column to the Manes of Churchill, with its shrine to Fortuna Redux, was his ideal of the ancient city of Tusculum. His tastes and pleasures were the tastes and pleasures of a man of letters. He affected a curious kind of scholarship. The hand that had been employed upon the North Briton now devoted itself to the editing of classic texts. The intellect that had been associated with the privately printed essay on Woman was now associated with privately printed editions of Catullus, which he fondly believed to be flawless, and of Theophrastus, whose Greek text it pleased him to print without accents. In his tranquil old age he made himself as many friends as in his hot manhood he had made himself enemies. Those who had most hated him came under the spell of his attraction. Even the King himself, even Dr. Johnson. His interview with Dr. Johnson is one of the most famous episodes in the literary and political history of the last century. His assurance to King George that he himself had never been a Wilkite is in one sense the truest criticism that has ever been passed upon him. If to be a Wilkite was to entertain all the advanced and all the wild ideas expressed by many of those who took advantage of his agitation, then certainly Wilkes was none such. But he was a Wilkite in the better sense of being true to his own opinions and true to his sense of public duty. When he expressed the wish to have the words "A friend to liberty" inscribed upon his monument, he expressed a wish which the whole tenor of his life, the whole tone of his utterances fully justified. And if he was loyal to his principles, he could be chivalrous to his enemies. Almost his last public appearance was at the general election of 1796, when he came forward with a magnanimity which would have well become many a better man to support the candidature of Horne Tooke at Westminster, of the man who, after having been his fawning friend, his fulsome flatterer, had turned against him with the basest treachery and the bitterest malignity. There may have been, surely there must have been, a vein of irony in the words in which Wilkes complimented the apostate and the turncoat as a man of public virtues, but the irony was cloaked in courtesy. If the action smacked of the cynic, at least it was done in obedience to the behest to forgive our enemies. On November 28, 1797, the old, worn, weary man who had worked so hard and done so much welcomed in his capacity of Chamberlain of the City of London Admiral Sir Horatio Nelson to the honorary freedom of the city. The setting star saluted the rising star. Nelson was then 39. He had been at sea since he was 12. He had voyaged in polar seas and tropic waters. He had fought the Americans. He had fought the French. Hate a Frenchman as you would the devil was his simple-minded counsel of perfection. He had fought the Spaniards. He had lost an eye at Calvi. He had lost an arm at Santa Cruz. He was 10 years married. His love, his error, his glory, Emma Hamilton, Caraccioli, Trafalgar were yet to come. Less than a month later, in the late December 1797, John Wilkes was dead. He was 70 years old. For nearly 40 years he had lived unknown, unheeded. For 10 years he was the most conspicuous man in England, the best hated and the best loved. For 20 years more he was an honored public and private citizen. He will always be remembered as one of the most remarkable men of a century of remarkable men. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 51. Charles James Fox. One of the most immediate results of the Wilkes controversy in the House of Commons was to draw attention to a young man who had entered Parliament at the general election of 1768, while he was still considerably under age. The young member for Midhurst made himself conspicuous as the most impassioned opponent of Wilkes. A strenuous supporter of Luttrell outside the walls of Westminster, inside those walls the boy who represented the fictitious constituency of Midhurst distinguished himself by the easy insolence with which he assailed Wilkes and the popular cause which Wilkes represented. He delighted in informing the delighted majority in the House that he, for his part, paid no regard whatever to the voice of the people. When Burke condescended to notice and to rebuke the impertinence of a youth of 19, he little thought that the lad whom he reproved would come to be a far more extreme advocate of popular rights than he himself, or that the chronicle of the century, in recording the names of those who made themselves prominent for the utterance of democratic opinions, should place the name of John Wilkes far below the name of Charles James Fox. It would not be easy to imagine a worse training for a youth intended for the service of his country and destined to contend for the honors of the state than the life that was lived by Charles James Fox from early boyhood to early manhood. It was not in the power of his father, Henry Fox, Lord Holland, to set before his son the example of a parent whose public life was pure, admirable, and honorable. But in the domestic circle Lord Holland was a very different man from the corrupt and juggling politician known to the world. In the domestic circle his affections and his tendernesses were his most conspicuous traits, and in the domestic circle he was as unfortunate for his children through his very virtues as outside it he was unfortunate by reason of his vices. Fox was a loving husband, but he was an adoring father, and the extremest zeal and warmth of his adoration was given to his son, Charles James. The child was from the first precocious, alert, and gifted beyond his years, and the father fostered and flattered the precocity with a kind of worship that proved, as it was bound to prove, disastrous. It seems to have been Henry Fox's deliberate belief that the best way to bring up a spirited, gifted, headstrong child was to gratify every wish, surrender to every whim, and pander to every passion that ebullient youth could feel. The anecdotes of the day teem with tales of the fantastic homage that Fox paid to the desires and moods of his imperious infant. He made him his companion while he was still in the nursery. He allowed him to be his master before he had fairly left it. Never was the creed of Thelema acted upon more consistently and persistently than by Lord Holland toward Charles James Fox. It is an astonishing proof of the strength and innate goodness of the childish nature that it was not ruined outright, hopelessly and helplessly, by the worst training ever given to a son by a father. That it did Fox infinite harm cannot be denied, and it was only to be expected. That it failed entirely to unbalance his mind and destroy his character only serves to show the sterling temper of Fox's mettle. His youth was like his childhood, petted, spoiled, wayward, capricious, and captivating. Every one loved him, his father, his father's friends, the school companions with whom he wrote Latin verses in praise of lovely ladies with lovely names. All through his life the love of men and the love of women was given to him with a generosity that was only equal to the lovable nature that compelled and commanded it. His career is one record of unrivaled precocity. As a child he had been his father's friend rather than his father's plaything. As a lad he was his father's traveling companion, and learned from that father the pleasant art of sowing wild oats, not with the hand but with the whole sack. He returned to England a proficient gambler, a finished rake, a dear friend of famous men, the darling of beautiful women, to enter before he was of age upon that political career in which it seemed certain that if he would follow his father's steps he might hope for more than his father's fortunes. If Charles James Fox had been quite cankered by his father's care, if the essence of his genius had been corruptible, he might have given the King's friends a leader as far removed from them as Lucifer from his satellites, and contrived perhaps, though that indeed would have been difficult, to amass almost as much money as he was able to spend with comfort. To judge by the young man's initial enterprise, his parliamentary career promised to be as brilliant and as brutal as any king who hated Chatham and hated Wilkes and hated the American colonies could possibly desire. The furious intolerance of his maiden speech was happily, however, only like that false dawn familiar to travellers in the East. The true sunrise was yet to come. But for 6 years he was as consistent in his support of Lord North and the policy that North represented as for the rest of his career he was consistent in opposition to it. The life of Fox recalls in its brilliant activity, in its no less brilliant scholarship, the dazzling careers of some of those Italian princes who were equally at home and equally distinguished in the battlefield and in the library, equally happy in handling their weapons or in turning the pages of the latest volume from the presses of Aldus that renewed the youth of some masterpieces of Greece or Rome. Fox's scholarship would have been remarkable in a man whose days and nights were devoted to scholarship alone. It was little less than marvellous in a man who gave a large part of his days to the fiercest political fights of a fiercely political age, and a large part of his nights to the fascination of the card table, the disasters of the dice box, and the pursuit of the sweet elusive shadow which is called pleasure. Fox's love for literature was indeed its own reward. In the darkest hours of a life that tasted the bitterness of many public and many private sorrows, he could steep his vexed spirit in the sweet waters watched by the Muses, and arise cleansed, inspirited, and comforted. Though he saw those public honors that his genius deserved denied, though he lost those chances of command by which he could best have served his country, though his own fault wrecked his fortune, and his own follies wasted his substance and delivered the home of his glorious youth into alien hands, he could turn from troubles that would have broken the spirit and cracked the heart of a less heroic fighter to find solace and consolation in the golden music of the Odyssey and the majestic cadences of Virgil. Fox loved the classics with the passion of a poet, not with the patience of a pedant, and found that noble rapture in the human beauty of Euripides which Parson Adams found in the divine grandeur of Aeschylus. But if his reading in the literature of Greece and Rome was wide and deep, it was not limited to the literatures which the world calls classic. France, Italy, Spain offered him their best, and found him a worthy worshipper, the faithful lover and loyal student of all that was best in each. He was the comrade of Don Quixote, as he was the comrade of Orlando Furioso and the comrade of Gil Blas. But he was never one of those who exalt the laurels of other lands to the neglect of those of their own. He knew English literature and loved English literature as well as if he had never scanned a Latin line or conjugated a Greek verb or read a page of Molière or Calderon or Metastasio. He knew Chaucer as well as it was possible for any one then or for generations later to know Chaucer, and he appreciated him as few have appreciated him before or since. The poets of his own time were as dear to him in their degree as the singer of England's morning song. It is hardly necessary to say that he was as familiar with Shakespeare as every one should be and as very few are. Only one arc was wanting to the circle of his splendid culture. Only one string was lacking to the bow of his prodigious reading. There was a great literature growing up in a neighboring country of which Charles Fox knew nothing, and of which we cannot doubt that he would have rejoiced to know much. It is curious that in a country which had been ruled for 3 successive reigns by German sovereigns, the German language was entirely neglected, and the glorious dawn of German literature entirely ignored. While Fox was still a young man playing at love, playing at cards, playing at politics, and through all these diversions adding to that mighty store of learning and training his mind in the finest and most intimate judgments upon the Greek and Roman poets, Germany had been enriched by the masterpiece of the greatest critic since Aristotle, and was fostering the golden youth of the greatest poet since Shakespeare. It would have amazed Fox, as it would have amazed every English scholar then living, if he could have been told that the spirit of the antique world was to be renewed in a country which had given them 4 generations of phlegmatic princes, and in a language of which few scholars in England knew a single word. Fox's term of adherence to North and to North's policy was not too happy a time for the nominal superior. A hot-headed young lord of the Admiralty resigned his office in a huff, and was not without difficulty persuaded to return to office as Commissioner of the Treasury. The breach between Fox and North was bridged over, but the bridge was frail. The 2 men eyed each other with disfavor. Fox asserted his independence by occasionally voting against the minister, by consorting with Burke. After the death of Lord Holland, North revenged himself by dismissing Fox from office in a letter famous for its insolent brevity. For a time Fox still accorded to the Ministry an uncertain support, but he was drifting in thought and speech and action in the inevitable direction of his genius. The hour came when he took his seat on the Opposition benches and asserted himself as a formidable opponent of the Government. A quarrel across the Atlantic gave him the opportunity to prove that the principles which men of to-day would call liberal principles had gained one of their greatest and one of their most eloquent champions. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 52, On the Charles River, Part 1. While the battle had been raging over Wilkes at home, the cloud of trouble had been growing larger and larger abroad. The discontent of the American colonies increased in direct ratio with the determination of the home government to ignore or to override that discontent. The King was fortunate, or believed himself to be fortunate, in finding among his ministers the aptest instrument he could desire for striking at the Americans. Lord Hillsborough, the Secretary of State, was one of those men who appeared to be inspired by a very genius of perversity. He had a power of misunderstanding a political situation and underestimating a political crisis which, if it could only have been reversed, would have earned him a foremost place among the statesmen of his time. But his perversity was of like temper with the perversity of the King, and Lord Hillsborough was admirably qualified to interpret the King's dislike of his American subjects and to make himself the mouthpiece of the anti-colonial feeling which had been steadily growing up in the House of Commons since the days when the repeal of the Stamp Act had known its season of brief popularity. The comparative temperance and lucidity of the Rockingham period seemed now indeed remote and memorable. Exasperation and not conciliation appeared to be the persistent note of England's colonial policy. It was England's misfortune to be peculiarly ill-served on both sides of the Atlantic by those who were entrusted with the conduct of colonial affairs. It would be hard to say whether the colonial governments abroad or the ministers at home were least capable of understanding the people with whom they had to deal, or were most to blame for their actions in the face of a danger that their own folly had brought about. With a man like Lord Hillsborough for Secretary of State in London, with a man like Burnet for Governor of Massachusetts in Boston, it is not to be wondered at now, and it ought not to have been wondered at then, that the colonies refused to crystallize into tranquillity. Francis Bernard was a man of certain ability, certain gifts, and uncertain good intentions, but he was, as we have seen, a perfervid Tory, a zealous champion of the royal prerogative, a profound believer in the wisdom of minimizing, if not abrogating, the privileges of which the colonists, and especially the colonists of Massachusetts, were so proud. It was Bernard's peculiar fortune to be not merely the supporter but the adviser of the English ministries in almost all the series of disastrous actions toward their colonies. Bernard was inspired by a kind of furious folly in his words and deeds. Unhappily, this kind of furious folly was not confined to the colonial governor. Lord Hillsborough was no less foolish and no less dangerous than Bernard. Horace Walpole described Hillsborough as nothing more than a pompous composition of ignorance and want of judgment. He certainly was hopelessly ignorant of America, and he certainly showed a hopeless want of judgment in his dealings with the Americans. Hillsborough backed up Bernard in his blunders and his braggadocio with the light heart that comes of an empty head. He backed up Bernard with a steady zeal that would have been splendid if it could have been made to serve any useful purpose. While Bernard was bellicose and blustering, Hillsborough blustered and was bellicose in his turn. It was Hillsborough's honest, innate conviction that the American colonists were a poor-spirited, feeble-hearted, and still more feeble-handed pack of rascals, braggarts whom a firm front discomfited, natural bondsmen to whom it was only necessary, as in the old classic story, to show the whip to awe them into cringing submission. This theory found its fittest formula a little later when Hillsborough, speaking for the government he adorned, and inspired by a more than usual afflatus of folly, declared that "we can grant nothing to the Americans except what they may ask with a halter round their necks." It is difficult to believe that a reasonable minister endowed with a sufficient degree of human ability to push his way from office to office and from title to title could have known so little of the history of his own country and the characteristics of his own countrymen as to think that any of England's children were easily to be frightened into ignominious supplication. But Hillsborough undoubtedly did think so, and he always acted consistently in support of his strong conviction that the independent colonists were nothing more than a mob of cowardly malcontents. He acted on this conviction to such good purpose that his name has earned its place of honor with that of Grenville, of Townshend, and of Wedderburn in the illustrious junta who were successfully busy about the sorry business of converting a great empire into a small one. After the Stamp Act had raised its crop of disturbance and disorder, the Government extended to the colonies the measure called the Mutiny Act for the quartering of troops and providing them with necessaries. The legislature of New York refused to execute this act on the ground that it involved the very principle of taxation which had just been abandoned by the repeal of the Stamp Act. It made provision for the troops in its own way and calmly ignored the Act of Parliament. Parliament retorted in due course by passing a bill by which the Governor, Council, and Assembly of New York were prevented from passing any law whatsoever until they had complied with the letter and the spirit of the Mutiny Act. This measure was loudly applauded in England, even by some who had shown themselves very friendly to the grievances of the colonists. When New York found that her great deed was too great, and bending before the anger of Parliament, reluctantly complied with the terms of the Mutiny Act, there were not wanting observers to point out that the lesson, though only addressed to one colony, was of significance to all, and that an inevitable surrender was the proof of the hopeless inferiority of the colonies when brought into direct contest with the supreme power. These jubilations were as short-lived as they were untimely. If New York was weak and wavering, Massachusetts was more firm of purpose. She sternly refused to comply with the terms of the Mutiny Act. She went farther still in defiance of the government. She issued a circular to the other colonies, calling upon them very frankly and very clearly to cooperate in taking some united course for the purpose of obtaining redress for the recent acts of the English government. This was the second instance of deliberate combination for a definite end among the colonies, and it caused much disquiet and more irritation to the government. Lord Hillsborough, always in favor of what he believed to be firm measures, immediately sent Governor Bernard instructions to have the offending circular rescinded. Governor Bernard would have been only too glad to obey, but obedience was not easy. Bernard could command, but Massachusetts could refuse to give way. When Bernard retaliated by dissolving the Massachusetts legislature, colony after colony replied to his action by applauding the conduct of Massachusetts and condemning Lord Hillsborough. The English government answered the protests of Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, Georgia, and New York by creating a new office especially to deal with the colonies, and by appointing Lord Hillsborough to fill the post. Everything that could be done on the English side of the Atlantic by those in power to show those on the American side of the Atlantic that they might look in vain for justice or for consideration from authority was done. Lord Hillsborough was under the impression that a little firmness, what he called firmness, would soon bring the colonists to their senses. But every mail that came across the Atlantic showed that Lord Hillsborough's theory was unsupported by facts. Now it was the news that the seizure of John Hancock's sloop Liberty for a breach of the revenue laws had brought about a riot in Boston, in which the commissioners of revenue had to fly for their lives. Now it was the news of a great convention in Faneuil Hall to protest against the troops which Hillsborough, at the request of Bernard, poured into Boston. Now it was the news of daily increasing hostility between the citizens of Boston and the British soldiers quartered in the town. It was evident, even to Hillsborough, that a dangerous spirit had been aroused in America, but he still believed that America could be easily frightened or chastised into good behavior. He proposed to enforce an old law of Henry VIII, by which the colonists offending could be shipped across the Atlantic for trial in England. All that was best and most eloquent in the House of Commons protested against such folly, and did not protest in vain. Some small concessions were made in a half-hearted, grudging way to the Americans. Governor Bernard was recalled. Some of the obnoxious taxes were repealed, though Lord North was not to be persuaded to abandon the tax on tea. These poor concessions were made known to the colonists in a more than usually uncivil and injudicious letter from Lord Hillsborough. The concessions were too trivial and came too late. If Boston had its brief day of rejoicing when Bernard took his departure, the men of Boston were soon to be occupied with other thoughts than of banners and bonfires. The bad feeling between the people and the military grew worse, and at last displayed itself in active hostility. March 5, 1770, was a memorable day in the history of Boston. 3,000 miles away Lord North was moving in Parliament for the repeal of all the American duties, with the single and fatal exception of the tax on tea. In Boston, a small quarrel between some of the citizens and certain British troops under the command of Colonel Preston suddenly blazed up into a dangerous collision. Some of the soldiers fired, several citizens were killed, several more wounded. There was an angry call to arms, and a general civil attack upon the military was only with difficulty prevented by the lieutenant governor, who ordered the arrest and imprisonment of Colonel Preston and the soldiers under him. These duly underwent a trial whose conduct and whose issue reflected the highest honor upon Boston. The soldiers were defended by no less prominent a man and conspicuous a patriot than John Adams, and thanks to John Adams, Colonel Preston and 6 of his men were acquitted, and only 2 of the soldiers convicted of manslaughter. But if the people of Boston were willing that even their enemies should be tried fairly and fairly acquitted, they were not willing to allow the events of that day to pass into oblivion. A public funeral was accorded to the victims of the Boston Massacre, and the grim name for a grim deed was for long years later solemnly and publicly commemorated. The bad news of the Boston Massacre was followed to England by the bad news of the business of the Gaspé. The Gaspé was an English warship employed to enforce the revenue acts along the Rhode Island coast. Its commander, Lieutenant Duddington, took an active delight in his duty, which brought him into perpetual antagonism with the people who regarded elusion of the revenue laws as their privilege and prerogative. One night the Gaspé, pursuing the Providence packet that had refused to lower her colors in salutation as she passed, ran aground in shallow water and lay fast, bound for the night. The news of her insolence to the Providence packet and of her present plight flew abroad all over Providence. After sundown a number of the townspeople of Providence, well armed and stern of purpose, rowed from the town to the stranded Gaspé, boarded her, and overcame the ineffectual resistance of her crew. In the scuffle Duddington was badly wounded. His wounds were dressed. He and his men were put on shore with all their belongings, and then and there the Gaspé was set fire to and watched till she was consumed. Though a large money reward was offered for the apprehension of the offenders, no one of the assailants was ever brought before the King's justice. Misfortunes like the Boston Massacre, disorders like the burning of the Gaspé, naturally increased the anti-colonial exasperation of the English king and of ministers like North and Hillsborough. North thought whatever the king wished him to think. Hillsborough still believed that the Americans were only to be listened to when they came with halters around their necks. King George was convinced that the New England mutineers would speedily prove to be lambs when England chose to play the lion. At this moment of extreme tension something happened which still further strained the relations between the two countries. In the year 1767, Hutchinson, who was then Governor-General of Massachusetts, and Oliver, the Lieutenant Governor of the colony, wrote certain letters to Whately, who was private secretary to George Grenville. These were private letters, confidential letters. Neither of the writers dreamed that they would ever become public possessions. They were intended to inform and to advise a minister's secretary and the minister himself. In these letters Hutchinson and Oliver set forth very fully and frankly their views as to the condition of the colonies and the better way of dealing with them. Hutchinson and Oliver had suffered much at the hands of the people of Boston. It was chance rather than clemency which allowed them to escape with their lives on that wild August day of 1765. It is probable that their opinion of the popular party in Massachusetts was colored, if not prejudiced, by memories of the Stamp Act riots. Hutchinson and Oliver were all for strong measures of repression and coercion. To their minds the colonies were allowed a great deal too much liberty. Their people and their leaders were not nearly so sensible of the advantage of British supremacy as they ought to be. They were forever asserting their own rights and privileges in a spirit that could only be properly met by a prompt and comprehensive curtailment of those rights and privileges. The colonists were too free, too proud of their charters and constitutions. Hutchinson and Oliver, with that fine superiority to charters and constitutions which characterized so many a royal governor, insisted that very considerable changes of government, all in the direction of coercion, were necessary in order to make the conceited colonists know their place and to keep them in it. These letters, no doubt, made their due impression upon Whately and upon Grenville. Letters like them were always being dispatched across the Atlantic by governors and deputy governors to persons of importance in England, pointing out how ungrateful the colonists were for their many blessings, and what a good thing it would be for them if a few of these blessings were taken away. These letters had their influence upon the persons of importance to whom they were addressed. They formed the minds of ministers. They fed the fancies of the king. They served to bolster up the singular system of ignorance and incapacity which went by the name of colonial administration. Of course, Hutchinson and Oliver and their kind thought that they were only writing for ministerial eyes, that they were only whispering into royal ears. They no doubt assumed that their letters would be safely pigeon-holed or still more safely destroyed. It did not occur to them that they ever could or would be made public, and by their publication thrust new weapons into the hands of the men whose liberties they were so zealous to suppress. But the unexpected often, if not always, happens. Whately died in June of 1772, and after his death the letters he had received and preserved from Hutchinson and Oliver were somehow stolen. We shall probably never know how they were stolen or by whom. It was claimed in later years, but not proved, that Dr. Hugh Williamson was the means of transmitting the letters to Franklin. All that we know for certain is that they came into the hands of Benjamin Franklin, and that Benjamin Franklin believed it to be his duty as agent for Massachusetts to make them known to the colony he represented. He was only allowed to do so under certain strict and definite conditions. The source from which they came was to be kept absolutely secret. They were only to be shown to a few leading colonists, and they were to be neither printed nor copied, and they were to be returned promptly. Franklin accepted these conditions, and as far as was in his power observed them. The source from which they came was kept a secret, is still a secret. But Franklin could not very well enforce, perhaps did not very greatly desire to enforce, those conditions upon his friends on the other side of the Atlantic. He pointed out that, though they might not be printed or copied, they might be talked about, and talked about they were. The knowledge of them set all Boston afire with excitement, filled the colonists with indignation, and their opponents with dismay. The Massachusetts House of Assembly carried by a large majority a petition to the King, calling for the removal of Hutchinson and Oliver as betrayers of their trust and enemies to the colony. Hutchinson, soon made aware of the publicity given to the correspondence, demanded to see the letters that were said to have come from him. The Assembly permitted this, but recorded the permission with a show of distrust that was in itself the crudest affront. A small committee was appointed to take the letters to Hutchinson and to show him the letters in their presence, the implication being that Hutchinson was not to be trusted with the letters except in the presence of witnesses. Hutchinson had to submit to the insult. He had also to admit that the letters were genuine. He gave, or was understood to give, permission that the letters might be made public. The letters were promptly made public. Thousands of copies were struck off and scattered broadcast all over the continent. England was scarcely less excited than America by the publication. There was a general curiosity to know how the letters had been purloined and how they had been made public. The Whately to whom the letters had been addressed had a brother, William Whately. William Whately seems to have been alarmed lest it might be thought that he was in any way instrumental to the promulgation of the letters. He diverted any suspicion from himself by accusing another man of the theft. This other man was Mr. John Temple, who had once had an opportunity of examining the papers of the late Mr. Whately. Temple immediately challenged his accuser. A duel was fought, and as far as ordeal of battle went, Temple made good his innocence, for he wounded William Whately. At this moment Franklin came forward. He admitted that the letters had come into his hands and that he had dispatched them to America. He declined to say how they did come into his hands, but he solemnly asserted the absolute innocence of both Temple and Whately of any knowledge of or complicity in the transaction. A storm of popular anger broke upon Franklin. He was regarded as a criminal, spoken of as a criminal, publicly denounced as a criminal. Wedderburn, the Solicitor General, was his denunciator, and he chose for the place of his attack the House of Commons, and for the hour the occasion of the presentation of the petition of Massachusetts for the removal of Hutchinson and Oliver. End of Chapter 52, Part 1. Section 15 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 52 On the Charles River, Part II. Wedderburn assailed Franklin in a speech whose ability was only surpassed by its ferocity. In the presence of an illustrious audience that numbered among its members some of the most famous men of that time or of any time, Wedderburn directed against Franklin a fluency of invective, a fury of reproach that was almost splendid in its unbridled savagery. The Privy Councillors, with one exception, rocked with laughter and revelled in applause as the Solicitor General pilloried the agent from the colony of Massachusetts Bay as a thief, well nigh a murderer, a man lost to all honor, all decency. The one grave exception to the grinning faces of the Privy Councillors was the face of Lord North. He sat fixed in rigidity, too well aware of all that depended upon the glittering slanders of Wedderburn to find any matter of mirth in them. Only one other man in all that assembly of genius and rank and fame and wit carried a countenance as composed as that of Lord North, and that was the face of the man whom Wedderburn was bespattering with his ready venom. Benjamin Franklin, dressed in a gala suit, unlike the sober habit that was familiar with him, stood at the bar of the House and listened with an unconquerable calm to all that Wedderburn had to say. If it was the hour of Wedderburn's triumph, it was not the hour of Franklin's humiliation. He held his head high and suffered no emotion to betray itself, while Wedderburn piled insult upon insult, and the majority of his hearers reeled in a rapture of approval. But if Franklin listened with an unmoved countenance, the words of Wedderburn were not without their effect upon him. He was human, and the slanders stung him, but we may well believe that they stung him most as the representative of the fair and flourishing colony whose petition was treated with the same insolence that exhausted itself in attacking his honor and his name. The close philosophy of Diogenes Teufelsdrockh is readily annotated by history. There are garments that have earned an immortality of fame. Such an one is the sky-blue coat which Robespierre wore at the height of his power when he celebrated the festival of the Supreme Being, and in the depths of his degradation when, a few days later, he was carried to his death. Such an one is the gala coat of flowered Manchester velvet which Franklin wore in his day of degradation, when he was compelled to listen with a tranquil visage and a throbbing heart to the fluent invective of Wedderburn, and which was laid away and left unused through 5 tremendous years, not to be taken from its retirement until Franklin wore it again on the day of his greatest triumph, when he signed that treaty with England which gave his country her place among the nations of the world. Battles have been fought and won in the saddest of civil wars. The trained and seasoned troops of Europe had learned the lesson of defeat from levies of farmers. English generals had surrendered to men of their own race and their own speech, and a new flag floated over a new world between the day when Franklin went smartly dressed to Westminster to hear Wedderburn do his best and worst, and the day when Franklin went smartly dressed to Paris as the representative of an independent America. Franklin's flowered coat is no less eloquent than Caesar's mantle. The man whom the court party employed to deal the death blow to colonial hopes and to overwhelm with insult and abuse the colonial agent was a countryman and intimate friend of the detested Bute. Alexander Wedderburn attained the degree of eloquence with which he now assailed Franklin at a cost of scarcely less pains than those devoted by Demosthenes to conquer his defects. He had a strong and a harsh Scotch accent, and neither the accent nor the race was grateful to the London of the 18th century. Wedderburn's native tenacity enabled him in a great degree to overcome his native accent. He toiled under Thomas Sheridan and he toiled under Macklin the actor to attain the genuine English accent, and his labors did not go unrewarded. Boswell writes that he got rid of the coarse part of his Scotch accent, retaining only so much of the native wood-note wild as to mark his country, which if any Scotchman should affect to forget, I should heartily despise him. So that by degrees he formed a mode of speaking to which Englishmen did not deny the praise of eloquence. Successful as an orator, secure in the patronage of the royal favorite, Wedderburn sought the society of the wits and was not welcomed by them. Johnson disliked him for his defective colloquial powers and for his supple readiness to go on errands for Bute. Foote derided him as not only dull himself, but the cause of dullness in others. Boswell, who admired his successful countrymen, assumed that his unfavorable appearances in the social world were due to a cold affectation of consequence from being reserved and stiff. The scorn of Johnson and the sneers of Foote would not have saved him from oblivion. He owes his unlovely notoriety to his assault upon Franklin, with all its disastrous consequences. Many years later, when Wedderburn was Lord Loughborough and Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, a humorous editor dedicated to him, ironically, a new edition of Franklin's Rules for Reducing a Great Empire to a Small One. The English government was now resolved to show that it would temporize no longer with the factious colonists. If, in a spirit of rash and ill-repaid good nature, it had repealed certain taxes, at least it would repeal no more. The tax on tea existed, the tax on tea would be enforced. The tax on tea should be respected. The East India Company had a vast quantity of tea which it desired to sell. It obtained from the government the permission to export the tea direct to America, instead of being obliged to let it pass through the hands of English merchants. Under such conditions the tea could be sold very cheaply indeed in the colonies, and the government hoped and believed that this very cheapness would be a temptation too keen for the patriotism of a tea-drinking city to withstand. If the King and the East India Company were resolved to force their tea upon the American colonists, the Americans were no less stubborn in their resolution to refuse it. The tea ships sailed the seas, weathered the winds and waves of the Atlantic, only to be, as it were, wrecked in port. The colonists in general, and especially the colonists of Massachusetts, were resolved not to suffer the tea to be landed, for they knew that once landed it could be sold so cheaply that it would be hard for many to resist the temptation to buy it. Every effort was made to prevent the importation. In many cases the consignees were persuaded, not wholly without menace, to make public engagement to relinquish their appointments. Pilots were advised, as patriots, to lend no aid to the threatened importation. Indeed, it was pretty plainly hinted to some of them that they would best prove their patriotism by using their especial knowledge in such a way as would most effectually prevent it. Boston set the example of self-denial and of resistance. In December of 1773, 3 ships laden with tea arrived in her port. Their captains soon heard of the hostility to their mission, were soon warned of the dangers that awaited them. Alarmed at their perils, the captains declared their perfect willingness to return with their cargoes to England, if they were permitted to do so by the Board of Customs and the persons to whom the tea had been consigned. But the willingness of the captains was of no avail. The consignees insisted that the tea should be delivered to them, and neither the Customs House nor the governor would grant the captains permission to return. But if the consignees and the authorities were resolved that the tea should be landed, the citizens of Boston were equally resolved that it should not. Their fantastic method of giving force to their resolution has made it famous. In the dusk of a December evening the 3 tea ships were suddenly boarded by what seemed to be a small army of Mohawk Indians in all the terror of their war paint. These seeming Indians were in reality serious citizens of Boston, men of standing, wealth, and good repute, wearers of names that had long been known and honored in the Commonwealth. The frightful paint, the gaudy feathers, the moccasins and wampum, the tomahawks, scalping knives, and pistols that seemed so alarming to the peaceful captains of the boarded ships were but the fantastic accoutrements that concealed the placid faces and the portly persons of many a respectable and respected Boston burgess. The plan had been schemed out by a conclave of citizens around a bowl of punch in Court Street, and was carried out with a success that was no less remarkable than its peacefulness. The trappings of the red man concealed the identity of many prominent citizens, friends of John Hancock and Samuel Adams, their rivals in ability and their peers in energy. The sham savages were so numerous and so determined that no resistance was offered by the captains or the crews of the vessels. The shore was picketed with sentinels, ready to resist any interference on the part of any representatives of royal authority. There was no interference. The conspirators of the punch bowl and those who obeyed their instructions kept their secret so close and did their work so quickly that those in authority knew nothing about the business until the business was happily over. In about 2 hours the entire cargo of the 3 tea ships was dragged out of the hold and flung into the sea. The patriotic citizen who had asked significantly if tea could be made with salt water was satisfactorily answered by the Mohawks when they cast overboard the last of their 342 chests and prepared to disappear as rapidly and as mysteriously as they had come. During the whole adventure only one man was hurt, who tried to secrete some of the tea about his person, and who was given a drubbing for his pains. The Mohawks scattered and disappeared, washed their faces, rolled up their blankets, concealed their pistols and axes, and, as many reputable Boston citizens, returned to their homes. It is related that some of them, on their way home, passed by a house in which Admiral Montague was spending the evening. Montague heard the noise of the trampling feet, opened the window, and looked out upon the fantastic procession. No doubt some news of what had happened had reached him, for he is reported to have called out, "Well, boys, you have had a fine night for your Indian caper, but mind, you've got to pay the fiddler yet." One of the Mohawk leaders looked up and answered promptly, "Oh, never mind, Squire. Just come out here, if you please, and we'll settle the bill in 2 minutes." The Admiral considered the odds were against him, that the joke had gone far enough. He closed the window, leaving the bill to be settled by whoso thought fit, and the laughing savages swept on to their respectable wigwams. If some very reputable citizens found a few leaves of tea in their shoes when they took them off that night, they said nothing about it, and nobody was the wiser. So ended the adventure of the Boston Tea Party, which was but the prologue to adventures more memorable and more momentous. We learn that at least one of these masquerading Indians survived to so late a date as March of 1846. Men now living may have clasped hands with Henry Perkett and David Kinnison, and heard from their own lips the story of a deed that enraged a king, offended Chatham, was disapproved of by George Washington, and was not disapproved of by Burke. The news of the Boston Tea Party reached London on January 19, 1774, and was public property on the 21st. Other news, little less unpleasant, soon followed. At Charleston, tea was only landed to lie rotting in damp cellars, not an ounce of it to be bought or sold. In Philadelphia, a proclamation of December 27, 1773, announced that the tea ship being arrived, every inhabitant who wishes to preserve the liberty of America is desired to meet at the State House this morning precisely at 10 o'clock to advise what is best to be done on this alarming crisis. What was best to be done proved to be to compel the tea ship to return at once with its cargo to England. New York refused to allow the tea ship Nancy to enter the harbor, and if some tea was eventually landed under the cannon of a man of war, it was only to be locked up in Charleston and to be left to lie unused. The bad news was received in England with an unreasoning fury by those whose fault it was, and by those who knew nothing at all about the matter; with a grave indignation by those who, like Pitt, were as resolute to support the supremacy of England as to plead for justice to her colonies; with despair by those who dreamed of an honorable and abiding union between the two peoples; and with applause by those who admired any protest against injustice, however vehement and irregular. It is difficult in reading the debates on the troubles in America to credit the sanity of the majority of the speakers. These advocated a colonial policy that should only have commended itself to a session of bedlamites, and clamored for a treatment of the colonists that might well have shocked the susceptibilities of a savage. No Virginia planter could be more disdainful of the rights of his slaves, or more resentful at any attempt to assert them, than the average member of Parliament was disdainful of the rights of the American colonists, and resentful at their assertion. The English country gentlemen who applauded the ministers and who howled at Burke seemed to be absolutely unconscious that the men of Massachusetts and the men of New York were not merely like themselves, made in the same image, but brethren of their own race, blood of their blood and bone of their bone, children of the same stock, whose resistance to oppression was recorded at Runnymede and Worcester, at the Boyne and at Culloden. Even if the colonists had been the knaves and fools and cowards that the Parliamentary majority appeared to think them, the action of that majority was of a kind eminently calculated to lend strength to the most feeble spirit and courage to the most craven heart. The coarse contempt, the brutal menace, which were the distinguishing features of all that ill-timed oratory, might well have goaded into resistance men who had been slaves for generations till servility had grown a habit. Yet this contempt and menace were addressed to men trained by harsh experiences to be stubborn in defence and sturdy in defiance, men who had won their liberty from the sea and the wilderness, who were as tenacious of their rights and as proud of their privileges as they were tenacious of the soil which they had wrested from the red man and the wolf, and proud of the stately cities which had conquered the forest and the swamp. It was the descendants of Miles Standish and John Smith, of Endicott and Bradford and Underhill and Winslow, whom the Squire Westerns of Westminster were ready to insult and were eager to enslave. It must, however, be remembered that even men who had advocated the claims of the colonies were, or professed to be, shocked at the daring deed of the men of Boston. Dean Tucker declared that mutinous colonies were no use to England and had better be allowed to depart. Chatham found the action of the Boston people criminal, prompted by passions and wild pretenses. In America, George Washington disapproved of the exploit. The East India Company, pressed by the pinch of financial difficulties, clamored for a revenge that the King was resolved to give them. Under his instigation, Lord North, in the beginning of 1774, introduced the famous measure for closing the port of Boston against all commerce. The bill declared that in the present condition of the town and harbor the commerce of His Majesty's subjects cannot be safely carried on there. It was accordingly asserted to be expedient that the officers of His Majesty's customs should be forthwith removed from the said town. It was enacted that from and after the 1st day of June, 1774, it shall not be lawful for any person or persons to lade or cause to be laden, or put off from any quay, wharf, or other place within the town of Boston, or in or upon any part of the shore of the bay, commonly called the harbor of Boston, into any ship, vessel, boat, etc., any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, or to take up, discharge, or cause or procure to be taken up or discharged within the town out of any boat, lighter, ship, etc., any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, under pain of the forfeiture of the goods and merchandise and of the boat, and so on, in a long and drastic measure practically intended to ruin Boston. This was what the Government thought it well to describe by the word expedient. This was not all. Comprehensive alterations of the laws of the province followed. The charter of Massachusetts was changed. The council for the province, which had hitherto been chosen by the people, was now to be chosen by the Crown, and the judges of the province were to be nominated by the Crown. Another measure authorized the governor to send persons implicated in the disturbances to England for trial. Boston and the province were indeed to be heavily punished and sternly brought to their senses. The King and the King's ministers had hoped fondly, in the old as well as the new sense of the word, that their action toward the port of Boston would effectually humble the spirit and crush the opposition of that mutinous city. Their scheme was founded upon a nice calculation of the innate baseness of human nature. They argued that the closing of the port of Boston would turn the stream of her commerce in the direction of other cities, which would be only too glad to enrich themselves at the expense of their disabled comrade. While they believed that the punishment of Boston would thus breed a selfish disunion in the province of Massachusetts, they trusted also that the spectacle of the severe punishment meted out to Massachusetts would have its wholesome deterring effect upon other colonies and destroy at once whatever desire for union might exist among them. The King and the King's ministers were the more deceived. Their ingenious scheme produced a result precisely the opposite of that which they so confidently anticipated. The other ports of Massachusetts did not seize with avidity the opportunity for plunder afforded them by the humiliation of Boston. The other colonies were not driven into discord by the sight of the punishment of Massachusetts. On the contrary, the ports of Massachusetts refused to take advantage of the degradation of Boston, and the colonies were urged and almost forced into union by what they regarded as the despotic treachery of the English Crown. The most devoted friend, the most enthusiastic advocate of the rights of the American colonists could scarcely have devised better means of drawing them together and welding them into a solid fellowship than those which had been employed by George the Third and his advisers for the purpose of keeping them apart forever. An immense number of copies of the Boston Port Bill were sent with great rapidity all over the colonies. In the fine phrase which we must needs believe to be Burke's, these had the effect which the poets ascribed to the Fury's torch. They set the countries through which they passed in a flame. At Boston and New York the populace had copies of the bill printed upon mourning paper with a black border, which they cried about the streets under the title of a barbarous, cruel, bloody, and inhuman murder. In other places the bill was publicly burned. All over the Continent great meetings were held at which, with more or less vehemence of speech, but with a common enthusiasm and a common indignation, the bill was denounced and the determination to resist it defiantly asserted. When General Gage arrived on his mission of administration, he found not merely the colony of Massachusetts, but the whole continent in an uproar. He had to deal with a vast majority of the people who were in proclaimed resistance to the act, and who only differed in the extreme of resistance to which they were prepared immediately to go, and a minority who either approved or did not altogether disapprove of the act. Gage was condemned to the government not of a cowed, humbled, and friendless province, but of a raging nation, frantic at the infringement of its rights, and sustained in the struggle it was resolved to make by the cheer and aid of a league of sister nations. The flame from the Fury's torch had spread with a vengeance. Gage was a brave man, an able man, an honorable man, but for Alexander he was a little over-parted. The difficulties he had to encounter were too great for him to grapple with, the work he was meant to do too vast for his hands or the hands of any man. He was sent out to sway a chastened and degraded province. He found himself opposed by a defiant people, exalted by injustice and animated by attack. End of Section 15.